722. In the ruins of the Jinjia continent battlefield, a short and skinny old man with white hair and purple clothes with a wine flask tied around his waist stood barefoot on the tip of an iron spear that was inserted into the ground. Yu Xian looked around. Corpses of elite soldiers and qi cultivators were everywhere. There were also piles of corpses that were supposed to be built by the beasts of the demon race for the skeleton throne so that Bai Ying could make use of these skeletal ghosts that had been reduced to puppets to push northward and take over the remaining territories of the Jinjia continent that was no longer capable of fighting a decisive battle. Bai Ying was indeed the most deserving of death among the 14 throne demons. Otherwise there would be no end of trouble. She had already wreaked havoc in the Golden Armor continent. Once this beast reached the central divine continent, how terrible would it be? It was a pity that he was a step too late. He could not stop the crazy Wanyan Laojing and could not take the opportunity to take down Bai Ying. Actually, Yu Xian's purpose of crossing continents was to put aside his grudges with Wanyan Laojing and help the Golden Armor continent hold on for a few more days. Yu Xian admitted that his talisman skills were indeed enough to suppress Bai Ying's skeleton army. After all, Yu Xian did not have much, but he had a decent number of talisman. Winning with numbers. In addition, Bai Ying did not look like someone who was good at fighting. Yu Xian felt that since his life was not in danger as long as he did not learn from Zhou Xinji, it would not be a big problem to join in the fun. But at this moment Yu Xian was standing on the tip of the spear. His sleeves were fluttering in the wind. The old man tugged at his beard and was even more worried. Bai Ying was nowhere to be found. She must have gone to the Fuyao continent to kill Bai Yi. Did he want to be in a favorable position? It was just that he did not know how this throne demon, who did not seem to be good at fighting, was feeling. Was he as worried as Yu Xian? After all, to kill Bai Yi he had to pay a price. Yu Xian looked at the little girl who was slowly walking over and stopped a little further away. The old man smiled and said, "You're called Pei Qian, right? You're famous. You look like Chao Ci. Young people like you can scare us old farts to death. Very good, very good." Pei Qian had been looking left and right. She stopped and cupped her fists. Then she asked, "Old immortal you, can I clean up the battlefield? If possible, at most 5 minutes. Half an incense stick will do." He could kill a pure Jade Realm demon cultivator with a flick of his finger, and this old senior was dressed like this. Pei Qian recognized him with a single glance. He was the talisman of the Central Plains, Yu Xian. Pei Qian felt that although he had missed out on Sword Immortal Zhou, he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. His master had once mentioned Yu Xian and admired him greatly. For an old immortal that even his master admired to be willing to come alone to the Golden Armor Continent's battlefield, Pei Qian felt that he had missed out on Old Immortal Yu, but he had not missed out on Old Immortal Yu. This battle had not been in vain. Back then, Pei Qian had asked his master whether the yellow paper talisman on his forehead was more valuable than the talisman that old Yu had painstakingly drawn. At that time, his master nodded and gave Pei Qian an extra bowl of fish soup. Actually, at that time, Charcoal had already eaten her fill. When she took the bowl with a bitter face, he didn't know if he was right or wrong. Pei Qian couldn't help but think of these things from his childhood. He felt that he had let Old Immortal Yu down. It wasn't about which talisman was more valuable, but that he didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth and casually called him Old Yu. Therefore, Pei Qian finally had the honor of meeting him in person and was especially respectful. Moreover, this old senior's state of mind was just and honorable. He was like the Milky Way hanging in the sky and the stars shining brightly. Pei Qian had only glanced twice before and didn't look much. After roughly determining the inclination of the people in that scene, Pei Qian didn't dare to look much. Yu Xian nodded and said, "Are you afraid that Bai Ying is hiding among them? If not, she would have run away long ago. At this time, no bastard dares to come and die. Don't worry. Not to mention 5 minutes, even 2 hours won't be a problem. However, little girl, what are you doing here? You're a pure martial artist. Although your realm is high, you can't handle these corpses properly. Let me do it." Pei Qian was a little embarrassed, but he still said honestly, "Old Immortal Yu, I want to take some items from those demon cultivators to exchange for some divine money." Yu Xian was stunned for a long time. Such a young pure martial artist. He felt like he was only a little bit behind Chao Ci. So he was actually asking him if he could pick up money? Was he that bad when he was only a little bit behind Chao Ci? Actually, it was very scary. Moreover, he was a little girl much younger than Chao Ci. Yu Xian almost asked shamelessly, "Little girl, do you have a master? If you don't, I know a little about fist techniques. Why don't you take me as your master?" As for whether she knew fist techniques, he would kidnap a disciple first. However, Yu Xian was very clear that such a young genius must have a good master. Yu Xian laughed and said, Don't worry about picking up money. I'll keep an eye on her for a while. After a while he would make a decision. Anyway, Bai was not that easy to kill. Pei Qian received the old immortal's decree. He cupped his fists and smiled brightly. He took out an ancient seal from his sleeve. Then he gently stomped his foot and shook the brightest treasure-light objects on the mountain from the corpses of some demon cultivators. With a wave of his hand, he kept them into the object close to him. Pei Qian swept over. Wherever she went, she would step on the ground. Within a radius of a few miles, only the items on the demon cultivators would be uprooted from the ground. Then she would accurately guide them with her fists. As if they were guests, they would all be brought into the mansion close to him. She had borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zaishi. Later, she borrowed an object close to the seal from Sister Zhu Mei. She did not gain much from the previous few battles. After all, the battles on the battlefield were tragic. Survival was the most important thing. Pei Qian did not dare to be distracted. Today was the only exception. However, the ruins of the battlefield could be said to be full of heavenly treasures and immortal items. Pei Qian still planned to leave after the time it took to burn a stick of incense. She could not delay the old immortal any longer. Yu Xian seemed to be standing on the tip of the spear, looking towards the south towards the Fuyao continent. However, he was actually paying attention to the female martial artist behind him, who was picking up scraps. He wanted to see if she kept her promise to only pick up the treasures on the mountain from the demon cultivator's corpse. If she accidentally picked up the wrong one, then don't blame this old man for being careless. Very good. The little girl had a good eye for picking things. She was also very careful in doing things. Since that was the case, no matter how many opportunities there were, they should be taken by her. As long as she could see them and take them away, the little girl could make a fortune. Of course, Yu Xian did not care for these items that were too ordinary. Moreover, he was at most cleaning up the corpses of the battlefield to prevent them from becoming a problem in future battles. How could he be in the mood to make money? Moreover, Yu Xian had never worried about money or his natal items in his entire life of cultivation. He had always relied on his own ability to make them come uninvited. What's so good about being a pure martial artist? Why don't you join my sect and learn my Dao techniques as a talisman? You don't even need to use your fists to kill people. One must know that in the central divine continent, there has always been a saying that killing people with immortal aura, talisman of Xian. Little girl, have you heard of it before? Are you tempted? You can be tempted. It was a pity that the little girl's eyes were only shining. What a greedy person she was. She did not know that the real immortal money was right in front of her eyes. Exactly the time it took for an incense stick to burn. That Pei Qian returned to the place where he had stopped and cupped his fists again. He thanked old immortal Yu and took his leave. Yu Xian nodded. The little girl was much more pleasing to the eye than that brat Chao Ci. The old man had also made up his mind. He would go and take a look. He would only go to the Fuyao continent to take a few glances and throw a few talisman. If he could not win, then he would run. Pei Qian, who was covered in blood, took a deep breath. Before he left the battlefield, he looked at the corpses that were destined to be unable to be buried. Even if they were buried, it would be meaningless. Pei Qian bit his lips and said in his heart, "Everyone take care." Pei Qian bent his knees slightly and rose from the ground. The earth trembled and rippled, shattering the corpses of many Earth Immortal Realm demon cultivators. After Yu Xian heard Pei Qian's thoughts, he smiled slightly and stepped lightly on the tip of the spear. The old man landed barefoot. The long bridge flipped and caught up to Pei Qian like an immortal riding the wind. It was neither fast nor slow. It was neck to neck with Pei Qian. Pei Qian hesitated for a moment, but still grabbed the long spear with the golden talisman engraved on it. It was the life weapon of the unpolished Jade Realm demon that old immortal Yu had killed. Pei Qian turned his head and shouted, "Old immortal Yu's reputation is not in vain. No wonder my master would say that the talisman is unparalleled. The talisman's Tao is mysterious. It is like the gathering of rivers into the sea. It is a myriad of phenomena. It is even more amazing in the central divine continent." Pei Qian felt a little guilty. His master had not said that before. He did not know if his words were too flattering. If only his master was here. He would definitely know his limits. Pei Qian did not dare to look at the mortal world. It turned out that his master was not the only one who was not by his side. It did not matter. She had temporarily taken in an anonymous disciple. He was a little mute who did not like to talk and did not speak much. Thousands of miles away from the battlefield, Pei Qian found the child at the top of a mountain. He was still squatting on the ground habitually. Chao Ci and Sister Zaishi stood side by side. They were both dressed in white and looked like a pair of immortal couples that had walked out of a painting. After Pei Qian landed, she called "Ah man." The little mute who did not want to say anything just looked up at her and then lowered his head again. Pei Qian looked at Chao Si and felt a little helpless. Until he saw the confrontation between Chao Si and an Ascendant Realm demon. Chao Si was at a disadvantage, but she was not in a difficult situation. Only then did Pei Qian know the truth. It turned out that Chao Si still did not use her full strength when fighting on the battlefield in the past. Killing demons, saving people, punching, strength, trajectory, pulling back and punching again. Every punch was just right. Chao Si seemed to be able to predict every punch, so there was no need for her to fight first. After Pei Qian and Yu Feng left, Yu Xian stroked his beard. No wonder the little girl was so polite. It turned out that she had a good master who taught her carefully. He did not know how old she was, but she actually had such steady knowledge. Yu Xian restrained his smile and disappeared in a flash. He went all the way south and traveled across continents. He muttered, "If I die, I die." The old man was all alone. He only had the talisman to accompany him. Hao Ran saved Bai Yi, the talisman Yu Xian. Fuyao continent. Bai Yi was alone with a sword. Dressed in a green robe, he flew to the sky. The mountains and rivers of the continent under his feet had become a big world of formations. From the sky to the land, everything was shrouded in the fate of the wilderness. With the coast of the continent as the border, it became a huge cage to detain, suppress and kill Bai Yi alone. Bai Yi did not care. As long as the battlefield was far away from the human world, Bai Yi was not used to seeing too much. The final battle of his swordsmanship in this life was like a poem. How could it be like this? As for the rest, you can do whatever you want as long as you are happy. Bai Yi hovered with his sword and looked around. He was not at a loss. The only regret was that Bai Yi did not want to owe anyone. It was just that this sword that had accompanied him for many years could not be returned to Daoist son of Deshiendu Temple. This celestial sword was called Tai Bai. This was the first time Bai Yi met Daoist Sun and the celestial sword Tai Bai. It was also the first time Daoist Sun traveled the vast world to relax. Daoist Sun gave Bai Yi the sword as a gift at first, but Bai Yi was unwilling to accept it. Daoist Sun changed it from a gift to a loan. The reason was that the celestial sword's name clashed with the color of the peach blossoms in his temple. It was difficult for him to get lucky. The celestial sword Tai Bai was a perfect match for Bai Yi. I'll treat it as marrying off my daughter to Hao Ran and get a son-in-law. It's not a loss at all. From this, it can be seen that I only split the big and small profits. There were only 3 people who could make Bai Yi feel that he owed them. The patriarch of the Dao sect's sword immortal lineage, Sun Huaizhong. His close friend Jun Xian. Teacher Wen Sheng. Grand ancestor of Moon supporting mountain. Wen Haizhou. Swordsman Lu Cha. Baiing. Yangji. Fei Fei. Yuan Shou. Yao Jia. Huang Wan. Lotus Nunnery Master. Niu Dao. Che Yin. Dragon Lord. 5 mountains. There used to be 14 thrones in the wilderness. Now that was a matter of the past. At the end of the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Lotus Convent matron who had refined half a moon had already been killed by Dong Sengeng. Not only that, he had also slain the greater demon and the moon. It was said that the greater demon Yellow Luan, who had refined countless immortal cave abodes and pavilions, had been killed by Alliance and Sword Immortal Yao Chong Dao. As a result, its cultivation realm dropped continuously and it had no choice but to change its physical body. It was reduced to the nascent soul realm, living a life worse than death. As for the first throne greater demon that had perished in Hao Ran in the Fuyao continent, it had changed its name to Dazzling Armor. In the words of the old scholar, it liked to flaunt its wealth and hated such trash the most. It was an existence that had killed countless mountain and river deities in the Fuyao continent to make up for the loss of its great Dao at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Bai Yi had delivered 3 strikes and finally killed it at the ruins of the inverted mountain. The first strike was to send the guest away from the Fuyao continent to avoid harming the innocent. The second strike in Dazzling Armor could be considered to be traveling the sea together to return the favor to the wilderness. The third strike Bai Yi was also the most powerful. It could be considered to be a memorial to the sword cultivators who had died heroically at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Actually, Bai Yi should have delivered 1 or 2 more strikes to truly kill Dazzling Armor. However, at that time, someone had made a move and suppressed the moon-bearing mountain grand ancestor's heaven and earth transformation mystique. Otherwise, Bai Yi would not have minded traveling with his sword. It was a good opportunity to see the remaining half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi that still belonged to Hao Ran. At this moment, Bai Yi was hovering in the middle of a sea of clouds above a continent. The sea of clouds beneath his feet was the withered skeleton greater demon Bai Ying's natal technique. It was filled with the surging resentment of vengeful spirits. Countless white bones, skulls and arms wanted to surge towards Bai Yi, but they were all dispersed by Bai Ye's noble spirit without needing to use his sword. Bai Ying no longer sat on his skeleton throne. He stood up. Beside him stood a powerful sword attendant who had the appearance of a dragon monarch array master. Great demon Wu Yu stood on top of an ancient deity's corpse that floated in the air. He extended his hand and grasped a long spear that pierced through the skull. Thunder rumbled. 5-colored lightning surrounded the long spear and great demon Wu Yu's entire arm. Thunder rumbled in the sky above the continent. It made Wu Yu look like the supreme deity of the Thunder sect had returned to the mortal world. There was a 3-headed and 6-armed giant sitting on a cushion that was covered with golden books. The sword scar on his chest was only half wiped away after passing through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. He deliberately left the other half. He wanted to wait until he personally destroyed the Ascension City under the 5th heaven before he could completely wipe away the sword scar. The great demon Yang Ji, who wore an emperor's crown, wore a black dragon robe. He had a human head and a dragon's body. Around his huge body, there were many Ascension Realm cultivators with pipa in their arms. Coincidentally, his old friend Yuan Shou, who had crossed the continent at the same time, caught them and chewed on them like soybeans to treat his injuries. In the battlefield at Old Dragon City, Yuan Shou had suffered many flying swords from the North Continent sword cultivators. Although it did not hurt the foundation of his great path, he was still severely injured. Moreover, the great demon true body was tough. Once he was injured, he would not be afraid of Ascension Realm opponents who were not sword cultivators. However, now that he was facing Bai Yi, Yuan Shou and Yang Ji were not polite. Yang Ji did not mind this little loss. Both of them had to recover to their peak combat power. Yuan Shou was still hovering on his sword. He carried a long rod on his shoulder and a string of beads that were refined from many mountains in his hand. Now there were many more beads in his hand. They were all from some of the big mountains in the Tongyi continent. In fact, it was not a matter of whether they had a chance of winning or not. It was a sure-win situation. Whether it was Lu Cha from his own camp or Alliance who returned from the outland to the Great Wall of Sword Qi, or even Bai Yi, they would all end up the same way. The only thing that concerned Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, or rather all the great demons, was whether or not one of the 6 of them would die, and which one of them would die was the most important. Bai Ye's last sword strike in his life was bound to drag one of them down with him. Even if he could not kill anyone, he would end up as a yellow phoenix, which was equivalent to death. A burly great demon dressed in golden armor looked no different from a human, but he was 100 feet tall. The ancient golden armor on his body was both a cage and a shelter. The golden armor was on the verge of shattering. Streaks of golden light that were as thick as water flowed out of the stone stream like a stream. His alias was Niu Dao, which was an extremely vulgar name. He was different from the other sovereign stage great demons who stared at the vast world and took what they needed. His true target of revenge was still in the Qingming Tian, not even the Beko Kekyung building. It was a young old fellow, who liked to stay in the Lotus Grotto heaven to observe Dao. The only great demon who did not like to reveal his true body was the unusually handsome Che Yun. He had a blade-strengthening gourd at his waist. Therefore he appeared exceptionally small and was roughly the same size as the scholar Bai Yi. Bai Ying, 5 mountains, Yang Ji, Yuan Shou and Niu Dao and Che Yun. They came from different battlefields and different locations. In the end, they were all present in the Fuyao continent. The 6 great demons who surrounded and killed Bai Yi were all sovereign stage great demons. The Lotus Monastery Master, Huang Wan, and Yao Jia, the 3 great demons, were already history. However, there was now Xiao Chua, who was in a rather high sovereign position, and 2 more ascendant realms who were not so popular. The last 2 new sovereign stage great demons were actually not taken seriously by the previous sovereign stage great demons. They were just there to make up the numbers. For example, in this encirclement that was unprecedented and perhaps would never be repeated in the future, Zhoumi did not let them show up at all. Bai Yi smiled and said, "Less than half of the new 14 sovereigns came to the Fuyao continent. Are you looking down on me, Bai Yi?" Che Yun twirled a strand of hair at his temples and said with a smile, "These are words that only the Holy Master can say." Bai Yi shook his head and said, "There are some words that the Holy Master may not be able to say." The meaning behind his words was naturally that there were some words that only he, Bai Yi, could say in the world. The 6 great demons did not speak. They probably had nothing to say. Bai Yi reached out and gently held the hilt of his sword. He said doubtfully, "What are you all standing there for? Just come and kill Bai Yi. You don't dare to kill? Then I'm going to kill a demon." He unsheathed his sword. The immortal sword was too white. The sword light was too white. Suddenly there was only light between heaven and earth. The first mountain river restriction in the Fuyao continent's sky canopy that belonged to the wilderness completely collapsed. A torrential rain of 7 colors, all of which were sword chi formed by Bai Yi, smashed towards Yunhai and the 6 great demons. At the northern ferry of the Tong Yi continent, the teachers and students of the wilderness's Sea of Literature lineage, a total of 4 people, were taking a walk together. Zhou was in a good mood. It was rare for him to talk about some old matters with his 3 direct disciples. After leaving the central divine continent, Jia Xing wanted to become the wilderness's Sea of Literature. Zhou naturally, he had to pass through the Great Wall of Sword Qi. At that time, the scholar who boasted that he would bring peace to the human race was still unwilling to give up on his hometown. Therefore he found Qin Qingdu, the eldest sword celestial who had nothing to do all day anyway. At this point, Zhou smiled knowingly. You can say that it was a fake imperial edict. At that time, he claimed that he had a tacit agreement with the vice leader of the Confucian Temple and the chancellor of the Learning Palace. As long as the tens of thousands of sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Qi were willing to help and follow the Qi cultivators of the vast world to attack the moon-bearing mountain of the wilderness and open up a new territory for the vast world, the sword cultivator's identity as a condemned disciple for 10,000 years would become a thing of the past. The Confucian Temple was willing to give out a piece of blessed land for the sword cultivators to rule over. From then on, both sides would not interfere with each other's business. A young blind man with a scholarly aura said, in terms of sentiment, reason and the general trend, the Confucian Temple should make such a sacrifice. No, they should make such a sacrifice. Zhou's last disciple, Zhou Qinggao, was now the last disciple of Zhou. The teacher said that the world was changing, and many good words would turn into bad words. Just like the name Lofty, the original intention was good, but what about the world now? Then, as the last disciple of Zhou, you should strive to turn this name into a good word in everyone's heart. Zhou smiled and said, of course I have to promise Qin Qingdu that at least half of the sword cultivators will survive when the war ends. Otherwise the scholars including Jia Xing will easily regret their decision. Zhou Qinggao asked curiously, what did that sword immortal boss say? Qin Qingdu likes to walk on the city wall with his hands behind his back. I walked with him for a few miles. Qin Qingdu smiled and said that this matter has nothing to do with me. As long as you can convince the Confucian Temple and a few sword immortals other than me, I won't have any problems. I'm the previous penal official of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. I've been in this position for more than 100 years. Of course I used an alias. Qin Qingdu also helped me to hide my real identity. You won't be able to guess it, right? Zhou smiled. For some reason, although Qin Qingdu was surprisingly easy to talk to, it seemed that from the start he did not think that he could succeed. The sword immortal penal official smiled and said, I really can't guess. Lu Bai suddenly asked, Teacher, why is Bai willing to wield a sword and guard the Fuyao continent alone? The teacher only laughed. He did not explain anything to this direct disciple. Zhou Qinggao could only help the teacher and senior to explain patiently, Senior, do you think that Bai died for nothing? Zhou Qinggao shook his head and said slowly, yes and no. Yes and no. When Zhou Xinji was in the Central Plains, he was the old immortal in the hearts of almost all the Qi refinement warriors, especially the native sword cultivators. He was one of the 10 in the Central Plains. Although his ranking was not high, only 9th, he was still regarded as invincible in the sword. In the end, after he was killed by a sovereign great demon, many people in the Central Plains began to fight for the old fortune teller Huayin, who was at the bottom of the 10. Many people even felt that Zhou Xinji was an old trash who did not live up to his name. What sword immortal? Perhaps even if he went to the Great Wall of Sword Qi in that barbarian land, Zhou Xinji might not be able to carve his name. Once Zhou Xinji died, Wanyan Laojing betrayed him. If it were you, who is already in the Ascendant Realm, would you want to get involved in this mess? Isn't Bai's swordsmanship better than Zhou Xinji's? Killing that sovereign with 3 swords to avenge Zhou Xinji? Then what will happen if Bai dies? But the problem is, if Bai does not go to the Fuyao continent, who can go, who dares to go? Whether it is the Fuyao continent or the Tongyi continent, is it the place to decide the fate of the world? Lu Bai was actually not stupid. If not, he would not have become Wooden Clog's right-hand man in planning matters. He nodded and said, in the end we still have to look at the situation in the Central Plains. As long as the vast world can defend itself, it will be in an invincible position. We will be in trouble, very troublesome. Many of the accumulated first-mover advantages will gradually become hidden dangers, big and small, and will surface one by one. Si Chen suddenly said, Bai should quit while he is ahead and return to the Central Plains. He has opened up a brand new world and has already done a lot of good deeds. Killing a sovereign with a sword is enough to have a clear conscience. It's time for someone else to take the stage. Zhou Qingao shook his head and said, if Bai also thinks like this, then the vast world will be easy to fight. Lu Bai admired this last disciple that Mr. had just bestowed a name to. Now he was her little junior brother. Back then in the Jiaxin tent, Lu Bai had already admired the military camp leader Wooden Clog strategizing. Now that they were in the same sect, Lu Bai felt even more inferior. On Mr.'s side, Zhou Qingao was never timid, as if he was never afraid of saying or doing wrong things. When talking to his senior brother, Si Qin, he was not at a disadvantage at all. It was definitely not intentional. In terms of words, his junior brother must win against his senior brother. Zhou smiled and said, you guys are still thinking too lightly. Don't think that just because the Great Wall of Sword Chi has stopped us for many years, that your world is not strong. Yes, it's fine if you think so. As for Mr.'s hometown, this vast world, it's even better if everyone thinks so. That's great. Only a few, like Xiao Hu and Bai, would dare to be the only one sober when everyone is drunk. Most people are afraid of this. If those idiots at the foot of the mountain are annoyed, then the temper of the immortals at the foot of the mountain is not small. The Great Wall of Sword Chi was too difficult to take down. It was a bad thing but also a good thing. After taking down the Great Wall of Sword Chi, it would be easy to take down the Tongyi continent and Fuyao continent. The morale on the battlefield would not fall but instead rise. Also, the South Swirl continent would be taken down sooner or later. They had to destroy the Gold Armor continent and the Aquarius continent. If not for the fact that Zhou Xinji wanted to die, he would have to die. Otherwise, he would be a hindrance to the Fuyao continent situation. Furthermore, this guy was stubborn and did not retreat. I was prepared to give him a chance to become famous. But later on, Bai also killed a sovereign with 3 swords? Bai did not even have a chance to use his sword. Because Zhou Xinji had severely injured a sovereign with 1 sword even earlier. From this, it can be seen that the sword immortals and sword cultivators of the Great Wall of Sword Chi are all like ants. Look at our Central Plains divine continent's Zhou Xinji, who is only 9th. Doesn't he only have a total of 14 sovereigns? Our old sword immortal Zhou only had 1 sword immortal in the Shanshui cavern. His sword immortal took care of 1. Therefore this battle was actually very easy to fight. Those demon beasts used up half of the world's strength, but so what? They were not worth mentioning. Therefore we were only lucky to take down 2 continents. Therefore the Central Plains Confucian Temple was too cautious. The scholarly sages made a big fuss over nothing. They were too unwise and irresponsible. It was laughable, too disappointing, too sad. Lu Bai listened with his mouth agape. Zhou shook his head lightly and looked towards the Central Plains divine continent. He smiled and said, the world has not changed. It will always make people laugh until their tears dry. The strong do not care about right and wrong. At the same time they must have no worries. As long as the strong are strong enough, they can sit firmly at the top. Words and actions, even if they are silent, everything is reasonable. Even the world will help them reason. Zhou smiled and said, Bai will die in vain. At that time the world will only see the truth with their own eyes. The most proud Bai Yi of the human world was killed by Lu Cha of the savage world with 1 sword. That's all. Previously everyone was not afraid at all. Now I want all of you to be scared to death. From the top of the mountain to the bottom of the mountain, people were used to fighting and killing. They died when they wanted to. How could the world that had enjoyed 10,000 years of peace be compared to the savage world? When it comes to mobilizing the power of the entire world on a large scale, you people are scattered across the vast world, each of you can play with your own mud in your own homes. Zhou laughed loudly. Then he straightened his clothes and shook his sleeves. He took the initiative to open the heavenly fate restriction of the continent. He bowed to the heaven and earth and said loudly, the holy teacher, my hometown has made scholar Jia Xing despair for too many years. Now it's time for me, Zhou, to disgust all of you. Above the sea of clouds in the Aquarius continent. Su Rua asked, this Jia Xing? Cui Dong said, he's just putting on an act. He's hiding something. Zhou turned to look at the Aquarius continent. Only Xiao who knows me best. Zhou Qingao only asked one important question. What about the Confucian temple? Zhou smiled and said, why is it so important? My hometown is not a reasonable place. Zhou was a reasonable person. Therefore he had already spoken for the Confucian temple. He had already pointed out why the Confucian temple in the Central Plains was so restrained. Jia Sheng's 12 strategies for peace. Which strategy was not to prevent the Confucian temple from what happened today? Which one of them was not the root cause of the current situation? Even the gentleman and the sage could not be the imperial tutor of the Confucian temple, the ruler behind the scenes. Even the emperor could not be a disciple of the Confucian school. Therefore they deserve to suffer today. The Confucian temple asked for it. When people had to die on the battlefield, how could the sage, the gentleman, and the sage reason with them? Would they bring a few books of the sage to those who were about to die and talk about the sage's principles in the books? Back then, the righteous world did not listen to them. They shelved the 12 strategies for peace that I painstakingly wrote. Now, let's listen and think more about it. It's a pity that there's only one Shui Dong. It's a pity that Xiu Hu will die. Not only will he die, but his name will also go down in history. Even if the righteous world wins the war, it will still be the same. The Confucian temple has given the world too many paths to take. It has given the world too much freedom. However, it will only make people feel that they are not free. It's far from enough. Very good. If you want pure and unrestrained freedom, I will give you Yushan. The only principle is that the strong are respected. This is what the savage world has always believed in. It's not what Zhou said. Zhou quickened his pace. The 3 students tactfully let the teacher walk by the beach alone. The official stopped and looked at the battlefield at the southernmost part of the Aquarius continent. Imperial concubine Fei had sent the god of plagues and the 2 passers-by to the old dragon city. It seemed to be effective. Zhou Qinggao and Lu Bai turned around and walked slowly. Zhou Qinggao was silent for a moment. Suddenly he said, "Senior sister, do you know which hidden official you like?" Lu Bai was dumbfounded. She laughed and scolded, "What? Wooden clog, are you crazy?" Zhou Qinggao also stopped and laughed. "Who's crazy? No one is crazy." Lu Bai's face turned pale. She gritted her teeth and said, "Impossible. Junior brother, don't talk nonsense." Zhou Qinggao continued to walk. Rather than worrying that the hidden official will be my future inner demon, I might as well open up my heart and admit that I like him. Firstly, Qin Pingan will definitely die in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Even if I take a step back and say that Qin Pingan doesn't die, senior sister actually knows that she is destined to never be able to personally take revenge on him in this lifetime. Then the hidden official will always be on the path of cultivation, waiting for Lu Bai. The more you deceive yourself, the more opportunities the hidden official will have. Secondly, not only do you have to like her, but you also have to really like her. Then Lu Bai only needs to have a thought in his heart. In the future, he will personally ascend to the city to let the culprit who killed Qin Pingan know one thing. Qin Pingan likes Ning Yao, but it is not as good as Lu Bai. Lu Bai was sweating profusely. He did not move to catch up with his junior brother. The official and Zhou Mi laughed in their hearts. Teacher has accepted a good disciple. Zhou Mi smiled. It is normal for a senior brother to not be as good as a junior brother, but don't come too early. Zhou Qinggao is different from you senior brothers and senior sisters. He truly admires the Great Wall of Sword energy, and he yearns for that young hidden official. Hence, his rejection of the vast world is much heavier than all of you. At the same time, he has a greater chance to become the Qin Pingan of the wilderness. Only when he is like him can he surpass him. As for that Fei Ran, she has her own path to walk. She changed her name to Qin Yin because she was bored after reaching Tong Yi continent. Furthermore, Fei Ran does not need to become someone else. Teacher is in a good mood today, so I will say a few words to you in advance. There are some young people in my heart that I have high hopes for. Other than you, Zhou Qinggao, Fei Ran, and you see Tan Tan? There are a few more. There are about 10 of you, less than 20 young people. I'm looking forward to your great Tao accomplishments. Believe me, it will not be low. I will go find Kuiyu and bring her to see that Wudong tree in that Yao suppressing building. The official, you and junior brother will help to keep an eye on the old Dragon City battlefield. The official accepted the order. Teacher is meticulous, thorough and meticulous and conducts himself well. Junior brother is noble and virtuous and conducts himself well. The old elementary scholar staggered as he sat in the sky of South Pasua continent. He was not far away from a sage of rights lineage. One did not want to speak for the time being, while the other was waiting to speak. Anyway, the old elementary scholar beside him would definitely speak, and no one could stop him. You sages have always been lonely since ancient times. It's been hard on you. As expected, the old elementary scholar coughed a few times. Since he was at the unification of the 3 continents, he could not spit out real blood, so he just treated it as a cough to moisten his throat. He first complained about how hard it was for others, then complained to the sage, "It's not easy for me either. Forget about the Confucian Temple's merit book, it's not that big of a deal. However, you have to give me an extra credit first. In the future, when the Confucian Temple quarrels, You have to stand on my side and speak up for me. The Confucian Temple's sage nodded and said, "Let's talk about it as it is. I have said exactly what I should have said, sage of literature. As for what I shouldn't have said, it's useless even if the sage of literature makes a scene here." The old elementary scholar sat cross-legged and beat his chest, feeling wronged. "I'm not as magnanimous as your teacher. No wonder there's no prefix in front of the word sage. Look at me, you should learn from me." The sage said straightforwardly, "I've seen a lot. I can't learn from you." The lineage of the Sage of Rites in the Confucian Temple had always been the closest to the lineage of the Sage of Literature. Otherwise, the Grand Chancellor of Rites Learning Palace would not have hoped that Mao Xiaodong, who was not a direct descendant but was a registered disciple of the Sage of Literature, could stay in Rites Learning Palace and focus on his studies. The supervisor of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the gentleman Wang Zai, who was from Rites Learning Palace, would not have taken the initiative to speak ill of Qin Pingan, who was not a hidden official at that time. In the end, he even took the initiative to ask Qin Pingan for a seal with the seal script: "The sun shines in the day and the moon shines in the night." He did not even regard Qin Pingan as an outsider and asked Qin Pingan to sign his name. The old elementary scholar sighed. What a boring person. If he was not too lazy to go far, he would have changed to a more sensible and witty person to chat with. The Confucian Temple in the central region had a total of 72 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. These Sage of Rites Learning Palace were responsible for guarding the sky canopy of the 9 continents year after year. They had to watch over the brightest lights in the world day and night. They had to suppress the actions of all the Ascendant Realm cultivators and prevent them from leaving the continent without permission. They also had to monitor the whereabouts of the immortals and their indiscriminate use of supernatural powers to prevent harm to the people in the world. For example, the Tongya continent and the Fuyao continent had 3 Sage of Rites Learning Palace. The Aquarius continent had only 2 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the smallest continent. As for the South Hassa continent, it had 4 Sage of Rites Learning Palace because it was the closest to the Inverted Mountain and the Great Wall of Sword Qi. There was 1 Sage of Rites Learning Palace in the Fuyao continent. He had a good temper with the old elementary scholar and was relatively talkative. He joked with the old elementary scholar in private that he saw the lights of praying and making wishes in the world from afar. They rose up one by one and were getting closer and closer to him. He really felt that the beauty of the world had reached its peak. It was because of the sage's words that the old elementary scholar had the humorous comment of sitting on wax. It was the old elementary scholar's unique skill to be able to take bad words seriously and say good words seriously. As for being able to say nice things in such a weird way, bullshit your mother. I, the old Xiuzai, am a scholar with a scholarly reputation. Who would he say anything bad about? The old elementary scholar asked, "Do you have any wine? There is always an endless supply of good wine in the world. You can borrow 2 pots from any rich family. Let's drink. Remember, don't pick the divine wine from the immortal mansion on the mountain. I'm not a picky person." The sage shook his head. The old elementary scholar hit his palm with his fist. "Then I'll go find Chinchunan to drink some wine later. I don't even need to borrow it. Alas, look at how things have turned out. It's as if the scholars of the Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as generous as those of the Sage of Secondary Learning Palace. Blame me, blame me. It's hard to absolve myself from the blame. Fortunately, there is no wine here. Otherwise, I would definitely punish myself by drinking 3 cups. The sage said, "If the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it." The old elementary scholar immediately laughed. "If you stand upright, your heart will be full of noble spirit. No wonder you can be a sage above Chinchunan. The other Sage of Rites Learning Palace are not as impressive as you. The only imperfection is that you are a little stingy with some small things." The sage said, "If I remember correctly, someone almost put a sack over a registered disciple and threw him into the School of Rites Learning Palace. Before doing so, he even encouraged him that if one day he really became a Sage of Rites Learning Palace, he must go to the South Pasua continent to oversee the sky screen. Must he help his teacher vent his anger?" The old elementary scholar waved his hand vigorously in denial. "Impossible, impossible. Mao Xiaodong respects his teacher the most. He would never betray his teacher." It was unknown whether he was denying it or admitting it. The sage said, "Mao Xiaodong drank too much at the Grand Chancellor's place. He said it as if his teacher was still as elegant as ever." The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and nodded. He praised, "That makes sense. That makes sense." The sage suddenly looked into the distance beyond the mountains and rivers of a continent and asked, "Sage of Literature, can we win? Can we save people from dying?" The old elementary scholar thought for a while and answered, "Since we can't do more, you should think more positively." There were still some sages in the Confucian temple who, at the cost of their cultivation of the Great Way, searched for broken secret realms in the long river of time. Then they placed them on the map of the vast world, either waiting for the fated person or waiting for the right time. In the end, they would become the newest paradise or blessed land in the vast world. He would never occupy the Confucian temple. There was once a vice hierarch who joked that there was no need for the sages' principles to compete with the world for benefits. In the past 10,000 years, the biggest gain was, of course, the discovery of the fifth heaven. The discovery of the traces and the stabilization of the path were credited to a certain sage who had quarreled with the old elementary scholar the most and embarrassed the old elementary scholar the most during the battle of the third and fourth heaven. Only when the old elementary scholar and Bai Yi showed up together did the sage feel relieved and passed away. The sage only smiled at the old elementary scholar when they met. The remaining sages who accompanied the sage of literature, some of them all, some of them only half. They were so strange and resolute that they went to a faraway place where they would never return. They accompanied the sage of rites for hundreds, thousands of years. Therefore the old elementary scholar, who loved his youngest disciple the most, never said a word for his last disciple when it came to the faraway journey. However, when he was in the fifth heaven, he met his last disciple, who had gone through untold hardships to find his wife. She was a wonderful young lady named Yao. She was an old elementary scholar. He almost burst into tears in front of his good friend, Bai Yi, and a junior. Indeed, it was hard to talk about such hardships. It was even harder for his last disciple to go through such hardships alone. It was rare for the sage to take the initiative to speak. He even smiled and told the old elementary scholar about an old friend's story. Actually, compared to them, it was not that long ago. But now that he thought about it, it seemed to be a long time ago. My good friend passed by this place in the past. Before he returned to Tongye continent, he scolded the sage of literature a lot. The old elementary scholar scratched his head and then crossed his arms in front of his chest. He sneered and said, "It's not like I'll lose some meat if he scolds me. If I take it seriously, even if I'm not the sage of literature, I would have wasted tens of thousands of sages' books." The sage smiled and said, "My friend's last sentence was, 'The cold pig's head meat in the Confucian temple is delicious. Anyway, the old elementary scholar can't eat it. If he shamelessly goes to the Confucian temple one day, he can steal a few pieces from him." The old elementary scholar slapped his knee and said, "Let's eat it. Who's afraid? Can it be called stealing when a scholar steals cold pig's head meat?" In the past, the old elementary scholar had a rare stern face and ruthlessly scolded a young disciple who never had to worry about his studies. The old elementary scholar told a young boy that it was a matter for the future. "Little Chi, today I'm angry with you for the first time. Listen carefully, I have to raise my voice. You're not allowed to cry. Okay, the truth is that it's not about your voice. Is cold pig's head meat that easy to eat? Is it that delicious? It's best if you can eat it. If you can't, then don't eat it. You can't be a sage just to eat pig's head meat. What's wrong with being a gentleman and a headmaster of the academy? Why don't you have lofty ambitions?" The old elementary scholar did not come up with the idea of eating cold pig's head meat, but he really carried it forward. Many sages would occasionally mock themselves and be willing to take the initiative to mention this saying. Is it that easy to be a sage? The old elementary scholar once said that in the Confucian orthodoxy, it's easy for a gentleman to die, but difficult for a sage to die. The old elementary scholar only said half of his words. Is it that easy for a sage to die? Why is it that the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen, the dignified sage of Confucianism who accompanies the Confucian temple, is already considered an extremely knowledgeable scholar in the world? Even the sage of Confucianism can use Confucianism's supernatural powers? For example, the headmasters of the 72 academies in Fuyao continent and Tongye continent, the sage of Confucianism, and the scholars who no longer have the chance to flip a page of the sage's books can still kill their enemies before dying. Then why is it that in the face of the large-scale invasion of the wasteland, the sage of Confucianism who presides over the sky screen can only integrate their fate into the world of one continent? This is the most that those pitiful sages can do. Does that old thief Wanyan old Jing know? Of course, does he care? Not at all. Do those who silently criticize or curse the Confucian temple in the Central Plains for not making any contributions know what happened to the sage of Confucianism, the headmasters, and the Confucians of the Three Continents Academy? Do they care if they know? Not necessarily. They want people to be heroes, but they also talk about winners and losers. For example, the old friend, that the sage beside him mentioned was the sage of Tongya continent who allowed Du Mao to go to Old Dragon City. The old elementary scholar cursed and scolded. If it wasn't for the second sage who stopped him at that time, he would have beaten him up. So what? The Confucian temple in the Central Plains didn't have cold pig meat to eat. Relying on the many years that he presides over the sky screen and still concentrating on his own knowledge, he was able to eat incense from the Confucian temple again. He even wanted to return to Tongya continent. Not only did he want to die, but he also wanted to come early. As for that fellow's true body, he followed the Sage of Rights to protect the vast world and fought against the remnants of the ancient gods. Should the old elementary scholar give him a thumbs up? Yes, he should. Under the heavens, a Baek-ok-kyung building was created to suppress the otherworldly demons. Under the Lotus World, a Western Buddhist kingdom suppressed countless of the most stubborn vengeful spirits. Under the vast world, it seemed to be in charge of targeting the demon race in the wasteland. It was far more than that. As the most important enclave under the vast world, the Great Wall of Sword Energy and tens of thousands of sword cultivators guarded this place for 10,000 years and restrained the demon race in the wasteland. If the Great Wall of Sword Energy stood for 10,000 years, wouldn't the Confucian temple be safe for 10,000 years? Would they just watch from the sidelines? Why didn't the Sage of Rights, who was the second deity of the Confucian temple, appear in the Confucian temple? He didn't even say anything about the battle between the third and fourth deities. There were thousands of reasons, but the biggest one was that the external threat was too great. Distant worries were never far away. All the Sage of Rights who presided over the sky screen were in the outer world. They followed the Sage of Rights to fight against the remnants of the ancient gods. Only their Yin spirits were left in their hometowns. They were half dead and had to preside over the sky screen as a pitiful god. Otherwise, why would the ancient gods who invaded the sky screen as guests under the vast world be in a daze for 10,000 years and obediently serve as the door gods for the vast world? The old scholar said, just like what you said just now, tell the truth and judge the matter as it is. Your friend has really benefited the world by virtue of his moral essays. He has done a pretty good job. I don't say this in front of you, I say the same thing to my disciple. The sage nodded and said, I like the Sage of Literature's principles the most. In fact, other than the sage's principles, the words of the old scholar left a deep impression on the sage of the sky screen. He was a very old scholar, not a sage of literature. Those who don't get along with me are bad people with rotten hearts? Those who have a conflict with me are enemies with no redeeming qualities? Those who don't have the same literary heritage as me are blind scholars? Who the hell am I? Back then the old scholar was in the Confucian temple. He seemed to be talking about himself first, but he was talking about everyone else later. The old scholar turned his head and asked sincerely, since you admire my knowledge and my character so much, why don't you become my disciple? The sage said indifferently, I'm a few hundred years older than the Sage of Literature. Besides, I believe the Sage of Literature knows very well whether the Sage of Rights line is good or not. The old scholar rubbed his hands and said, Oh, you're too shy. I have a good relationship with your Sage of Rights. It'll be fine if you change your school. I might even praise you for your good taste. Even if the Sage of Rights doesn't praise you, I'll have to praise you in front of him. I've really taken in a good student who doesn't have any prejudice against his school. The sage didn't reply. The old scholar was famous for his love of climbing up a pole. If he didn't have a pole, he would chop bamboo and firewood to make one himself. Even if he was facing the Sage of Rights or even the Sage of Literature. Even if he was facing a country bumpkin or a schoolchild. The old scholar coughed lightly. In the secluded areas of the two continents where people didn't go, in the human world that hadn't been completely stripped of its great fortune, there would be strange phenomena. Clouds would rise and fall or water would rise and fall. As for the South Saw continent, with the sage beside the old scholar, the fortune of the mountains and rivers would disappear as soon as it appeared. The old scholar smiled and said, You're tired. My guest isn't a good one. The sage shook his head and said, Anyway, I don't have any wine to entertain the Sage of Literature. The old scholar asked, You're not chasing me away, are you? The sage nodded and smiled, If the Sage of Literature says so, then so be it. The old scholar sighed and said, It doesn't feel good to just sit and wait for death, does it? The sage shook his head and said, It's better than the Sage of Literature. I don't have to suffer. The Sage of Literature only left the Yin spirit to guard the sky and stabilize the fortune of the mountains and rivers. It was a helpless act by the Confucian temple, but also a fortunate thing for the human world. Since ancient times, the lonely sages didn't have a real body, they were purer and more compatible with the way of heaven. The old scholar stood up and left, cursing. He staggered and quickly disappeared. Anyway, the Qi cultivators in the world were all impassioned and full of righteous indignation. They scolded the sages for being good people who only knew how to give their heads to others. The old scholar's words didn't make much of a difference. The sage sighed. Xiaochua drew his sword and fought with his left and right. The old scholar didn't just need to drink a few mouthfuls of wine. If it was an ordinary ascendant realm cultivator, he would have swallowed the mountains and rivers to make up for his lack of great Tao. The sage looked down and saw that the Qin Academy, which was a collection of great achievements in the world's memorial archway, was arguing again. Now, there were many Confucian scholars in the various imperial academies of the central divine continent. Even the 72 academies were speaking up for justice. It was as if they were willing to sacrifice their identity as Confucian scholars to scold the sage of literature for not doing anything. They were so muddle-headed that it seemed like they hadn't even touched a single military book. They actually allowed the Tongya and Fuyao continents and half of the Jinjia continent to fall into enemy hands. How does the central divine continent need to build a battle line? The central divine continent can't even defend two small places like the Tongya and Fuyao continents? As long as the Confucian temple's sages all come out, the 10 people of the central divine continent will assist them. If 10 people aren't enough, they can add on 10 backup people. With the mighty Yu Pu and the immortals' help, those barbaric beasts of the world, the 14 thrones and whatnot, will all be easily destroyed. There was a young woman wearing a red cotton-padded jacket. She listened quietly at a gathering of Confucian scholars for a long time. Regardless of whether they were right or not, she would listen first. It was just that after hearing so many words, she also wanted to ask a few questions. Thus, she found a Confucian scholar and asked, "Are you going to ask the Ascendant Realm cultivators and the immortals to come out? The sage of literature and the sage of rights will take action. What if they are still unwilling to come out? After all, people will die in war. The Ascendant Realm cultivators of the Tongya continent are all dead. They cherish their lives and fear death. I think the cultivators on the mountain are the same as us. After all, the purpose of cultivating on the mountain is to attain Tao and achieve immortality. I don't even need to mention the sage of literature. Who dares to disobey the sage of literature's rules? Who dares to disobey? Who dares to disobey? Kill a few to establish dominance? Then the rest can only follow unwillingly to the battlefield? In the end, as you said, they all bravely went to their deaths and died in a faraway land? Aren't the words of the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain circulating now, saying that the great cultivators of the world are not free? Will they really be free when the time comes? For example, will they just switch to the wasteland? When the time comes, they will have to fight against the wasteland and prevent their own people from rebelling. Will it be very difficult? The key is the hearts of the people. The higher the position of the people in matters, the higher the view. Similarly, the higher the view, the more the people below the mountain will see the actions of the people below the mountain. In the eyes of the people below the mountain, what about the hearts of the people in the central divine continent? The hearts of the people? In this chaotic world, what does this little bit of hearts count for? Those who do big things don't care about trifles. As long as we win a great battle, the hearts of the people above and below the mountain will naturally change. Of course we have to care. The wasteland, from the grand ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, to Zhoumi to the entire Jiazi tent, has always been scheming against the hearts of the people. For example, didn't Zhoumi say that when they reach the central divine continent, the wasteland will only demolish the Confucian temple and the academy and leave everything else untouched? The dynasty will remain the same, the immortals will remain the same, and everything will remain the same. The moon-bearing mountain won't monopolize the additional authority of the Confucian temple. They are willing to sign a contract with the immortals of the central divine continent. They plan to share a continent with all the major sects of the central divine continent. The precondition is that the ancestors of the upper 5 realms won't help either side and will only watch from the sidelines. As for the immortals below the upper 5 realms, even if they go to the battlefields of the various continents to kill demons, the wasteland won't punish them. Look, isn't this the hearts of the people? Why are you talking about this nonsense? How dare you talk about the hearts of the people above the mountain? Do you still care about the righteousness of a scholar? I heard that you're a student of the Cliff Academy. You're really short-sighted. You don't have much benevolence, righteousness, or morals in your heart. Aren't I talking about the facts with you? Shoo shoo shoo, don't be so noisy. What does a woman know? Here he is. The Confucian scholars of the Central Plains who were studying in the academy went to other places and continued to talk loudly with their fellow Taoists. They were high-spirited and full of mettle as they pointed out the world. If it were embroidered Tiger Chui Dong, he would have detained all of them and sent them to the battlefield in the north of the Golden Armor continent on a few intercontinental ferries. I don't care if you really want to die or if you're just fishing for fame. Li Baoping, who had traveled to the Qin clan alone from the central divine continent, couldn't help but sigh. He took off his wine gourd and secretly took a sip. It's so tiring to talk to people. Regardless of whether I'm right or not, you should at least listen to what I've said. It's not like you're all wrong just because I said something right. The old scholar went to the human world. Inadvertently catching a glimpse of that red robe, the old scholar was in a good mood. He planned to chat with Chen Chunan for a while before going to meet with Little Treasure Bottle. On a cliff near the water, the scholar who had changed from carrying the sun and moon on his shoulders to the sun and moon hanging in the sky did not even turn his head. Lu Chao went to the Fuyao continent. Xiao Chua is still blocking his way. The old scholar lamented, "The little girl with 2 pigtails looks cute, but she's not cute at all when she does things." Chen Chunan smiled and asked, "You really don't hate Xiao Chua at all for what she did?" The old scholar said, "It's all because she's a living person. As for other things, they'll do as they should. If you make a mistake, you have to bear the responsibility first before you can talk about correcting it." Chen Chunan said, "Left and right are the most difficult." The old scholar nodded and said, "It's different inside and outside the book. Scholars are always in a difficult position." Chen Chunan made a sound of surprise and joked for the first time, "Is the old scholar going to start scolding? If you want to scold, don't just scold the line of the sage of literature. Remember to scold the scholars from the other lines of literature as well." The old scholar said, "The first few pages of the old almanac are the ones I borrowed from the old man. Do you want to hear about it? Not to mention you, even your teacher might not know as much as I do. You're someone who only likes to read the books of the sage and doesn't care about what's going on outside. You don't like to ask about those trivial things. That sage of ours is very reserved. Looking at his posture, it's as if he wants to burn a stick of incense for every page he turns. He's not tired, but in my eyes he's really tired." Chen Chunan raised his hand and a jug of wine appeared in his hand. He handed it to the old scholar. The old elementary scholar shook the unusual wine pot. The wine inside was even more miraculous. The old elementary scholar frowned and threw it back to Chen Chunan. "You can keep the fate of the mountains and rivers here. I don't lack this little bit." The old scholar said, "I don't have enough strength right now. Help me cover it up a little. If there's a mistake and the secrets of heaven are revealed, it's all your fault." Chen Chunan immediately helped to isolate heaven and earth. As long as it was a serious matter, the old scholar would never hesitate. The old scholar looked at the big water outside the stone cliff and told Chen Chunan some of the old almanac. 10,000 years ago the human race climbed the mountain and even reached the sky. They either destroyed the heavenly court or killed or expelled those high and mighty existences. Those existences who regarded the human race as the source of incense and wantonly controlled the life and death of the human race became a thing of the past. In fact, when that moment really came, almost all of the human race couldn't believe that they had really won. From then on, it seemed that the human race was responsible for establishing eternal peace in the whole world. The demon race, which had existed before the human race, had made mistakes and made contributions. In fact, they still had a deep grudge against the human race. In the end, they were still given a quarter of the world, which was later called the wasteland. The mountains and rivers were vast and boundless, but the products were the most barren and the spiritual energy was relatively thin. After that, the sword cultivators who had made great contributions were moved to the area of today's Great Wall of Sword Qi after an earth-shattering civil war to build a high city. The 3 ancestors appeared one after another and in the end, they worked together to build the Great Wall of Sword Qi into a large formation that could ignore the weather of the wasteland and stand tall. Chen Chunan asked, "Those ancient sword cultivators didn't hesitate to break off relations with all the factions. What was the reason for this? I only know that if the sword cultivators didn't split internally, it's hard to say what the world would be like now." The old scholar sighed and said, "What else could it be? Sword cultivators have the greatest killing power in the world and have killed the most deities in the heavens. One group of sword cultivators was arrogant and felt that the ruins of the celestial court that the ancestors of the 3 sects didn't want anyone to touch should be sealed up. That group of sword cultivators felt that of course it should be occupied by them. They promised to kill all the deities that fled far away so that others wouldn't have to worry about them. The other group of sword cultivators led by Qin Qingdo, Dragon Monarch and Guanzhao felt that it shouldn't be like this and that they should move to a bigger human territory to rest and recuperate. In the end, that was the result. They fought fiercely again and the world was almost turned upside down again. Although Qin Shingdo's group of sword cultivators didn't make a move, the founding ancestor of the school of the military had long been on the same side as the sword cultivators. We were so close to winning. Qin Shunan asked again. At that time the human race won a Pyrrhic victory and didn't worry about the remaining sword cultivators? What if? Although Qin Shingdo and the other sword cultivators didn't make a move, there were so many seeds of hatred. Sooner or later they would grow into a towering tree with sword aura. As long as Qin Shingdo, Guanzhao and the others went back on their words, or if the sword cultivators had a conflict with other humans, they would definitely make a move. That's why. The old scholar said helplessly, that's why they became felons. Isn't that pitiful? Of course it's extremely pitiful. But you have to know that in the past, the remaining sword cultivators might not even be felons. Look at the Great Wall of Sword Aura. Did the Confucian Temple restrict them at all? Back then, a military school's second founding ancestor who had lost his wife said that these arrogant fellows had the closest temperament to deities and would be a huge problem. Didn't the previous group of sword cultivators refuse to be controlled? They felt that they had made great contributions and wanted to occupy the ruins of the heavenly court. Very well, they weren't deities and wanted to be the new deities. The remaining ones changed their minds and joined the battlefield to make a move. Since that's the case, why don't both sides just fight for a few hundred years and see which side gets wiped out first? That's easy. Only in the next 1,000 or 10,000 years can the world be truly peaceful. Qin Shunan came to a realization. The old scholar waved his sleeves gently. Watch carefully. Some of them were said by the old man himself, while some were from my own imagination. But when you add them together, it's not too far from the truth. Qin Shunan glanced over and saw numerous ancient figures standing by the banks of the great river. On the banks of the river, the figures seemed to be close to each other but also seemed to be very far away. An old scholar stood by the river, seemingly enlightened by the passing of time. A wooden-looking monk stood on the opposite bank of the river and looked over. A young Taoist priest sat by the river and was washing his face with water. A green bull lay beside him. Then the young Taoist priest looked up and smiled at the old scholar and Qin Shunan 10,000 years in the future. A burly man in armor and holding a saber with both hands frowned and said nothing. But he was murderous and looked at a young man with a sword on his back who was closest to him. This was a discussion on the banks of the river. Only the sword cultivator was present. His name was Qin Shingdu. In addition, there were two demon ancestors who participated in the discussion. One of them was the master of the moon-bearing mountain, the great ancestor of the wasteland. The other was Baizhe. Beside Baizhe stood a middle-aged man in a green robe. It was the Sage of Rites. Further away there were several majestic figures with boundless ancient intent. But they were relatively blurry. Even Qin Shunan couldn't see their faces clearly. In the farthest place from everyone, there was a tall figure who seemed to be pulling up a head of black hair. The old scholar said, Qin Shingdu's first sentence was so tough that it seemed like he was holding up the world with his backbone. Just one sentence. Qin Shingdu said to fight and he fought. It was as if the young man with a sword on his back really said that on the bank of the largest river of time in the world. The old scholar pointed at the burly man with a saber in both hands. He held the saber in one hand and rubbed his chin with the other. Very good. Further away, Baizhe wanted to speak, but the Sage of Rites gently pulled on his sleeve and shook his head, indicating that there was no hurry. The tall figure in the farthest place was blurry, but his voice was cold and clear. I'll help Qin Shingdu. The monk on the opposite bank shook his head. The young Taoist priest sighed. Can't you see the true enemy of the great Tao? Even if he was only looking at a time scroll from 10,000 years ago, even if he knew the final result, Qin Shunan couldn't help but feel heavy. The old scholar chuckled. Next, it's time for us old men to take action. Magnanimous, magnanimous, how magnanimous. Do you think my heartfelt words were just flattery? No way. Qin Shunan saw the old scholar, who was also the great sage master of the world, wave his hand and then walk to the side of the young man with a sword on his back. He gently pressed the hilt of the sword and looked up with a smile. I'll take care of the sword cultivators. I'll swear that no matter what the sword cultivators do in the future, no matter who they fight, the Confucians will bear all the consequences and responsibilities. The monk on the opposite bank put his palms together and the Taoist priest on the bank nodded. Then the old scholar withdrew his gaze and smiled at the young man. Qin Shingdu, believe me. In the future I'll give the sword cultivators an explanation. I can't say how good it will be, but I guarantee it won't be bad. Qin Shingdu, if you don't believe me, then there's no need for trouble. You just have to fight as you please. I'll protect the sword cultivators of the world. I've long been used to this. Qin Shunan suddenly became serious. This mellow scholar's expression became more and more solemn. He bowed to the great sage master from 10,000 years ago. He bowed to the true sage in Qin Shuanan's heart. The tall figure in the farthest place said indifferently, "It's best if you fight. If you don't, I'll go to your territory in the future." The old scholar put away the painting of time. There was no more figure in the water outside the cliff. This was the truth and the truth. Otherwise, who could define the sword cultivators who were best at killing as felons? Because it was everyone other than the sword cultivators. Not only the human race but also the two demon race ancestors. Moreover, it wasn't something that the sword cultivators were completely reasonable. The sword cultivators' scabbards couldn't control their swords. The Taoist cultivators' Taoist hearts couldn't control their Taoist techniques. In the future, no matter how many thousands of years passed, the human race would only be a muddy pond. In the past, the gods were high up in the sky and treated all the humans on the earth as puppets. Would the human race be free of worries in the future? Would they then start killing each other? At that time, the two leaders who represented the demon race in the meeting actually had a huge difference of opinion on the matter of the migrating sword cultivators. One approved, the other didn't. But since it was divided into the wastelands, they didn't say much. However, the leader of the wastelands who approved of turning the sword cultivators into felons definitely didn't expect that the felons would be stationed in between the wastelands and the vast lands. After all, compared to the sword cultivators who were part of the human race, the enmity between the demon race and the human race was more complicated. At that time, the two demon race ancestors who were in the meeting at the riverside were the current master of the moon-supporting mountain and Baizé, who was later suppressed in the majestic town tower in name. Why were there so many remnants of the ancient gods who had been quiet for 10,000 years suddenly appearing all at once? And why were they all coming for the vast lands? Not to attack the Baek-ok-kyung building and not to trample on the moon-supporting mountain in the wastelands? Because the vast lands took in all the sword cultivators, the first two scholars took up the responsibility to preserve the legacy of the sword cultivators in the world. Otherwise, the vast lands and the wastelands would just be two separate worlds at most. Why did they have to go through the extra step of having a great wall of sword chi to kill people for 10,000 years? Why did they have to make the vast lands and the great wall of sword chi hate each other? No matter what, since the Confucians dared to talk about this, they had to pay the price and endure 10,000 years of attacks from beyond the heavens. All the accompanying sages who were in charge of the canopy of heaven had separated themselves from the great path. Their real bodies had gone beyond the sky, following the sage of rights in the battle against the evil. Only their Yin spirits were left in Howren's hometown. Wasn't it the end of the Tong Yi continent's gentleman Zhong Kuei? It was a long time ago. The remnants of the ancient gods who could escape this calamity, other than those who were once supreme, had their golden bodies completely dissipated, or were forced to reincarnate as humans. As for the rest, there weren't many, but which one was easy to deal with? Why was Qin Qingdu willing to go to the moon-supporting mountain with his sword? It was to return a favor. Why was he willing to defend the city for 10,000 years? It was to win an upright explanation for the sword cultivators from the Holy Master. Otherwise, wouldn't Qin Qingdu be a piece of trash in your eyes? A huge piece of trash? Back then, during the meeting at the riverside, he didn't dare to use his sword. He didn't dare to die just like that. The human world was destroyed? The great wall of sword chi was cut into two, but he didn't even use his sword. Boss, a sword cultivator, was inferior to a teenage sword cultivator in the lower 5 realms? The old scholar sat on the stone cliff and glanced at the sky canopy. Then he said softly, "I once asked the old man why the sages did this and made such a huge sacrifice, but he didn't say a word." The Confucian temple seemed to be hiding something on purpose. Only those righteous people who were candidates for the position of sages knew the inside story, so that they could make a choice early on whether they wanted to be a ghost or not. I was really anxious at that time, so I asked the old man, "Let's talk to the world about our hardships and the difficulties of being the head of the family. Let's try to reason with them. Whether or not you can take it in and remember it, let's at least try it out. At the very least, we can let the ingrate know that he is an ingrate." You know how the old man answered me? The old man stretched out 3 fingers, not 3 sentences but 3 words. "Why?" Qin Shunan asked doubtfully, "What do you mean by the words the Holy Master?" Was the Holy Master blaming and demanding of all the sages, or was it inevitable that he would be disappointed after merging with the Way for 10,000 years? Or was there some other deeper meaning? The old scholar said regretfully, "You know that I'm good at reading people's expressions, But the old man was expressionless at that time, so I couldn't guess the answer. Qin Chunan said, the sages were willing to give the world more freedom, which was what Jia Xing hated the most. He wanted to separate the heaven and the earth again. The most outstanding cultivators were in the heaven, and the rest were on the earth. Compared to the vast world in the past, the strong had the greatest freedom, and the weak had no freedom at all. The strong in Jia Xing's eyes had nothing to do with one's temperament. The old scholar stood on tiptoe and patted Qin Chuanan's shoulder. It's not easy for you to be criticized behind your back, but you're almost catching up to me. Good. I'm your brother and you're my brother. We're good brothers, no wonder we can chat together. The cultivators of the Central Divine Continent who were inextricably linked to the Tongye Continent, Fuyao Continent, and Jinjia Continent, as well as the various dynasties, noble clans and immortal sects, were all staring at the battlefield in the South Swirl Continent. In the end they were all watching Qin Chunan alone. Those who were reasonable kept it in their stomachs, while others were already pointing fingers. Some even spoke openly. The old scholar said softly, Die. Why don't you come to the South Swirling Continent to die? Why don't you go to the Jinjia Continent to die? Why don't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to die? Why don't you go to the Tongye Continent and Fuyao Continent to die? Why don't the 10 people of the Central Divine Continent die? Why don't the 10 people of the vast world die? Why don't the Confucian Temple's Vice-Chancellor and Chancellor die? Why don't the sages die? And you, Qin Chunan, why don't you die outside the South Swirling Continent? The old scholar said helplessly, many sages have already died. The more he spoke, the angrier he got. You guys should at least give Qin Chunan a chance to die a worthy death. All of you are F***king dogs, 100 times more F***king than Alliance. When the time comes for the South Swirling Continent to be destroyed, oh shut up. In fact, I won't shut up anymore. I'll start by saying that Qin Chunan is a piece of trash and that he will die sooner rather than later. I'll start by saying that Qin Chunan is a sinner of the Confucian lineage and that he deserves to die. It's a good thing he died, or he would have let down the quasi-sage lineage and the Central Plains Confucian Temple. Qin Chunan seemed to have expected this and he wasn't disappointed. He just smiled and said, our quasi-sage lineage has the most sages in the Confucian Temple. Of all the Confucian lineages in the world, the quasi-sage lineage was indeed the most prosperous. The old scholar nodded. That's why you guys die more often and the burden is heavier. That's why I won't bicker with you guys. There was one good thing about the old scholar. He recognized good things. Whether it was good principles or good people, he recognized them all. Right and wrong were separated. The people who couldn't stand being wrong the most were scholars who only chose good things to read, good things to listen to, and profitable things to learn. Whether it was Jia Xing of the vast world or Zhou Mi of the savage world, there was one thing they were right about. The Confucian Temple did care too little and spoiled them. Nowadays, many Confucian scholars of the quasi-sage lineage were more noble and would scold anyone who made a mistake. Even the mainstay of their own lineage, the mellow scholar Qin Chunan, dared to scold him and was willing to scold him. Qin Chunan didn't mind at all. Instead, he helped many people out. He smiled and said, those who think this way and dare to say this publicly are actually not bad. After all, your heart is for the vast world. Once you read more in the future and broaden your horizons, you'll be different. I've always felt that the more young people read, the wider their horizons are. Generation after generation, the better. I have no doubt of that. Look at Wanyan Laojing. Other than having a higher cultivation level, what else can he compare to? As for Mr. Nayland of the Central Plains, his sect is in an awkward situation because of his background and the fact that there are many demon cultivators. He's not much better off than me, but he's still tolerating it. So, what you said about old people being crazy and young people being calm isn't completely correct. The same principle also depends on the person, place, and timing. Your reasoning is ridiculous. The old scholar laughed angrily. If it weren't for a large group of gentlemen and sages who worked hard to stop them and explain the reason, there would have been a huge fight between the cultivators on the mountain and the cultivators outside the mountain just because of the death of a demon chess piece. Qin Chunan suddenly said, there are still too few old scholars in the world. Otherwise it would be much better. Only the old scholar could invite Bai Yi to open up the fifth world. He could invite Bai Zhe to not help either side, and even take out a map of the ancestors' search of the mountains and give it to the South Hassa continent. It was rare for Qin Chunan to speak up for the old scholar. Unexpectedly, the old scholar didn't appreciate it. He stomped his feet and said, old man, you're right. Why? Why did Zhou Xinji have to go to the mountain and water cave of the Fuyao continent? Why did the talisman Yu Xian have to take the risk to leave the central divine continent? Why did Jing Juzhong of the White Emperor City go to the Aquarius continent to accept disciples and conveniently pass by the Lushui pit? Why did he have to pinch his nose and bring people to the South Hassa continent to lose money? Why did the only son of the second sage have to lie down at the foot of the moon-supporting mountain? Why did my disciple have to go save Bai Yi when she was about to slash her own teacher? Why did Lu Ji chase after Lu Cha without saying anything? Why didn't Zhan Long go to the Pearl Grotto heaven? Why did the fire dragon Jinren have to guard the bridge above the sea? Why would the Taoist temple be willing to take out a life iron ring? Why did the old monk in chicken soup take the initiative to enter the game? Why did Bai Yi travel with his sword and finally feel proud for once? The old scholar sighed. Of course, the common people have a clear conscience. They never know what happens on the mountain or in the sky. We can't be harsh on them. He asked again, then what about the cultivators with enough vision? What about those who see everything but turn a blind eye? Qin Chunan answered, this is the freedom that the Confucian school gives us. If we're willing to do this, then we'll accept it and don't complain. The demons of the desolate world were like a starving person who barged into a rich family's house. They wanted to eat their fill and survive. If they were too slow, they would be killed by the demons behind them. If they were afraid of death on the battlefield, their entire family would die. Would the Confucian temple and the Confucian sage of the Central Earth do this? Would they dare? Would they be willing? Would they be willing? Would it be appropriate? Only the Aquarius continent was the most willing and dared to compete with the desolate world in terms of ruthlessness, meticulousness, and calculation of people's hearts. Some of the sage's teachings were temporarily placed in books. How many peak cultivators in the world heard the words of the moon-supporting mountain grand ancestor? How many of them actually listened? In any case, there was definitely more than one trader of the Golden Armor continent, Wanyan Laojing. The old scholar stomped his feet and said angrily, I want to complain. I can't bear to scold the common people, but there are some peak cultivators who are even more scheming than old man Huai, especially those bastard scholars in the Confucian orthodoxy. Their brains are full of water. I'll spit on their faces one by one. I have to admit that those who cultivate the Tao are already different from the rest. They're good and bad. Qin Chunan was silent for a long time before saying, human nature is evil. The old scholar was not happy at all when he heard this. Instead he said, the nature of the mind is divided into two and the human heart is inclined towards kindness. The young people of today are very different. There's still hope for the future. Qin Chunan finally smiled and said, the current Confucian sage's disciples and students are all very powerful. On the other hand, my quasi-sage branch is being scolded because of me. Are you secretly happy? The old scholar patted Qin Chuanan's sleeve. I'm not that kind of person. It's not good to judge a scholar with the heart of a sage. The old scholar couldn't help but laugh out loud. Look, you're secretly happy? There's no such thing. The old scholar's figure flashed as he went to look for little treasure bottle. Qin Chunan was about to ask. The old scholar's hoarse voice resounded in Qin Chuanan's lake. Wait and see. The seemingly empty Confucian temple of the Middle Earth rippled slightly. The square of the Confucian temple was already shattered. On the opposite side of the Flood Dragon ravine, a huge whirlpool appeared under the feet of a gray-robed elder. At the peak of Mount Sui in the Middle Earth Divine Continent, a burly golden-armored mountain god cupped his fists and said, Greetings to the holy teacher. An old scholar smiled and said, Mount Sui is the highest place in the world. I'll be borrowing your territory for now. Sorry for disturbing you. Remember to send all the living beings to the Crown Prince Mountain. There might be a bigger commotion later. The golden-armored deity cupped his fists and said in a deep voice, Your presence brings light to my humble dwelling. The old scholar said helplessly, You learned it from that scholar? The golden-armored deity smiled and did not disturb the holy teacher and the others. He went directly to the foot of Mount Sui. The old scholar sat cross-legged and took out a book from his sleeve. He spoke telepathically to the sage of rights from beyond the heavens. Unlike you, I haven't fought in a long time. I'm sorry. When the old man took out the book, the golden-armored deity standing at the foot of Mount Sui felt his shoulders sink. Not only that, but the entire Mount Sui had also sunk by several feet. In the outer heavens of the vast world, a middle-aged scholar dressed in green robes was using the law phenomenon technique. He held his hands in the air and protected the entire vast world with his own strength and etiquette. The sages of the Confucian temple who had traveled to this place were fighting against the remnants of the ancient deities. The situation in the outer heavens had never been so dangerous in the past 10,000 years. A deity that was as majestic as the Sage of Right's Dharma idol slashed with his sword again because he was far away. Beside him was a huge deity that had followed him for 10,000 years. He casually grabbed a star beside him and used lightning to refine it into a lightning pool. Then he smashed it toward the golden avatar of a Confucian temple's vice-hierarch. The old scholar who presided over the vast world opened the first page of the book. The entire mountain trembled once again and fell even more. Only the vast world had white. Moreover, he was a scholar. At the peak of Mount Sway, the old scholar glanced at a human world in the Earth Divine continent. Finally, he looked into the distance. Do you really think I don't know how to fight? 723. Li Baoping led the horse past the archways and headed towards the river. The mellow scholar Qin clan was known as the master of the archway. Shaoguang Academy and Fanlu Academy were both part of the 72 academies of Confucianism. They were also the two closest academies in the world. Fanlu Academy was almost the home school of the mellow scholar Qin clan. Most of the teachers had the surname Qin. The red-clothed girl had a small wine flask around her waist and a narrow knife talisman hanging from it. Li Baoping's reputation in these two academies was not small. This was attributed to her stubbornness and her extraordinary patience when debating with others. She did not annoy people but annoyed quite a few people. Therefore, both Shaoguang and Fanlu academies knew this young girl from Cliff Academy. Although the Cliff Academy of the Great Sui Dynasty Sui Gao family in the Aquarius continent was quite famous, it was mostly attributed to the new mountain head, the traitor who betrayed the Wen lineage and deceived his teacher and ancestors Cui Shi. It was not because of the many scholars that came out of Cliff Academy, nor the great knowledge of the young generation that shook the Central Plains. Therefore, the Confucians didn't have any objections to the return of the Cliff Academy to the 72 academies. Cui Shi the embroidered tiger was the imperial advisor of the Great Li dynasty. He was able to unite the forces of an entire continent to fight against the army of the demon clan. There was nothing to complain about. However, there was still a lot of criticism about Cui Shi being the headmaster of the college. Li Baoping had previously traveled around the Central Plains alone. He had visited the Deduan, Shaoyuan, and a few other great dynasties. They were all urgently preparing for war. Each of them had deployed their peak cultivators and elite troops to the few main coastal battlefronts of the Central Plains. The Qi refinement warriors of the 100 schools of philosophers displayed their skills. Mountain fairies rose from the ground and covered the sky. When they crossed the border, they could cause the daytime of a city to suddenly turn dark. It was said that the elders of the various schools had appeared. However, at the Confucian temple, the Sage of Rights, the hierarch of the Confucian temple, and the founding sages of the other Confucian lineages had yet to appear. In the end, only one vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple and 3 grand chancellors were busy traveling around the continents. It was common to see where they appeared and what they talked to each other in the mountain and mountain bulletin. In fact, Li Baoping was not traveling alone. The young Qi trainer named Su Bai still liked to follow Li Baoping from afar. But now this young Qi trainer known as Su Xian, who was one of the 10 young candidates, had learned to be smart after being taken thousands of miles away by the Sage of Extermination twice. Except for taking the ferry with Li Baoping occasionally, he would never show up or even approach Li Baoping. After boarding the ferry, he would never look for her. Young people just like to stand at the bow of the ferry and wait foolishly. It would be great if they could catch a glimpse of the girl in red from afar. Previously, when they came to the South Sa continent on the cross-continent ferry, Li Baoping couldn't help but ask Su Bai if he was the matchmaker. "What else do you like about me? What do I have to do to make you not like me?" Su Bai blushed at that time. He answered 3 questions in a row and said that he was not the matchmaker. "I like everything. Unless I like other girls." Among the cultivators in the world, there were indeed those who were blessed by the heavens. Female Taoist Huang Ting from the Tongya continent and He Xiaoyang from the Aquarius continent were both blessed by the heavens. Among the 10 young candidates there were Qin Mingtian, the young cultivator who had achieved great success in the retention realm, and Lu Kai, the sword cultivator who had 2 Taoist gourds all by himself. Among the 10 young candidates, Su Bai from the central region and Ma Kushuan from the Aquarius continent were blessed by the heavens. They were like fated chances of great Tao that fell from the sky. Most of the 10 young candidates and 10 young candidates had experienced more or less the tempering of the great Tao. Even the youngest girl from the Bamboo Sea Grotto Heaven, Chunqing, was only 16 years old when she entered the rankings. As the only direct disciple of the Lady of the Green Immortal Mountain, she had already had several battles. Only Su Bai was different from Ma Kuxuan. He had never fought before. He had only had 2 conflicts with others. In the end his luck was too good. Su Bai directly met Li Baoping's elder brother. Fortunately, Su Bai had no desire to win. This was his first time in the Jianghu. He had lost 2 battles in a row, but his state of mind was still unaffected. He only hoped that he would not meet that man in a scholarly robe again. Now that Su Bai was in the Fanlu Academy, the only doubt in the young man's heart was the identity of Li Baoping's so-called little martial uncle. Why did Li Baoping vow that day that when she met little martial uncle in the future, she would turn Su Xian into Su Buxian? At that time, the woman in red seemed to have turned into a little girl. She was very cute. Su Bai felt that even if he was beaten up by her little martial uncle, it would be worth it. Su Bai had always been on tenterhooks about the Su Xian nickname that was mysteriously thrown onto his head. He did not dare to take it seriously. After all, Immortal Bai's poems and swords, Immortal Su's poems, Immortal Yu's talismans, and Immortal Zhang's chess pieces were truly ethereal and unparalleled in the world. Su Bai did not understand why he had the word immortal in his name. Li Baoping led the horse to the riverside. Just as he was about to pick up the blade-strengthening gourd to drink wine, he quickly put it down. Li Baoping blinked his eyes. The teacher's teacher had arrived. The old scholar still used the camouflage technique. He laughed softly and said, "Little treasure bottle, don't make a fuss. I have a great reputation here. If someone discovers my whereabouts, it will be easy for me to not be able to leave." Thinking back to the past, it was difficult to refuse such kindness. He came to the mellow scholar Madame Chen to teach. How many girls had lost their flower hairpin handkerchiefs because of him? How many teachers and teachers had quarreled until their necks turned red just for a seat? Li Baoping did not have to bow and salute, but for the first time he called out "Grandmaster" in his heart. Old Xiu was grinning from ear to ear. He liked little treasure bottle very much. She was not like Mao Xiaodong who had more rules than the teacher. The old scholar smiled casually and asked, "Little treasure bottle, what book have you been reading recently?" Li Baoping replied, "I've been reading a Buddhist scripture. The opening chapter is about De Hui Bodhisattva asking Gautama 108 questions." If it were other Confucian texts, the old scholar would have a headache after hearing it. However, the old scholar smiled knowingly. He was pleasantly surprised by his casual question. He stroked his beard and nodded, "Little treasure bottle, you have picked a good book. It's a good scripture and a good Buddhist doctrine." Gautama Buddha still felt that he had asked too few questions. He asked even more questions, asking almost everything in the world. One of Gautama Buddha's intentions was to get rid of the doctrine of relativity. This is actually a different approach to achieve the same result as the doctrine of the mean that we Confucians hold in high esteem. Among us scholars, the one who echoes this the most is probably the scholar Lake Sage that your youngest martial uncle had interacted with. In the early years, I specially arranged a course for your teacher and several of your martial uncles to answer the heavenly question. Later, at the Great Wall of Sword Aura, your martial uncles would deliberately use this to make your youngest martial uncle feel uncomfortable. Li Baoping nodded gently. In these years, Li Baoping had dabbled in both Buddhism and Confucianism. The ancestor of her Confucian texts, the sage of literature beside her, had also mentioned in detail about the creation of names to refer to facts in the Book of Righteousness. Of course, Li Baoping had devoted herself to studying more. In short, they were all magic weapons for quarreling. The more the better. However, the more books Li Baoping read, the more doubts she had. She could not even win a quarrel with herself. Therefore, she seemed to be more and more silent, but in fact, it was because she was talking to herself and answering too many questions. Reading the sage's books will naturally lead to Zen. The old elementary scholar sighed. In the past, your teacher could not say such things to you. At that time, you were too young and had not read enough books, so it was easy to be distracted. For example, when sweeping the courtyard, one must be neat and tidy inside and outside. When locking the door, one must personally check. When a child hears such a saying, he thinks it is tiring. However, when it comes to the elderly, they feel that it is the truth. They feel that the incense will continue to burn, and that farming and studying will be passed down from generation to generation. The same person, the same principle, will have a completely different feeling when listening to it when you are young and when you are old. Once you have read enough books, you will be able to combine them into a text. You will see the text and you will see the meaning of the text. As the old elementary scholar spoke, he took out a jade bracelet from his sleeve and spread it in the palm of his hand. He smiled and asked, "Did you see anything?" Li Baoping seemed to have understood something and nodded. Among the seals at the foot of the mountain, the square seal is the most precious. It is the same principle. Whether there is something or not is uncertain, there must be a myriad of laws. The reason why a jade bracelet was so precious was precisely because it was necessary to give up a lot of things. In the end, one would only get the taste of leaving something blank for others to see. As for the seals, the oval seal was far less valuable than the square seal. The reason was because of reluctance. However, within this, there was the matter of the jade bracelet and square seal being related to the immortal seed. However, little Precious Bottle's thoughts had skipped to a faraway place, which relieved the old elementary scholar of a lot of his worries. The old elementary scholar suddenly turned his head and asked with a smile, "Subai, what do you think?" Behind him, a young man hurriedly appeared. He first bowed in apology, then straightened his back and bowed again. He respectfully replied, "I do not know." Subai was born in a small and remote country in the Central Plains. His ancestral home was Xiaoling. His ancestors and father were all ordinary teachers who guarded the Wishing Bridge. Although Subai had studied the books of the sages from a young age, it was inevitable that he was not familiar with the affairs of the common people. This time he had mustered up the courage to travel alone, and along the way he had made a lot of jokes. The old elementary scholar looked at the young man in the green robe. Fortunately, this young man was not a Confucian scholar and was an honest person. Otherwise, if he dared to steal from the sage of literature, the old elementary scholar would definitely jump up and spit in his face. The principles of heaven and earth were the most important. Age and seniority had to be set aside. The old elementary scholar was in a good mood. "Good boy, you are indeed worthy of being called Suxian, the type who is infatuated with love. My sage of literature's lineage is indeed not lacking in good marriages. It's just that their family's martial arts are all focused on academic matters. How can the sage of right's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage compare? As for old Fu's lineage, forget about it." Li Baoping sighed. There was no other way. It seemed that she could only ask her big brother to help. If her big brother could do it, he would just throw Subai back to his hometown. The old elementary scholar quickly raised his palm and pressed it down twice, indicating that little Precious Bottle should not be in a hurry to use his trump card. With his grandmaster there, what was there to be afraid of? The old elementary scholar waved at Subai. When the young man walked over to the old elementary scholar's side, he bowed again and said, "I am Subai. Greetings to the sage of literature." The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. He asked, "Subai, have you heard of a world-renowned teacher called Mao Xiaodong?" Subai nodded and said, "When I was young, my teacher made a list of 16 books for me to read over and over again. One of the books was the exegesis work of the Cliff Academy's headmaster Mao. I read it carefully and learned a lot." Speaking of this, Subai was a little embarrassed. His teacher was only famous. After all, compared to a headmaster of the academy, the difference was like heaven and earth. After all, young people who came from small places had simple hearts. There was still a difference between the rich and the poor, between the top and the bottom of the mountain. Therefore, in Subai's view, the teacher who taught him, no matter how much he respected him, was not as knowledgeable as the sage of the academy. The old elementary scholar was a little happy. He did not reveal the secret to the young man. He only said to little Precious Bottle, "If I'm not wrong, Subai's teacher is the Lord Su of Xiaoling, a well-deserved Confucian scholar. However, although the teacher and student both have the surname Su, they do not have a family tree." Li Baoping understood in his heart. The Lord Su, who was crowned as the sage of calligraphy by the people, was not a Confucian temple worshipper. However, he was an old teacher that little Uncle Master admired a lot. The old elementary scholar smiled and said, "Your teacher has a good eye. He picked out 16 books for you to study. Among them was Mao Xiaodong's exegesis of Cui Dong. You can see the foundation of Cui Dong's knowledge in Mao Xiaodong's exegesis. That means you can see the power of spells." It was hard to imagine that Mao Xiaodong and Cui Dongshan, a junior brother who specialized in writing books to explain his senior brother's knowledge, would be at odds with each other in the Cliff Academy. The old elementary scholar asked, "Little Precious Bottle talked about the book. I heard that you read a lot of books. Have you read it?" Subai nodded and said, "I have, but I read more than I think. I can't figure it out." The old elementary scholar said casually, "If you decide to become a Buddha, it's like riding the wind with dust. What's so difficult about it?" Subai blurted out, "Once you start cultivating, it's like duckweed returning to the sea. There's no hesitation." The old elementary scholar nodded and said, "When you return to the central divine continent, you can take a walk. Go to the Li Ji Academy and ask Mao Xiaodong about the exegesis of calligraphy. It's not easy for a young man to travel. You can't just enjoy the scenery. Su Bai blushed and nodded vigorously. The old elementary scholar said to Su Bai telepathically, "My little precious bottle, as long as you're not blind, you'll like it. It'd be strange if you don't like it. It's just that the world is not peaceful now. The more young people want to cultivate harmony and peace, the more beautiful it is. It's just that you don't need to fight for time. Since you don't have a literary background now, there's no need to rush. When you go to the Li Ji Learning Palace, you can learn whatever you like. Whichever teacher you feel is more knowledgeable, you can learn from them what they are best at. There's no need to stick to the rules." Su Bai hesitated and asked, "Mr. Wensheng, is that teacher of mine the legendary Lord Su?" When he was learning in his early years, his teacher liked to impart knowledge by explaining words. Before he traveled, he recommended books to Su Bai and he preferred exegesis. But if it weren't for the Wensheng's words today, Su Bai would never have brought an old teacher from the countryside to the side of Lord Su. The old elementary scholar was helpless. Why were the young people nowadays so hard to fool? Each and every one of them was shrewd and cunning. They weren't as simple and honest as his last disciple. However, since Su Bai had guessed it himself, the old elementary scholar did not want to make things up. Furthermore, this matter was of great importance. Even if it was something that would spoil the mood, he still had to say it directly. Otherwise, according to the old elementary scholar's original plan, he would find someone to secretly escort Su Bai on his way to one of the academies in the Central Plains to seek protection. Although Su Bai was talented, the current world was dangerous and unusual. The clouds were treacherous and Su Bai lacked experience. Whether or not he was a young man of his own lineage, since he had met him, he had to protect him as much as possible. Especially that Lord Su. Because of the relationship between knowledge and the scholarly sage's name, he had become the target of all the king-level monsters in the wasteland. It wasn't difficult for the old elementary scholar to protect himself, but to say that an accident happened because of his disciple, Su Bai, wasn't good. Therefore, the old elementary scholar nodded and said, "It is indeed that Lord Su, the #1 scholar under the heavens. Therefore you have to be even more careful. The king-level monsters of the wasteland, and perhaps even the great ancestor of the moon-bearing mountain, will make trouble for your teacher sooner or later. When I asked you to go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, it wasn't just for you to study. Now that the monsters of the wasteland are plotting and scheming against you, they won't be polite at all. It's possible that some of them are targeting Su Bai and Lord Su. After hearing this, you can worry and think about it a little more. But don't be too afraid. Me, your teacher Lord Su, and Qin Shunan are still here. After all, we old fellows are still here." Su Bai bowed in thanks. Su Bai had always been unwilling to visit the scholarly sages of the various academies as one of the 10 young candidates. He had always hoped to visit the scholarly sages as a disciple of the Confucian school. The former was too empty and unrealistic. Even to this day, Su Bai still didn't dare to believe it. However, he didn't think that his identity as a scholar was anything to be afraid of. His greatest wish in this life was to first pass the imperial examinations and then become an official who could bring good fortune to a region. As for learning the Tao, if he encountered any natural disasters in the future, he wouldn't have to go to the martial and civil temples or the Dragon King ancestral temple to pray for rain and heat. He also wouldn't have to beg the immortals to come down from the mountains to deal with floods. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. "You must hit it off with Mao Xiaodong. When you go to the Book of Rites Learning Academy, be thick-skinned. Just talk about how you and the old elementary scholar enjoyed each other's company and how you regretted not meeting earlier. Embarrassed? When it comes to learning, as long as you are sincere, there's nothing to be embarrassed about. Honestly, learning Mao Xiaodong's knowledge is the best way to apologize. Old elementary scholar, when I went to the Confucian temple for the first time, how did I get in? Just say that I learned the true teachings of the sage ancestor. Who would dare to stop me? After entering, quickly offer incense and worship the old man. Won't the sage ancestor also laugh?" Su Bai became more and more reserved. After all, scholars were used to being refined. If it weren't for the rumor that Li Baoping came from Lizhu Cave, Su Bai would have thought that he met a fake sage ancestor. Su Bai bid farewell and left. The old elementary scholar smiled and nodded. Su Bai didn't move. Li Baoping reminded him with her eyes not to push his luck. Su Bai hesitated for a long time before he gathered his courage and looked at her. He said softly, "Li Baoping, if I've annoyed you, I sincerely apologize." Li Baoping still didn't say anything. The meaning in her eyes was obvious. Then you should change. Su Bai smiled brightly and cupped his fists to Li Baoping to bid farewell. Li Baoping sighed and returned the greeting with cupped fists. After Su Bai left, the old elementary scholar joked, "Little Baoping, you don't have to worry too much. It's not easy to be liked by a young man like Su Xian." Li Baoping shook her head. "I know that Su Bai is a good scholar. But there are some things that you can't do even though you know it's impossible." The old elementary scholar smiled. "Little Baoping, you can continue to stroll. I have a few words with an old senior." Li Baoping bowed to bid farewell to her grandmaster. Many words were in her eyes. The old elementary scholar naturally saw them and accepted them. He handed the white jade bracelet to little Baoping. Li Baoping didn't stand on ceremony. She took the bracelet and wore it on her wrist. Then she continued to lead the horse. The old elementary scholar stroked his beard and smiled. He was a person with good fortune in his old age. Li Baoping was the most proud of the sage ancestor's disciples. She already had the aura of a female teacher. As for the troubles in the future, the old elementary scholar only thought that, "I have a direct disciple. I'll pass it on as a protector." Lin Shui relied on luck, ability, and his own heart to collect the 3 scrolls of the Cloud Gem book. He cultivated Taoist techniques and gradually reached a higher level. However, it didn't affect the fact that Lin Shui was still a disciple of the Confucian school. Li Huai wasn't considered a scholar in the eyes of many Qi cultivators. However, the sage ancestor's disciples didn't have a high understanding of being a scholar. After reading the sage ancestor's books and understanding a few principles, he never slacked off. If this wasn't a scholar, then what was? Dong Shuijing became a person who borrowed money. A gentleman who loved money earned it in a proper way. Which teacher wouldn't like such a disciple? Yu Lu and Xie were also very good. One's horizons were broadened, while the other's magnanimity grew. They also had an answer to the thousands of survivors of the Lu dynasty. There were many big and small dead knots in the human world. They seemed to be tightened by time, but in reality that wasn't the case. For example, the lowly boatmen of Red Candle Town, or the Lu dynasty's convicts who were plagued with misfortune, could all be untied. There were many dead trees on both sides of the road. Once spring came, it might be a beautiful world where old trees blossomed. Jia Chuanjia, that little girl, had already been married for a long time. Her little baby would be a young man in a few years' time. Zhao Yao had achieved success in Formula Dao and had gone to the 5th world. Although he still couldn't quite let go of the knot in his heart, he was still a young man. The more stubborn he was on 1 or 2 matters and was willing to compete with him, the more promising he would be in the future. Of course, the prerequisite was that he had read enough and wasn't a 2-legged bookshelf. An elder appeared out of thin air beside the old elementary scholar and smiled. "Reading the sage ancestors' books will naturally lead to enlightenment." In a sentence, there were 3 schools of thought. Of the 3 schools of thought, the Confucian school was the first. The old elementary scholar smiled. "It's just as if Lord Su wants such good words, I have a basket full of them. Just take them." The one who came was Su Bai's teacher, Lord Su of Xiaoming. Lord Su didn't say anything. Those who were familiar with the old elementary scholar style would usually learn a silent meditation at the last minute. The old elementary scholar said seriously, "It's really hard to live in seclusion here for so many years." 6 beasts were besieging one person. The talisman Yu Xian wanted to save Bai. Xiaochuo was blocking the left and right while Lu Ji was chasing Lu Cha. The world was in chaos, but this was it. The real chaos was in the human world below the mountains of the 3 continents. Lord Su nodded. "If not for the fact that the Ascendant Realm demons were too cautious after the wasteland broke through the Great Wall of Sword Qi, I could have taken down a city first. With the mountain search map you stole, I had a greater chance of success. I wouldn't dare to say that I could kill the 14 sovereigns, but I could still make them wary. It's a pity that the ones who came here were either Lu Cha or Xiao Chua. That Jia Xing should have guessed that I was here." The so-called taking down a city first was naturally the true name recorded on the mountain search map. Lord Su used his natal mystique to explain words to the world and cut off the head of a demon. The price Su Jun had to pay to kill the Ascendant Realm would not be small. Even if he had an ancestral mountain searching map, Su Jun would risk his life and destroy 2 pages of the mountain searching map. He would still only be able to kill 2 Ascendant Realms below the sovereign stage. However, since he had been here for a long time, Lord Su had no intention of returning to his hometown of Xiaoming in the central divine continent. This was also the reason why Lord Su had left his hometown to travel and did not accept Meng Tong and Su Bai as his direct disciples. However, there was a crucial premise here. Both sides had to be in the world. After all, Lord Su of Xiaoming was not Baizhe. Therefore, Lord Su could only be stubborn and wait patiently for an ascendant realm demon to set foot in the South Whirlpool continent. With Chen Chunan overseeing the mountains and rivers of the continent and helping to suppress the demon, Lord Su's Dao would be reduced. The South Whirlpool continent seemed to have no battle to fight. Now it was being scolded by the Confucian Temple and Chen Chunan in the Central Divine Continent. However, defending the South Whirlpool continent meant that the desolate world had to stretch out 2 long battle fronts. As for going to Tongye continent or Fuyao continent, this calligraphy sage Su Jun, who did not have a sacrificial temple, would probably be targeted by Wen Haizhou or even the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain before he could even open his mouth to reveal the great demon's true name. Even if the Holy Sage Master came to his rescue, it would not be worth it. The Holy Sage Master and the gray-robed elder near the Jiaolong ravine were actually the first 2 to fight. The ruins in the square in front of the Confucian Temple and the whirlpool in the Jiaolong ravine were proof. That was the true battle of the Tao between the 2 worlds. And a person who wantonly smashed jars and bottles would always have an easier time than a person who protected each and every one of those jars and bottles. As for Su Jun's claim of stealing the mountain map, the old scholar pretended not to hear it. In the South Whirlpool continent, Chen Chunan, who carried the sun and moon on his shoulders, was in the light. The Sword Suppression Tower, one of the 9 towers, was also in the light. The old abacus, Huayin, and the great sword deity, Lu Ji, who was at the bottom of the 10 in the Central Divine Continent, were all clearly placed on the table. The cross-continent ferries between the Central Divine Continent and the South Whirlpool Continent had been transporting resources for more than 10 years. Besides, Su Jun and Shang Shantu were in the dark. Moreover, the Holy Sage was not the only one in the South Whirlpool Continent. Su Jun was waiting to take action. There was also the great son of Moism who came alone. Each of them was in charge of one battlefront. The desolate world did not attack the South Whirlpool Continent, but the vast world wanted to defend it. It seemed obvious who was superior, but that was not the case. Su Jun asked, "I know that the Sage of Rights is in the outer space. Where is the secondary sage?" The old scholar replied telepathically, "Take a shortcut." Su Jun shook his head. "It is difficult for the secondary sage to do it alone." The old scholar said, "Who said that he is the only one?" Su Jun said in realization, "No wonder he had to borrow characters from others." He also asked for a headmaster of the academy from the Confucian Temple. Shihu is a good move. What a bold move. What a good reversal of mountains and rivers. 1 moon mountain, half of the great wall of sword chi left. Moreover, there was the 100,000 mountains between the 2. Based on someone's calculations, the old blind man might be willing to change his original intention of not helping either side. For example, would the old blind man move the moon mountain to his home? This was only one of the possibilities. Cui Dong was really good at calculating people's hearts. Cui Shi's thoughts seemed to always be whimsical, but also seemed to be within reach every single time. 100 years ago, if Cui Dong said that he wanted to build a second great wall of sword chi in the vast world with the power of a country, who would not think that he was dreaming? Who would take it seriously? But now Cui Dong's dream had come true. And Cui Dong was the most unapproachable. It was not only because Xiuhu was too smart that people found him unapproachable, but also because he never spoke a word of his thoughts and dreams to outsiders. Cui Dong had the 3 splendid events, and the brilliant cloud game under the city lord of White Emperor City was only one of them. Cui Dong had once defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Shu in a competition of arithmetic. But for some reason, the founding ancestor of the school of Shu, who was ranked at the bottom of the 100 schools of thought, was very happy even though he lost to an outsider on the fundamental path of the great Tao. He said, "If I have 10, the world is enough." This was still an unsolved case to this day. Even the inner circle of the school of Shu did not know what 10 was. Before Cui Dong betrayed the lineage of the sage of literature, he gave up on the positions of Grand Chancellor and Vice-Hierarch of the Confucian Temple. Otherwise, he could have even fought for the position of Hierarch of the Confucian Temple 100 years later. Unfortunately, Cui Dong chose to walk the path of desolation. He became a stray dog and wandered the world alone. Then he went to the Aquarius continent and became the biggest joke in the world, the Dali imperial tutor. But this secret was not widely spread because it involved the inner workings of the Confucian Temple in the Central Plains. It was only known at the peak of the mountain. But it was a pity that it was all in the past. However, in the end there were still some people who sincerely felt that if Xiuhu was missing from the world, it would be a lot less fun. The old scholar suddenly asked, "What is the cleanest thing in the world?" Su Jun shook his head and said, "I don't know. Was it the first disciple who asked him about his teacher? The old scholar answered his own question, it's morality. Su Jun nodded and said, I agree. The old scholar said again, so what if the flaw does not obscure the jade? Su Jun smiled and said, that's true. The old scholar stomped his foot and said, let's go. Su Jun bowed. The old scholar could only return the gesture. These old seniors and sages were always so polite to him. He was still at a disadvantage because he did not have the title of a scholar. The old elementary scholar told Qin Chunan to bring him across continents to the central divine continent. Then he told the big guy from Sui Shan to give him a hand. At the entrance of Sui Mountain, the old elementary scholar staggered and fell to the ground, falling flat on his face. The golden-armored deity sat on the steps and said with a smile, oh, a big gift. I'll take it as you've made up for the debt you owed to Sui Mountain. The old scholar stood up and shook his sleeves. He strode to the foot of the mountain and stood beside the mountain god of Sui Mountain. The height of the person standing was about the same as the person sitting. The old scholar looked up at the peak of Sui Mountain with a solemn expression. The tall and sturdy mountain god smiled and said, what, do you have a favor to ask? The old scholar rubbed his face and said, asking for help is like swallowing a 3-foot sword. It's difficult. Besides, asking for help is not my forte. It's even more difficult. The mountain god was gloating. If the Holy Master's request was useful, he would not be the Holy Master. The old scholar turned his head and asked, when you saw the old man earlier, did you say, my humble abode brings light to your humble abode? The mountain god shook his head and said, not you, I did not say a word. The old scholar had a suspicious look on his face. Seeing the big guy's righteousness, he could only say regretfully, you're still not enlightened. We've wasted so much time talking. If I were you, I would have set up a few tables at the peak and prepared tea. Then I would ask the old man if he needed me to chop off that guy's head. Then I would slap my chest and ask the old man if he needed me to say something. Even if I had to climb a mountain of swords or plunge into a sea of flames, I would not hesitate. If I could not chop him to death, I would bring my own head to see you. The mountain god's face darkened and said, you really think the Holy Master can't hear your nonsense? In the past, there were only the two of them and the old elementary scholar could spout whatever nonsense he wanted. But now that the Holy Master was seated at the peak of the mountain as the Lord of Sui Mountain, he did not dare to accompany the old elementary scholar in his nonsense. The Holy Master did not like to joke with people. The Sage of Rites was within the rules and there was no harm in occasionally joking. The quasi-sage was well known for being cautious. In fact, other than the old scholar, most of the founders of the orthodoxy were very serious. The old scholar jumped up and gave him a slap. How dare you? How dare you look down on the Holy Master's supreme Tao? The mountain god of Sui Mountain turned a deaf ear to him. It seemed that the old scholar's request today was not a small matter. In the past, even if his face was on the ground he would still be able to pick it back if he wanted to. But today he was completely shameless. Praising others and praising himself did not delay. First he mentioned the hard work. Sure enough, the old scholar staggered and was dragged to the peak of the mountain. It seemed that the Holy Master could not listen to him anymore. The old man on the peak said, Scholar, you are more likable when you are arguing with the 3 sections. The old scholar bowed and stood up. He said with a bitter face, the Confucian temple did not give me more opportunities to show off my quarreling skills. In other words, it was not that the old scholar did not want to do anything for the Confucian temple, it was that the Confucian temple did not allow him to show off his talents. The Holy Master could not force him to do something against his will. He wanted him to be wrong but did not complain. The old man smiled and asked, are you here for Bai Yi? The old scholar glanced in the direction of the Fuyao continent and sighed. There is no need for me to beg. The Holy Master who was sitting on the peak of Sui Mountain and flipping through books was still confronting the gray-robed old man at the Flood Dragon Ravine. The old elementary scholar heaved a sigh of relief. Sure enough, the old man was indeed the old man. In the vast world, the Jinjia continent and the Aquarius continent were still unaffected by the supernatural powers of the moon-bearing mountain ancestor. In outer space, the Sage of Rites was still fine for now. However, the remnants of the ancient gods who had traveled far away were still gathering. In history, the Sage of Rites once led the Confucian temple's hierarch, vice-hierarch, a group of Baek Okekyung building immortals including the second Taoist, the Grand Heavenly Master of Mount Longhu, Sun Huaizhong of the Taoist Temple, and a group of Buddhas from the Western Buddhist kingdom to travel far away. Unfortunately, the results were not great. The vice-hierarch of the Confucian temple also died in outer space. If it was not for the battle between the 3 and 4 sects in the eyes of outsiders, Cui Dong, the first disciple of the Sage of Rites, would have been able to fill the gap. Unfortunately, the old scholar knew that Cui Dong's ambition did not lie there. 10,000 years ago, thousands of spells fell from the sky. Some were given by the ancient deities and some were defeated by the humans. Among the thousands of spells, the sword cultivators obtained the most lethal ones. There was no doubt that the sword cultivators obtained them. For the humans, the sword cultivators contributed the most and had the most merit. Therefore, the current great Tao of the human world favored the sword cultivators the most. However, it was suppressed by the great Tao of the heavens, which was why the bottleneck of the ascendant realm was the most difficult to break. However, in terms of the number of spells and spells they obtained, as well as the number of self-enlightenment, sword cultivators who were focused on one thing could not compare. Among them, although the 3 patriarchs had different paths, they had already reached the peak 10,000 years ago. Therefore, the 3 patriarchs' ability to fight was enough to turn the world upside down. The old scholar was willing to ask, and the Holy Master was more willing to tell him. Therefore, the old scholar knew that the patriarchs of the 3 patriarchs, including the Holy Master, had not really fought with their full strength since the moment they each attained the Tao of the heavens and earth. During the meeting by the river, Qin Qing, who used to be very good at swordsmanship and had a good temper, said, "Let's fight then." The reason why they did not fight in the end was the attitude of the patriarchs of the 3 patriarchs. In fact, the Taoist ancestor had already revealed the truth with a sentence. The enemy of the great Tao was already me. In the hearts of the humans, in the human world, in themselves. It was not the Tao nor the spells. The key to victory of the Baek Okkyung building was the otherworldly demon manifested by the Tao heart of the cultivator. It was the object of suppression of the Western Buddhist kingdom, and it was the obsession of the vengeful spirits that could not be understood. The vast world enlightened all living beings, and the hearts of the people were good. It allowed the 100 schools of thought to rise in order to help the Confucian school, to help the world and the people's hearts fill in the gaps. Ultimately, it was because of me. For 10,000 years, the true enemy of the human race has always been ourselves. Even if another 10,000 years passed, it would still be the same. If we lose, it will be an unstoppable age of chaos. If we win, the world will continue to move upwards, and the hearts of the people will truly reach the heavens. All living beings are saints. All living beings have Buddha nature. Everyone will be at peace. Everyone will be at peace. In this life, the hearts of the people are good. The karmic hindrances of the past life and the future life, the hearts of the people of the Tao are high and deep. Who am I? Where did I come from? Where did I go? Generally speaking, I already have the answers. As for the Fuyao continent, Baiying, 5 sacred mountains, Yangji, Yuanshou and Yodao and Chenyun. There were only 6 sovereign great demons. What was there to be afraid of? So what if Lu Cha was prepared to attack with all his might? So what if the Fuyao continent was the territory of the boorish world? It was nothing more than half of Bai Yi who didn't have the immortal sword Tai Bai, plus the great heavenly master of Longhu Mountain who also didn't have the immortal sword, plus Qin Chunan who was in half of the South Sa continent, plus the talisman Yu Xian, plus venerable fiery dragon, plus Zheng Huaixin of Baidi City who was less scheming. Lastly, there was the god of wealth of the Lu clan from the Snow Mountain continent who liked to keep a low profile. There were only so many people. The old master smiled and said, "Isn't it easy to talk while standing?" The old scholar quickly sat down. "I swear to heaven and earth." Bai Zhe suddenly appeared and reminded the holy master, the Confucian temple should be wary of when high from the boorish world. He has already eaten the lotus nunnery master in Yaojiao. This person is very ambitious. Once he has eaten his fill in the boorish world, it will be even more troublesome if he returns to his homeland to show off. The holy master smiled and nodded. Bai Zhe didn't have a good impression of that Jia Sheng. This one Hai was very meticulous. In fact, he didn't care about the 2 worlds anymore. Or rather, from the moment he crossed the Great Wall of Sword Chi, he had already chosen to walk an old path that no one had walked for tens of thousands of years. It was as if he wanted to be a high and mighty god looking down on the world. The old scholar frowned and didn't say anything. Finally he sighed and said, "He is determined to control the world by himself. He is the only one who can control the world. He has killed all humanity. He is even more divine than the gods. No, he is even worse than the ancient gods." The old scholar looked around and asked the holy master and Bai Zhe in a low voice, "Can we agree?" Bai Zhe was helpless. It was not right to nod but to shake his head? Could Bai Zhe shake his head? He had already given away the mountain search map. He couldn't give away himself as well. Bai Zhe changed the topic and said, "The Fuyao continent is draining the pond to catch fish." The sovereign great demon was madly absorbing the spiritual qi of heaven and earth, waiting for Bai Zhe to run out of spiritual qi. The old scholar rolled up his sleeves. Bai Zhe said, "Who are you putting on an act for?" Old scholar said angrily, look at this, it's so heartbreaking. Both of them are my most respected brother Bai, but look at brother Bai, he's also an invincible poet and a sword deity. First, he split the Yellow River Grotto heaven with his sword, then he killed the Ascendant Realm monster from the Central Continent with his sword. Then he worked so hard to open up the Fifth World with his sword, killing the Sovereign Realm monster Yao Jia with his sword, and now he's fighting against 6 Sovereign Realm monsters alone. The old scholar said indifferently, "Damn it, I know all of this." The old scholar immediately shrank back and said with a smile, "Okay." 724. Yuan Shou stepped on a long sword that was a relic of the ancient times. The long rod in his hand spun unsteadily. His vigorous gang qi formed a big circle and spread out continuously. It shattered the rainbow-colored glaze rain that fell from the sky. Donned in golden armor, the sovereign stage great demon named Niu Dao stood motionless. He allowed the swift and fierce sword qi to hit his armor. He hated that the sword qi was too light and too little. It couldn't break through the cage on his body. Hence, when Bai Yi used his full strength for the first time, he received the sword. Xie Yun patted the blade-strengthening gourd on her waist and used her sword aura to clash with the sword aura. She held her cheeks with her fingers and squinted at the beautiful scenery. She muttered to herself. The wind and rain scattered the wind and the wind. The burly giant who sat on the golden cattail hassock exhaled gently and blew away the wind and rain sword aura. Yang Ji, who had a human head and a dragon body, slightly activated his natal supernatural power and gathered the raindrops around him. They eventually condensed into rainbow-colored glaze. However, they could not withstand the impact of the sword aura and shattered. They gathered again in an instant. After a few rounds of gathering and dispersing, a few puppet maids who were holding Pipa received the order and collected the raindrops that were mixed with sword aura into their strings. Most of the Pipa could not withstand the attack of the sword aura and turned into dust along with the puppets. However, there were still some Pipa that shone brilliantly. Slender sword aura followed the fine patterns on the wutong board and the palms. Finally, the strings of the Pipa revealed traces of pure sword will on the strings. Yang Ji reached out and grabbed a Pipa. He looked at it and the strings of the Pipa moved. Unfortunately, the strings broke one by one. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou, who was closest to him, shook their heads and indicated that Bai Ye's sword aura did not have any clues that could be used to deduce it. They had to find other opportunities. Yang Ji, or rather all the sovereign stage great demons who participated in this siege, had to understand one thing. What kind of Dao did Bai Ye's 14th level merge with the vast world? Bai Ying had appeared on the battlefield as a white skeleton on the throne, whether it was the Great Wall of Sword Aura or the Golden Armor Continent. Today she had removed the withered bone throne and became a middle-aged man. It wore a dull robe, but it was the manifestation of the withered bone throne. Beside Bai Ying was an old sword attendant whose head had been watered with immortal wine to grow flesh and bones. He was more than 10 feet tall and was the true appearance of the Dragon Monarch in the past. However, he had lost the Dragon Monarch's intelligence and was named Dragonstream by Bai Ying. The long sword that the sword attendant was holding, Candlelight, was one of the remnant souls of the sword cultivator's clairvoyance. Bai Ying had spent a lot of effort to find it. After consuming countless heavenly materials and earthly treasures, she finally refined it into an immortal weapon. The moon-supporting mountain actually knew about this long ago but pretended not to know. She stepped on the head of a dragon monarch and refined a wisp of the soul of clairvoyance. This time, in the Golden Armor Continent, Bai Ying was one step ahead of the talisman Yuxian. She made a deal with the Ascendant Realm Wanyan Laojing in private. She refined the rotten Wanyan Laojing into an existence similar to a heroic spirit puppet. It was neither human nor ghost, neither god nor immortal. Great monster Bai Ying seemed to dare to do anything. The only benefit that Wanyan Laojing got was that he could avoid the impending heaven's doom and completely destroy his life as a top cultivator of the human tribe. Even if he had to live a life worse than death, Wanyan Laojing still had to live. If the great Tao really existed in the desolate world in the future, Wanyan Laojing might have a chance to rise again. It was not impossible for him to become the god of mountains and rivers. Bai Ying's mind was not on the heavy rain, but Bai Yi casually unsheathed his sword. He was one of the key figures in this siege. The reason why he was one of the key figures was that Bai Ying did not know that Mr. Zhou was the one who instructed the other great monsters. Dragon Stream, the sword attendant with the face of the dragon monarch, swung his sword at the heavy rain above his head. It was as if he was opening a crack in the sky. On both sides of the sword light, the rain of sword aura seemed to flow into a thin river of time that appeared out of nowhere. Then it was washed away by the great Tao and disappeared without a trace. Bai Ying was still operating his natal supernatural power, using the sea of clouds to temporarily collect the spiritual aura of a continent. Bai Ying needed to absorb all the spiritual aura of heaven and earth in the formation of a continent. Even if he could not take all of it, he had to use the filthy evil spirit to mix up the spiritual aura. The vast sea of clouds under Bai Ying's feet was filled with white bones and evil spirit. Every time Bai swung his sword, the spiritual aura accumulated in the small world of the human body would be consumed. Generally speaking, the top cultivators who had ascended to the ascendant realm would rarely run out of spiritual aura when they fought with others, even if they were in a life-and-death situation. Back in the wildlands where the sovereigns were hidden, Liang had been like this. Even if he had been chased by several sovereigns, if there had been even the slightest sign that he had been trapped, he would not have hesitated to shatter it with his sword. His sword had never been careless. This was the most crucial method of escaping. Flying on a sword allowed him to travel thousands of kilometers in the blink of an eye. Liang was not afraid of being bombarded by magical techniques. He could take on a few divine abilities and magical techniques without any problems. His only fear was that he would be accidentally trapped and then exhaust his spiritual qi. As long as the small world of the human body of a cultivator was always the same as the big world, it meant that the human body and the heaven and earth were connected. For the top cultivators, as long as there was a source of living water, it was extremely difficult to be killed. Generally, in a fight between ascendant realm cultivators, each of them would use their supernatural powers. The time and the place were all variables. Victory or defeat was actually a common thing. Whether there was a great disparity in strength between the two sides, in fact, there was only one way to say whether one could kill the other party. Therefore, whether it was the king stage great monsters in the desolate land, the 10 of the central region, or the Howren 10, whether they could occupy the king stage or be ranked among the 10, it depended on whether they could really kill an ascendant realm cultivator or at least beat another ascendant realm cultivator until he could not fight back. For example, the fire dragon immortal once blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit for several months. The old immortal could send an immortal flying with a slap. As for the talisman Yu Xian in the ruins of the Jinjia continent battlefield, he easily killed a Jade Realm demon cultivator without using any spells. In fact, in the eyes of the top cultivators, it was not worth mentioning. If it were not for the fact that there were too many rules in the Howren realm, there would be a lot of such not worth mentioning. Therefore, the Ascendant Realm cultivators in the desolate land often judged the situation and took the initiative to choose to rely on stronger cultivators, or simply left the place where the king stage great monsters lived in seclusion. For example, the guard dog by the old blind man's side was once an Ascendant Realm cultivator who was known for his ferocious fighting. What happened to him? He went to the Great Wall of Sword Aura and kindly helped the old blind man to find a few magic weapons, but he was despised by the old blind man. After he was kicked away, he simply lay on the ground and did not dare to get up. After entering the Ascendant Realm, one's status was high and detached from worldly affairs. Every time the sun and moon passed by one's shoulders, the mountains and rivers were always in one's hands. They were even praised by Qi cultivators as having attained immortality and were immortal with the heaven and earth. Of course, this was an exaggeration on the mountain. If one wanted to be immortal with the heaven and earth, the Ascendant Realm cultivators were not qualified to say so. Wanyan Laojing could only sit and wait for death. The closer one was to the peak, the fewer paths there were. So much so that the cultivators who reached the peak in the end only had one way to go, which was to break through the next realm. They needed some kind of heaven and earth unification for each of the 14 realms. However, regarding this matter, the number of 14 realm cultivators could be counted on one's fingers. Moreover, if one really entered this realm, everyone would be secretive and would not speak about it. Otherwise, it would be equivalent to giving away half of one's life. The old scholar's unification of the 3 continents in the Howren realm. What happened to him? The fate of the mountains and rivers of the 3 continents was carefully and precisely cut out by Wen Hai and refined into a robe for Xiao Chua to wear. Bai also gently held the celestial sword Tai Bai in front of him and flicked his finger. The long sword vibrated and a ray of bright sword light was like an autumn pond, clear and deep. The sword aura and water vapor together formed the shape of a dragon's pond, flying away unpredictably. The sun and moon were in the autumn pond, white light surrounded by thunder. The moon looked at the water at night, the sword aura was like mist and smoke, the scene was unpredictable. The moon of Amei, the moon of Suajo, the moon of Lushui, the moon of the immortal's feet, the moon of Linglong on the crystal curtain, the moon of Tianshan in the vast sea of clouds. Bai also visited the immortals with his friends in the past and had seen countless moons in the human world. In the end it seemed that Bai was the immortal himself. The bright moons hung in the sky, as if there were 6 more lights out of thin air. They were of different sizes and heights, just right above the heads of the 6 sovereign realm monsters. The bright moons and moonlight instantly converged into a line. The sword light went straight down. Yuan Shou frowned slightly. This kind of swordsmanship was frighteningly fancy. It was indeed the 14 realm. The image in the cultivator's heart was close to the truth of the great Tao. Fortunately, Bai was not a swordsman. Yuan Shou suddenly became 1,000 feet tall and hit the sword light with his staff. The surrounding spiritual energy of heaven and earth was turbulent. It was unknown whether it was the moonlight or the sword light, but it shattered like thousands of flying swords. The sea of clouds under Yuan Shou's feet crashed into a huge hole. The immortal in golden armor still did not move. He took the sword and allowed the sword light to pierce through his head. The golden armor on his body trembled and shattered even more. Yang Ji used his dragon body and huge tail to sweep away the sword light. Instantly, his flesh was badly mutilated and a huge wound appeared on his real body. However, Yang Ji did not feel it at all. The shocking wound was healing at a speed visible to the naked eye. Yuan Shou stepped on the long sword Kun Jin, with a long history, and pointed his staff at Bai, who was high up in the sky. He laughed loudly. Bai, do you only know these fancy tricks? It's far less impressive than the previous 3 sword strikes of the dazzling armor. Or are you saying that after 3 sword strikes, you are already injured? Why test the cultivation of the 6 of us? Anyways, you are going to die. Why not learn from Dong Sanging and be more direct and try to exchange lives with me? Anyways, Bai would definitely try to exchange lives with one of them. Of course, it was not that Yuan Shou didn't mind Bai Yi landing his sword on him, but the moment Bai Yi used his full strength, be it 3 swords or 5 swords, who knew who he wanted to kill? Anyways, he couldn't guess. Yuan Shou's ferocious nature was a little sincere. He wanted to see what Bai Yi would do before he reached the end of the road. Would he cherish his life and purposely delay to wait for the talisman Yu Xian to save him? Or perhaps his thoughts were even greater and he had placed his hopes on the Saint Ancestor being able to free himself from the battle between the Daos of the 2 worlds and save him. If that was the case, the moon-supporting mountain Grand Ancestor would definitely cause the Treasure Bottle Continent's Old Dragon City battlefield or the remaining northern land of the Gold Armor Continent to be destroyed. Bai Yi was too lazy to speak to Yuan Shou. His finger casually brushed across the body of the sword, and tens of thousands of golden words instantly appeared in the area. They were densely packed together. Bai Yi smiled. Go. A sword light flashed like a sword cultivator taking out a life-flying sword. He took the lead to fight Yuan Shou, similar to an Ascendant Realm sword. The other 5 King Realm monsters all had to take a sword. None of them were doing nothing. Before meeting Bai Yi, it was okay that they had so many plans. Now they all had to think about their own plans. Good move, I will use my rod to smash your flying sword. Yuan Shou laughed out loud, holding the rod with both hands. He leaned sideways and smashed onto the sword light that drew an arc. The strength of that rod was really strong. Under the sword, there wasn't a single cloud within 100 miles. The great monster Niu Dao, whose body was covered in a golden light, dared to raise his neck even when facing Bai Yi. At this moment he frowned slightly. Bai Yi found the flaw in his Dao so quickly? He didn't let the sword light break through his armor. Instead, he revealed a huge Dharma form and reached out to grab the sword light. After clenching his fist, golden light poured out from between his fingers like a waterfall in the sky. At the same time, Niu Dao used a special ability to move mountains and seas in his small world. He directly changed the dozens of cave abodes where his life item was placed. The turbulent spiritual qi in his body changed its course like a flood and finally changed to a lake where he was stationed. The handsome great monster Qian smiled. He formed a sword seal with 2 fingers and pointed lightly, Go to. Previously he used sword qi to fight sword qi. Now he used sword light to fight sword light. Dozens of miles away, the 2 sword lights collided like flying swords. On Bai Ying's side, the sword attendant was still in charge of receiving the sword. Fortunately, the sword in Long Jian's hand was a real immortal weapon. Because it was refined from the soul, it had its own mysteries. Bai Ying didn't need to do it personally. In terms of fighting, Bai Ying had always been very secretive. In the desolate world where the strong were respected, he had always been regarded as one of the weakest of the 14 sovereigns. Bai Ying almost didn't even have a record of fighting with Ascendant Realm demons. Most of the time he controlled the skeleton army and crushed through the border. Occasionally there would be a difficult opponent. He just let Long Jian use his sword. Moreover, Bai Ying's withered bone execution field had many strong people under his command. The Lotus Nunnery Master who was not in the training field and landed in the human world, and Yang Ji who was far away from the swaying river, would be regarded as weak if they encountered other sovereigns. Yuan Shou hit the second sword light with his rod. For a moment, his clothes fluttered, and his 2 sleeves fluttered in the wind. Yuan Shou's body swayed slightly. He narrowed his eyes and said, "Bai Yi, if you have the ability, give me another 17 or 18 sword lights. I want to see if you have more sword lights." You really came. As you wish. More words, more swords. Sword lights went straight to Yuan Shou. He took special care of this sovereign realm great demon. Yuan Shou suddenly burst into laughter. From the moment the staff shattered the sword light, to the moment the staff deflected the sword light, and then to the moment the staff flicked the sword light, it was a perilous situation. Every sword light that pierced through the sky would split the heaven and earth, like a paper cutter that could easily cut through a piece of snow-white paper. Yuan Shou held the rod with both hands, showing his fierceness. His eyes were red, and there was a golden light flickering in each of his pupils. Although he used his rod to smash the sword, Yuan Shou still stared at Bai Yi who was holding the sword with one hand. As far as his vision could see, there were several Bai Yi who were holding swords in a radius of 1,000 miles. Among them, there was a relatively clear figure of Bai Yi. He could even vaguely see the trajectory of the sword. This was one of Yuan Shou's innate supernatural powers, insight into heaven's secrets and foresight. The demon race was famous for the toughness of their real bodies. Yuan Shou's face was smashed by countless sword qi, but it could recover in an instant. As for the robe on his body, it was the same. As a sovereign realm great demon, if he did not wear an immortal weapon-ranked robe, how could he have the face to run rampant in the world? On the battlefield of the Great Wall of Sword Qi, the sovereign realm great demon did not fight many times. Those who fought with all their strength could be counted with one's fingers. Most of them followed the orders of the Jiazi tent and were responsible for supervising the demon race army's attack on the city. The gray-robed elder wanted them to focus on the vast world. Lu Cha's sword was only for Alliance. Unless the grand ancestor of Yu Mountain personally suppressed him, with Alliance's fighting style, who was not afraid of being surrounded and beaten, it was unknown how many military tents would be destroyed by Alliance. In the later stages of the battle, Yao Jia attacked the city lord of one of the 5 cities and 12 buildings of the Baek Okekyung building because he was greedy for merit. He deliberately targeted the Taoist saint who was at the end of his rope. However, he angered the latter, who did not hesitate to die, and asked Lu Ji to strike. Lu Ji did not let him down. She almost completely cut open Yao Jia's meticulously crafted golden throne. Yao Jia crazily destroyed mountains and temples in the Fuyao continent and wantonly collected fragments of the golden body to make up for the foundation of the great Tao. Yang Ji said to Bai Ying telepathically, "Bai Ying, why aren't you attacking with all your strength?" Bai Ying smiled and replied, "Aren't we also hiding and only parrying and not fighting back?" Yang Ji asked, "Do you need half an hour to absorb all the spiritual energy in this continent? Do you need my help? If Bai Ying also gives up his pride, it will be very troublesome." Bai Ying nodded and said, "I'm more than happy to. In fact, if Bai Ying really fought with him for the spiritual energy, it would indeed be very troublesome." However, Bai Ying was the one who was in trouble, not the 6 sovereigns. In this hunt, Bai Ying led the way and used the stupidest method to deal with a 14th realm cultivator. If Bai Ying used his sword to fight the enemy while opening the doors of the cave abodes to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, how troublesome would it be? Zhoumi did not explain at that time. He only told him to try his best to stop Bai Ying when he was fighting for the spiritual energy, lest Bai Ying saw through the truth. No matter what, being trapped in this situation was a huge problem for Bai Ying. Either he was too calm and waited for the spiritual energy to be exhausted before dying in battle, or he was too impatient and caused trouble early and died early. At present, it seemed that Bai Ying was either too arrogant or he had already sensed that something was wrong. Neither of them affected the overall situation. Yang Ji wore an emperor's crown and a black dragon robe. She looked down at a painting of mountains and rivers thousands of miles in the sky. There were only 2 colors, black and white. It was very different from the real mountains and rivers of the mortal world. Yang Ji went around the 5 peaks and mountain ranges. All the rivers and lakes in her line of sight suddenly boiled. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth was then drawn into the water and condensed into water. First, there was Bai Ying controlling the sea of clouds to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. At the same time, she used her evil aura to mess up the atmosphere of heaven and earth. Then, there was Yang Ji controlling the rivers and swallowing the spiritual energy like a whale. It was obvious that they wanted to work together to forcefully turn the Fuyao continent into a land of decline that Qi cultivators hated the most. Che Yun took advantage of the time when Bai Ying's sword shone on the head of the Yuan Shou. She had nothing to do. Seeing Yang Ji's action, Che Yun put 2 fingers together and gently pressed against the blade-strengthening gourd at her waist. She smiled and said, "Since I have nothing to do, I'll help a little." From now on, the immortal wine on the mountain would be the only wine that contained the most spiritual energy. Che Yun, who had changed her name to Jiugue, felt that she could not bear to drink it. When she arrived at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, she changed her name to Qinghua. She personally saw the sword immortals at the Great Wall of Sword Qi shattering like porcelain. When she arrived at the vast world, she changed her name to Jiugue. Other than liking to collect all kinds of immortal wine, she was also good at skinning female cultivators to sow their faces. The Rain Dragon sect near the Inverted Mountain, the Yuji Mound in the Tongye continent, and the Yuju sect in the Kongli Mountain at the Ancestral Mountain. The journey to the vast world was not in vain. At that moment, the only one who was not idle was probably the old man who was holding the staff with both hands. There were too many sword gleams, one after another. He really did not dare to be idle. The so-called understated ordinary sword gleams were also the natal flying swords of the Ascendant Realm sword cultivators. Some sword gleams were swept down by Yuan Shou's staff and fell to a certain mountain under the sea of clouds. The mountain collapsed and the earth cracked, raising it to the ground. Some sword gleams were smashed into the great river by the staff. Not to mention the huge waves that were 1,000 feet high, a huge lake was created on the spot. The river slanted and poured into it, causing the water level of the river downstream to suddenly drop by more than 10 feet. Yuan Shou scolded angrily, "Are you done yet?" Half of it was because he was targeted and was extremely sullen. He did not dare to get close to Bai, but he also could not get away. The other sovereigns saw him as a joke in vain, as if they were watching a monkey show. The other half of it was because Yuan Shou truly felt sorry for the damage to the magic robe on his body. If this continued, it would not be as simple as damaging his appearance. Instead, it would drop by a level. The magic robe was refined from a total of 12 dragon veins and mountain roots from all over the wilderness. However, Bai had unleashed too many sword gleams. Without exception, they all arrived in the blink of an eye. Even if Yuan Shou's staff could shatter or repel the sword gleams, the shattered sword gleams were still too dense. This caused the magic robe that could be sewn together to become more and more tattered, with countless holes of various sizes. Che Yun used the blade-strengthening gourd to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth. She smiled and said, "Great staff technique, Elder Ancestor Yuan. After this battle, your name will definitely spread far and wide. You only destroyed Bai with 17 sword gleams. This is more praiseworthy than destroying a continent's ancestral master hall. That's 18 sword gleams." Yuan Shou held the staff with both hands. His palms were badly mutilated. First, he used the staff to deflect the sword gleams. Then he swept the staff horizontally and broke the sword gleams. The sword gleams were split into 2. This was the terrifying part of Bai's sword gleams. As long as they were not fragmented enough, any one of the sword gleams could endlessly entangle Yuan Shou. There was no way for him to evade. Yuan Shou roared angrily. The old man's face turned into that of an ape. He controlled his sword to shrink mountains and rivers and moved hundreds of miles away, shattering the 2 sword gleams one by one. Previously, Yuan Shou was slacking off. He was slightly weaker when he used the staff. As a result, he accumulated 3 sword gleams that approached him at the same time. As a result, his neck was directly torn open and his head was almost separated from his body. Although it was not a big deal even if his head was chopped off by the sword gleams, it would not hurt much of his Dao foundation. After all, in terms of the toughness of his real body, Yuan Shou was firmly ranked at the forefront among the 14 sovereigns. Therefore he could just move the mountain and move the head back. He could even chop it off and be smashed by the sword gleams. Yuan Shou could still grow a new head immediately. However, in this way the injury would be real. It was definitely not something that could be compensated by eating dozens of Yang Ji's people woman. Yuan Shou's staff shattered the sword gleams. There were no fancy moves. It was a boring move. It was nothing more than a straightforward move. Therefore, Bai's 18 sword gleams could not be seen. However, if a Qi cultivator were to observe the battle at the side, his Dao heart would probably be shattered on the spot. Every time Bai's sword gleams splashed and scattered, it and the Gang Qi of Yuan Shou's staff each contained a Dao meaning. If a cultivator wanted to watch the battle to sharpen his Dao heart, it would be no different from becoming enemies with both of them. Che-yun was extremely understanding. Before Yuan Shou opened his mouth to scold him, he had already helped Yuan Shou to scold him. He jokingly scolded him, "Damn sissy, shut up." Yuan Shou spat out a mouthful of blood. It was no wonder that he could teach a junior apprentice brother, Fei Ran, who was as famous as the young secluded official and the sword immortal attendant. Fei Ran was the leader of the 100 sword immortals of the moon-supporting mountain. It was said that Che-yun had accepted him as a disciple on behalf of her master. The great demon Niu Dao said dully, "Who's going first? Don't drag it out. What's the point?" Actually, from the appearance of the 6 sovereign great demons, to Bai Yi unsheathing his sword to shatter the glass barrier, to the 18 sword gleams slashing towards Yuan Shou, it was not enough for a mortal teacher to drink a few mouthfuls of wine at the table. The burly giant sitting cross-legged on the golden futon, the great demon Wu Yu, had 3 heads and 6 arms. After he stood up, all 6 of his arms held a divine weapon at the same time. He smiled and said, "After witnessing Mr. Bai's poetry sword aura, I'll use my martial prowess as an ascendant realm cultivator to experience Mr. Bai's unparalleled sharpness." Qi cultivator, ascendant realm. Pure martial prowess, 10th realm, divine arrival. After Wu Yu stood up, not only did he hold his weapon, the futon that was originally piled up with countless golden books instantly turned into 11 golden talisman. They were attached to the ankles of his legs, the glabella of his 3 heads and the 6 arms. Bai Ye's 2 fingers pinched a sparkling white bone pearl. He used it to accurately measure the remaining spiritual energy of the continent. He smiled and said to the burly giant, "It's still better to be more careful. After all, what Bai Yi wields is an immortal sword from the Deshiendu Temple. Actually, Wu Yu, you don't have to do this. It won't be too late to make a move in half an hour." Wu Yu shook his head and did not listen to Bai Ying's suggestion. His body became the height of a mortal, and his 6 arms each held 2 blades. One was a straight blade, and the other was a horse-chopping sword. He also had 2 swords, a hammer and an axe. The Confucian scholar who had once been the most disappointed in the world was now the most proud scholar in the world. His etiquette could not be said to be light. Not only had he mobilized 6 great thrones to surround Bai Yi in one go, he had even set up 3 layers of restrictions for the Fuyao continent. The outermost layer was the flow of energy of the mountains and rivers of the continent. It enveloped the entire Fuyao continent and completely cut off the possibility of the spiritual energy of the Fuyao continent being connected to the world. This was similar to the 3 enclosures and 4 divisions formation of the Tong Yi continent in the past, and the 24 solar terms formation of the Aquarius continent today. This caused this battlefield, which had a huge disparity in numbers, to always be on the side of the sovereigns of the wasteland. The huge continent's territory was only a battlefield for 7 sovereigns. The heavenly glass barrier that Bai Yi broke with his sword was Zhoumi cutting off a part of the river of time as the second heaven and earth. Between the two, there was another heavenly phenomenon, mountain and earth formation. It was formed from the 5 mountains and hundreds of rivers of the various countries in the Fuyao continent. It was located under the sea of clouds, and it was like a painting of mountains and rivers. Zhoumi dragged the mountain and earth formation into the sky above the Fuyao continent. The mountains were scattered all over the place and the rivers weaved a net. This separated the heaven and earth of the Fuyao continent into 2. It was as if one of the greatest merits of the Sage of Rites, the heaven and earth formation, had appeared in the world. Zhoumi did not hesitate to kill the 14th realm Bai Yi. When Bai Yi saw Wu Yu stand up, he only shook his head and did not comment. In an instant, 6 sovereigns landed beside Bai Yi. They gradually lined up with 3 on each side. However, each of the sovereigns held a sword in their hands. "You used 3 heavens and earth to trap me, Bai Yi, but I also used the heaven and earth in my heart to trap the enemy. In the past, I was in high spirits and wandered the world with my close friends. Everywhere I looked, I saw mountains and rivers. Everything and everyone was a heaven and earth in my eyes." Wu Yu bent his back slightly and stomped heavily. He did not use the earth-shrinking mountain river ability. Instead, he charged forward. Every time he stepped on the void, there would be ripples in the heavens and earth. The spiritual energy of the heavens and earth within 100 miles would be stirred up. He chopped off the head of Wu Yu, who was holding the sword. After it shattered and dissipated, it condensed and appeared elsewhere. The 6 sovereigns who had manifested from Bai Ye's heart surrounded Wu Yu and attacked him. Wu Yu was blocked and temporarily could not fight with Bai Ye's true body. With 3 heads and 6 arms, his body was as fast as lightning and unpredictable. He shattered those Dharma manifestations with 1 strike and killed the 6 Dharma manifestations. Wu Yu also wanted to see how long Bai Ye's heart manifestations could last. He also wanted to confirm whether Bai Ye needed to consume spiritual energy. Che-yun could not help but laugh. She gently rubbed the blade-strengthening gourd with her thumb. Bai Ye was a true sword immortal. She admired him and longed for him from the bottom of her heart. Che-yun's blade-strengthening gourd had an extremely long seal at the bottom. He was willing to receive 3 million celestial coins, to befriend all the beauties and famous scholars, and to drink 1,000 caddies of wine with all the sword immortals in the world. If Bai Ye died today, then for the next 10,000 years, there would probably be no one who looked like Bai Ye. As for Wu Yu, it was not strange. The demon race had an innate advantage in the martial path. However, it was easy to enter the martial path and it was faster to climb higher. Only reaching the top was harder for the demon race than for the human race. After all, there was no such thing as a free lunch in the world. This was because compared to the human race, the demon race's martial path had less invisible great Tao pressure. At the same time, there were both pros and cons. They lacked training. The number of martial artists in the 10 realms in the savage world was not as high as in the vast world. Actually, the martial path today was half of the path to becoming a god in the early years. The gods had set up many restrictions on the human race. Their hearts fluctuated, their thoughts were chaotic, and their souls were unstable. This was only one of them. Their innate physiques were weak because they were destined to be unable to avoid the river of time from the start. The river of time continuously washed the physical body, causing the human race's lifespan to be short. This was a huge restriction. There were many gods in the ancient heavenly court. The human race ants under their feet, regardless of whether it was their appearance or their innate physiques, were set to be the closest to the gods. However, they were still too weak. This caused a portion of the gods who were used to the supply of incense to become more and more dissatisfied. Even if they deliberately allowed those ants to gather together, the human race's population exceeded 1 million for the first time. The gods then descended upon the human race. In the blink of an eye, the earth shattered, mountains and rivers were destroyed and everyone died. This couldn't be compared to the fights between the gods or the killing of the larger demons. Therefore, the martial path that the gods took the initiative to give to the human race to strengthen their physiques came to the human race earlier than spells and supernatural powers. The earliest golden body realm was the bottleneck, the end of the road. However, the human race had many talents. The first ancestor of the military school became the first existence in the human race to break through the golden body realm. After that, he was like a hot knife through butter. He climbed higher without stopping. There were many people following behind him. After being discovered by the gods, almost all the humans who broke through the bottleneck of the golden body realm were killed. Then, only this person was able to escape the gods' inspection under the protection of a supreme god. He personally named the 3 stages of the martial path realm: vigorous spirit, pure spirit, and divine arrival. However, in the end, for some reason, his martial path achievement stopped there. From then on, it was the end of the martial path. During this period, some gods saw this person as half a comrade. Some gods looked on coldly and coveted more incense in the human race. When the human race's martial path reached a higher level, their incense would be purer and more valuable. Therefore, the military school had the merit of the great Tao in the human race. This caused the military school cultivators in the future to be similar to the martial arts grandmasters with martial arts fate. Compared to other chi cultivators, they ignored the gains and losses of the human race's merit and karma. In the end, the military school cultivators were the furthest away from the river of time. As for pure martial arts and military school cultivators, there was a great relationship between them. Since the human race was destined to be unable to avoid the river of time, they could only drink. This was the most helpless choice of the human race back then. However, as time passed, the heaven and earth were born. Chi cultivators who were different from the gods appeared. In addition, a supreme god favored the human race and taught them swordsmanship from the heaven to the human race. In addition, the human race continued to climb higher, causing more and more spells and supernatural powers to fall into the human race. The river of time became one of the biggest accidents that caused the collapse of the gods and the division of the heavenly court. Yuan Shou asked Bai Ying telepathically, "Did you find any clues from that little bit of soul observation?" Bai Ying smiled and said, there's a small hope of tracing back to the source. I'm just afraid that Bai is doing it on purpose. Yuan Shou was a little frustrated. This is not good, not good. Bai is just a Confucian scholar, not a sword cultivator. His true body is far inferior to ours. If we gang up and kill him, do you think he won't reveal that he's a level 14 Dao integration cultivator? You're familiar with Wu Yu. You can greet him. He'll attack him. I'll find an opportunity to hit Bai with a rod. His brains will splatter everywhere. Let's see what else he can do. Bai Ying held back her laughter and said, "We've talked for half an hour. What's the hurry? Bai isn't in a hurry, so there's no need for us to be in a hurry." Yuan Shou, who was naturally irritable, was about to continue speaking when he sighed. This Bai really doesn't know what's good for him. He allowed Bai Ying and Yang Ji to steal the spirit energy without stopping or snatching it. He just has to go against me. This time 18 sword lights hovered around Yuan Shou. Within a radius of 1,000 miles, the sword chi was dense. The tips of the swords were all pointed at the old man. Among the sword lights there were golden words. Bai's poems were invincible. His poems were used as flying swords. The 18 sword lights were far more powerful than before. They were as big as mountains lying between the heavens and the earth. When Yuan Shou saw this strange phenomenon, he did not feel the slightest bit of fear. Instead, he felt extremely satisfied. He actually tore off his robe and kept it in his sleeves. Then he put on one of the most ancient deity armors, the mountain ghost. Does Bai really think that I'm a pushover? Yuan Shou's joints crackled like thunder. He put away his long sword, the Kun Zhen. He no longer controlled the sword. Holding the rod in one hand, he stabbed the void beside his feet and revealed his true body that had yet to reach the peak. The mountain ghost on Yuan Shou's body, the colorful robe that he wore at the Great Wall of Sword Chi on credit, and the west peak that Chen Pingan lent to Wei Xian. These 7 sets of armors were once worn by ancient high-level deities. Therefore, in ancient times, whenever the deities went on a hunting trip, they would shine like comets in the sky. The sweet dew armors made by the militarists in the later generations were all imitations. It was not because the craftsmanship was not good enough. In fact, the sweet dew armors of the later generations were not inferior to the craftsmanship of the deities. Especially the golden crow armors and the warp and weft armors, which were of a higher grade than the ancient times. The only shortcoming was the innate disadvantage of the materials. In ancient times, the punishments of the heavenly court were extremely cruel. The dragon-slaying platform was only one of them. The deities who were in charge of the punishment had even more shocking methods to deal with the deities who were convicted. The deities of the mountains and rivers, Lord Xing Wang, and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple in the later generations were first conferred righteousness and then molded into a golden body. In fact, compared to the deities of the ancient deities, their golden bodies were much weaker. Once they lost the incense, their golden bodies would be on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, the deities of the ancient deities were superior. The incense in the human world was very important. It could help the deities refine their golden bodies, but it was not necessary. Without the incense, they would still be immortal until the great tribulation that was compatible with the innate fate. If they could pass it, they would be promoted. Their corpses would turn into stars. It was silent for eternity. Bai also glanced at the fake mountains and rivers that Bai drew on the scroll and then looked at the great monster Yangji. Previously, the bright moon turned into a line and asked the 6 sovereigns. There was the Tao meaning of the sword light that cut down the flood dragon. Therefore, the flood dragon's Yangji was the most fearful. The other sovereigns could block the sword easily. Bai also looked at the vast river that was full of Reiki and smiled. I'm not proficient in the Tao of water. I've only broken the water Tao and cut through the heavenly abode with my sword. Bai also had a thought. The rivers left the riverbed and eventually turned into huge swords that were suspended in the air. The swords rose in the human world. The swords slashed towards the sky and targeted Yangji, who was one of the most proficient in the Tao of water. Yangji snorted coldly. The swords of the rivers were 100 miles away from her. They broke into pieces on the spot and returned to the human world. Bai hasn't really used his sword yet. Bai also turned to look at Bai Ying. He heard that this great monster was good at controlling the skeleton army. Bai also silently recited the 5 words mantra in his heart. Tao, heaven, earth, general and law. You can only see Bai in a book. You can't see the light horse chasing the white clouds with a sword. Bai also knew a little about the art of war. Everyone knew that. Bai also muttered, even after so many years, I still feel that it's not as smooth as the heaven and earth law. The great monster of withered bones, Bai Ying, smiled slightly and finally took out his natal item. A huge banner stood behind him. The skeleton army majestically charged towards the heroic spirit army that was galloping on horseback. Then, in an instant, whether it was the sovereign great monster that had attacked or not, they all sensed a subtle sign. Bai also slashed open the golden armor deity's armor with his sword. He slashed his armor and body into two. Behind Bai, Che-yun was in the same situation. She suffered a sword strike. However, compared to the golden armor deity, Che-yun seemed to only have a slender sword mark that went down from her glabella. Che-yun seemed to have suffered a sword strike, but she was still unwilling to part with her skin. In reality, Bai had finally used his sword. Che-yun believed that she could not avoid it. She directly tore her body apart to avoid Bai's sword. Moreover, she was distracted by two sword strikes. What if Bai also focused on one sword strike? Even after the sword strike, Che-yun was not in a hurry to close her body. The sword aura of the immortal sword was too shocking. If Che-yun directly merged her body into one, she would be entangled with the sword aura. The gains did not make up for the losses. Che-yun sighed in her heart. In this vast world there seemed to be another immortal sword. It was in the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu in the Central Plains. It was rumored that the ancient fire god, like the water god, had many summer palaces. His territory was boundless. One of the fire god's many divine thrones was in Mars. It was also rumored that Mars had an attendant who was proficient in forging. He used Mars as a furnace to extract fire essence as charcoal. He used the river of time to misfire. He held stars in his hand as round hammers. When they were broken, he would throw them away and replace them with another one. In the end, he forged a few long swords for several supreme gods of the ancient heavenly court. It was as if all the elegance in the world had been taken up by the vast world. Che-yun sighed again and again. It should not be like this. 10,000 years ago, after the riverside meeting, there were actually two secret meetings. One was a discussion of the Tao between the ancestors of the three sections. The other was an internal dispute of the demon race. The Grand Ancestor and Bai Zhe went their separate ways. For the next 10,000 years, the wilderness was divided and divided. There were endless disputes. Among the native cultivators of the vast world, apart from the ritual sage, the secondary sage, and the literature sage who had merged with the three continents, there was also Bai Yi. Now, there was also the sword cultivator Alliance. As for Bai Zhe, the old Taoist from the temple, and the chicken soup monk, they were all outsiders of the vast world. The Baek Okekyung building had 5 cities and 12 buildings. Among them, the 3 sect masters who took turns to control the Baek Okekyung building were all publicly recognized as being at the 14th realm. Could it be that the only 14th realm cultivator in the wilderness was an outsider, an old blind man? Then the world waited for 10,000 years only to have Xiao Chua, who had betrayed the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Why would the imperial concubine Fei address Yu Si as young master? Then who was the old master? Senior brother Che-yun and junior brother Fei Ran. Che-yun accepted a disciple on behalf of his master. As a result, there was an additional junior brother Fei Ran in the sect. Then who was their master? Was he still alive? The mountain search map that Bai Zhe gave to the old scholar did not list out all the demons of the same generation. The old scholar did not have any complaints about this. Did he really think that Bai Zhe, who only called him young master by the ritual sage, had a good temper? Before Bai Zhe participated in the riverside meeting and ascended to the heavens, his battle achievements were even greater than that of the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor. When the sword cultivators broke off, Bai Zhe also personally killed countless sword cultivators. After Bai Yi truly drew his sword, he slashed again and again without any elegance. (725). Slashing again and again at level 14 was already an eye-opener for the talisman Yu Xian. Especially when Bai Yi killed 6 sovereigns without missing a single strike, Yu Xian was even more impressed. The sword Qi was vast and majestic. There were some things that only Bai Yi could do, and it made people feel that he still had energy to spare. He chopped the 6 sovereigns like vegetables. If Bai Ying was not at the peak, at least Yu Xian would not dare to say that he could definitely kill any of the sovereigns. Therefore there was only one reason. Bai Ye's sword was too unreasonable. However, when Yu Xian heard that Lu Cha was also coming to Fuyao continent, and it was exactly as he had predicted, he laughed bitterly. Not only was there a 7th sovereign, it was Lu Cha without a doubt. A sovereign great demon who could call Alliance brother and exchange swords with each other was indeed the most suitable trump card. In the vast world, every great cultivator who was already at the peak of a mountain and was only a step away from ascending to the heavens received a mountain bulletin. Every bulletin they received was usually very important. It was completely different from the bulletin that ordinary immortal masters used to pass the time in their free time. Yu Xian quickly collected his emotions and reminded Bai Yi telepathically, "The spiritual energy here is strange. However, since I am here, you can rest assured and absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth within a radius of 100 miles. Do not touch anything further. If you are contaminated, there will be endless troubles." When Yu Xian came, he used his specialty, the talisman, to forcefully break through 3 layers of heaven and earth restrictions. It was not easy for him to reach Bai Ye's battlefield, as expected of the Central Plains divine continent. Not only did he break through the door, Yu Xian also used tens of thousands of rare talisman to display the mysterious ability of supporting the mountainside. From the north-central region of the Golden Armor continent to the south, and then crossing the sea to Fuyao continent, Yu Xian did not spend much time. However, opening the door took Yu Xian a full 45 minutes. From this, one could see the determination of the wilderness to kill Bai Yi. One had to know that when it came to the art of opening a mountain, if the talisman Yu Xian claimed to be second, no one would dare to claim to be first. The native Taoists of the vast world were divided into the talisman and danding branches. As for the talisman branch, in addition to the Taoist sect outside of the Beko Keikyung building, there were 3 altars in total. The talisman Yu Xian occupied one of them. Yu Xian was able to snatch the word talisman from the celestial master residence of Mount Longhu. Such a feat was almost comparable to the North continent snatching the word north from the Snow Mountain continent. There was even a saying that he liked to nap in the sleeves of his Ascendant Realm friends such as Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable Fiery Venerable and Venerable Venerable and Venerable Xuandu and Venerable Venerable Immortal. And, the Ascendant was the Ascendant he. Every time he crossed the continent he would give him a ride. When the Venerable Fiery Venerable blocked the entrance of the Lushui pit, he could not do anything about the palace of the ancient water deity that had been refined by the fat woman. He once used a talisman sword to send a message to Yu Xian, asking him to quickly open the door so that they could discuss how to split the loot. Yu Xian used a talisman dragon to reply to the Lushui pit. In the secret letter he claimed that he was in a life and death retreat. His life was hanging by a thread every day. When the talisman dragon was outside the Lushui pit, it had exhausted its spiritual energy and revealed its true form. It was a green bamboo cane with talisman drawings. After the Venerable Fiery Venerable left the Lushui pit with the bamboo cane, he calculated with his fingers and felt that something was wrong. The time did not match. Moreover, the life and death of the Ascendant Realm was extremely dangerous. He did not have the time to reply to the letter. Hence, the Venerable Fiery Venerable changed his mind and did not return to the North Continent. When he returned to the Central Continent, he found out that the Venerable Immortal was attending the Green Immortal Mountain Banquet at the Bamboo Sea Cave. This time Yu Xian traveled alone to the Fuyao continent. Not only did he use the talisman to open the 3 heavens and earth restriction, he also built 3 temporary doors. Of course, Yu Xian wanted to ensure his freedom to come and go. He also wanted to find an opportunity to bring Bai Yi along. However, he did not expect that as soon as he arrived at the battlefield, all the talisman would shatter at the same time. The 3 doors collapsed instantly. Yu Xian complained incessantly. Bai Yi smiled and said, "This is not like the talisman Yu Xian. I appreciate your good intentions, but the matter of spiritual qi is not a problem." The Central Plains talisman Yu Xian was famous for not being willing to fight to the death with others. As long as he fought, it would be a spar of Tao. This was because Yu Xian would first ensure that he was in an invincible position. Then he would use other people's stones to improve his jade, and study the knowledge of the talisman. When he met people of similar levels of Tao, Yu Xian almost never used overly domineering offensive spells. If there was no difference between life and death, he would not harm the harmony. If the person's Tao was not good enough and died, how could he harm the harmony with Yu Xian? Yu Xian also did not know that Bai Yi was a level 14 Tao-fusing mystic. He could only nod his head. This short old man who was the sole talisman of the world was currently floating in the air. He was just 100 miles away from Bai Yi. The old Taoist's hands were forming seals. Near his hands, it was as if the sun, moon and stars were moving in an orderly manner. If he was too close to Bai Yi, it would inevitably delay Bai Yi's sword. Bai Yi was fighting 1 against 6 and 1 sword against 6 sovereigns. In this kind of battle on the mountain peak, the difference of a millimeter was the difference between heaven and earth. Yu Xian could not possibly cross the continent to rush here, even if he caused Bai Yi to be distracted. However, if the distance was too far, Yu Xian did not feel that he was some old immortal with great Dao skills who could help. Under the white-haired old man's feet, a black and white Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram appeared. The old man's body was still, but the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram under his feet slowly rotated. Occasionally, a little bit of fire would light up, and with a sizzling sound, it would turn into wisps of undetectable green smoke. It was obvious that Wen Hai had used a meticulous and secretive method to tamper with the spiritual qi of the mountains and rivers of this continent. It just happened to come into contact with the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram of the talisman Yu Xian, which was why he was caught. Yin and Yang of heaven and earth, all things in the world, life and death, the Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram manifested and transformed. Of course, it was more flawless than the spiritual qi of heaven and earth. Once this diagram appeared, it was no longer a small trick like Yu Xian's. It was a more powerful ability than the mountainside support ability. It would not delay Bai Yi from wielding Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram to slay demons. It would also make Bai Yi take a few steps back, and he would be able to absorb the spiritual qi of heaven and earth at ease. When Bai Yi drew his sword, he still had the energy to talk to Yu Xian. It's not too late to leave now. Bai Yi held Tai Chi 8 trigrams diagram in one hand, and the scabbard in the other behind him. Yu Xian glanced at the scabbard and then looked up at the sky. He shook his head and said, "Forget it. Since I'm already here, I'll act according to the circumstances. If I don't show off a few hands, I won't be satisfied. Don't be distracted. Just take care of me." Talisman Yu Xian's ability to protect himself is not bad. Actually, Yu Xian could have left just now, but the old man hesitated slightly, and the three talismans' doors shattered very quickly. He missed the only chance to slip through the door and escape. Of course, the prerequisite was that Bai Yi also gave him his sword to escort him. If not, the 6 king-level demons would definitely not allow Talisman Yu Xian to come and go as he pleased. If Bai Yi didn't use his sword to escort him, the Talisman Yu Xian, who was famous for being calculating, would suffer more losses. He might even drop in realm. Yu Xian twirled his beard and squinted his eyes. He continued to observe the battlefield, and he planned to use his heart to find the foundation of the 6 king-level demons. Bai Yi didn't stop attacking. Every time he raised his sword, there would be a sword light that shone through millions of miles. Even Yu Xian's mind shook a little. What a good sword to break 10,000 laws. Bai Yi wasn't a sword cultivator, and he didn't have his life source flying sword. However, Yu Xian thought about it. The heavens were full of taboo, and such a scholar Bai was enough to be outstanding for eternity. Bai Yi attacked with his sword and slashed Yuan Shou, who had revealed his true form. The staff in the old ape's hand was slashed by the extremely resplendent sword light. Sparks splattered everywhere as if a fire division's divine general was tempering a sword embryo. The sparks scattered, burning rivers, mountains and rivers. Yuan Shou's massive body slid back a few hundred miles. He roared angrily and stomped on the void. There was a thunderous sound and ripples spread out from where he stomped. Even the river of time had some splashes. Yuan Shou slammed his staff from afar, and the force was so great that the staff bent in an arc. Bai Yi attacked again, and wantonly shattered the astral winds that came from the staff. It even caused tornadoes to appear between heaven and earth. Yuan Shou gently let go of his hand and clenched his staff tightly. The staff and the sword light clashed and there was a buzzing sound. Just the lingering vibrations and ripples from the staff were enough to shatter any magic treasure in the world. Yuan Shou lowered his head and saw that his palm was full of bones. Although the bones grew back in the blink of an eye, it was still very vexing. Yuan Shou was famous in the desolate world for being good at killing. There were countless killings in the past 10,000 years, and he had never been so aggrieved. Yuan Shou was still unable to get close to Bai Yi. The great demon Yang Ji controlled one of her natal items, the Dragon Palace water residence. In an instant she traveled thousands of miles. Wherever she passed, water surged and countless illusory water immortals and water spirits appeared. They were like mighty guardian spirits. Using this item, Yang Ji was the closest to Bai Yi. She took out another natal item and it suddenly descended from the sky and pressed down on Bai Yi. Yu Xian frowned and looked up. This old woman's wealth was not small. She was indeed the pinnacle of the desolate world. She did not lack good things. The object that Yang Ji took out was the jade that was first abolished by the Beko Keikyung building for thousands of years. There were seals on all 4 sides, showing 4 dazzling colors of red, green, white and yellow. Among them, the leading side was inscribed with the words, "The first lunar month has just ended," and the other words were, "The sharpness of the sword shall not be used, chasing the spirit and the ghost to the Kuei dragon to control the water, and a small thing lies in the Great Way. It was not only an ancient relic, but also a six-full Dharma seal that had been refined by Yang Ji. The heavenly pattern was blue sky, and the earth pattern at the bottom of the Dharma seal was netherworld. As soon as this seal appeared, heavenly might surged. The white jade dermic seal spun as it descended. It had the momentum of an immortal breaking through the heavenly tribulation. In particular, one of the sides of the white jade seal, blades and swords shall not pass, was innately superior to sword cultivators and swords. The seal shone brightly, and with a flash of spiritual light, the ancient seal turned into time and dissipated in all directions. Not only was Bai's attack unable to cut through the Dharma seal even absorbed some of its sword chi, causing the Dharma seal to descend with even greater momentum. Bai did not get too entangled with the Dharma seal, allowing it to rapidly descend. When they were less than 30,000 feet apart, Bai thrust his sword a second time at Yang Ji. The sword slashed at Yang Ji's imperial crown, which had a human head and a flood dragon body. 12 Tamisawara flowers hung down from the crown, and the pearls and jade curtains at the front were all cut apart by Bai's sword, allowing Yang Ji to reach out and grab the falling pearls and strings. With a thought, Yang Ji's natal item was restored to its original state. However, in order to make up for the damage done to Bai's sword, the fairies clinging to the seams of his dragon robe were all handsome, and it was difficult to tell whether they were male or female. All of them possessed the pure fate of water, but in order to mend the damage done to the crown, they were instantly reduced to ashes in the hundreds. The great monster Yang Ji had presided over the waters of the Yeluo for several thousand years. In this period of time, he had meticulously refined 300 servants, all of them elegant and dignified. In total, Yang Ji had refined 1,800 of them. Their clothes were magnificent, their colors dazzling, their figures graceful, their waists slender with jade ornaments, their pearls breaking through the formation. In addition, there were 16,000 Yeluo officials and maids, all of them sewing and weaving the dragon robes and the imperial crown. Yang Ji did not wish to be too far away from his natal item, nor did he feel that he could really kill Bai. Even though the mountainous Dharma seal was only several thousand feet away from the mustard seed-sized sword Bai. In the end, he could only put away the Dharma seal and place it in his natal acupuncture point to be nurtured. Bai Ye's previous sword strike had left a crack in the seal script at the bottom of the six-man seal. However, this seal could innately refine sword chi. Not only could it repair the crack in the seal, Yang Ji could also take the opportunity to deduce where Bai Ye's Dao integration was. Bai chuckled. Monsters are adept at manipulating the workings of the heavens. Be careful that your soul sinks to Bai Mingdu. Yu Xian stroked his beard and chuckled. Bai's words were too wonderful for words. Yang Ji's expression changed slightly. He reached out to press against his temple and then grabbed the Dharma seal. His wrist trembled slightly, and with great difficulty he managed to stabilize the natal item. She opened her hand and saw that the side of the Dharma seal inscribed on the saber and sword chi was already in tatters. Bai's remaining sword chi had damaged the foundation of this ancient seal. This meant that from now on she would lose one of her natal items. She would no longer be able to rely on this ancient Dharma seal to suppress the natal flying swords of sword immortals. Fortunately, the other 5 sides were still intact. Yang Ji's face was expressionless, but his heart was filled with hatred. He was also somewhat regretful. He really should not have asked Bai to ask the sword. No matter what path he took, he should not have been so careless. Yu Xian seemed to have understood something. Every time Bai attacked, he seemed to deliberately not pursue the goal of killing sovereigns with a few strikes. This was very difficult to chew on. Could it be that he wanted to kill 6 sovereigns with a single strike? Did he want to cause many of the sovereigns to fall from their peak to become ordinary Ascendant Realm monsters? Yu Xian looked around. In every corner of the world, there were actually talismans that Yu Xian quietly cast out to support the world. It could not only accurately observe the operation of the heavens and earth, but also slightly resist the momentum of the world that was gradually falling and rising. Of course, Yu Xian would not just stand here to watch Bai's sword attack. The 3 heaven and earth restriction formations had been gradually closing in step by step like a fishing net. In addition to the fact that the spiritual energy of the world was getting thinner and thinner, the heavens and earth that were beneficial to the sovereign realm monsters would also become more and more condensed. According to Yu Xian's calculation, once the 3 overlapping nets eventually shrank to 1,000 miles, even the river of time would appear. In the long run, Bai would really be dead. The proudest person in the world was walking on a path of no return with a sword. Without waiting for Bai to ask, Yu Xian smiled and said, "Just attack, I'm not in the way." Bai nodded gently. The hand holding the sword gently shook its wrist, and a sword light as bright as autumn suddenly appeared. With Bai's green robe as the center, a huge mirror appeared out of thin air between the heavens and earth. It was formed by a line of sword light. It was as if Bai had cut off the heavens and earth, returning a sword to Li Wenhai from afar. However, this sword light should have cut the old Taoist behind Bai in half, but when the sword light passed through the Taiji diagram, it was continuously bent and folded. In the end, the sword light completely bypassed the talisman Yu Xian. The old man's move was actually shocking enough. After all, Yu Xian was standing on the formation. He stood still and caused Bai's sword to miss. Yu Xian stroked his beard and smiled. Bai's sword was very powerful and very elegant. It was a coincidence that he had accidentally avoided the sword. As long as he could leave the Fuyao continent alive, there was no need to talk about such a secret. He could just go to a certain shameless sword cultivator sect that hung Bai's portrait in the ancestral hall, have a few cups of tea and have a small chat. He clearly had nothing to do with Bai, but he still had the nerve to hang Bai's portrait. If he wanted to become an immortal master of the ancestral hall, he had to make that sword cultivator circle the mountain on his sword and recite Bai's 300 poems in one go. Would he believe it? As for the 6 huge sovereigns, their true bodies and dharma projections were all cut into 2. The true bodies of the 3 great demons that were unfortunately cut by the sword light returned to their original forms. They had all lost some of their vitality. Because they used their natal items to block, the sword light still could not shake the foundation of their great Tao. Yuan Shou picked up a head that had fallen down and moved it back to his neck. After a few thousand feet, a dragon tail rose into the air and merged with the upper body. The legs of the 3-headed, 6-armed great demon ox blade were chopped off at the knees. He was willing to give up. As for the other 3 great demons' dharma projections, they recovered even faster. Xie Yun stood on the shoulder of her dharma projection. The golden light of her dharma projection scattered in all directions. With a slight thought, Xie Yun's golden body was reconstructed. Among the 6 sovereigns, Xie Yun was the most lazy one. At this moment, she still had the leisure to size up the uninvited guest, the talisman Yu Xian. In particular, the natal wine gourd at the old man's waist made Xie Yun envious. Yu Xian clicked his tongue in wonder. These sovereign demons could really fight and withstand. They were all unreasonably arrogant. They were all fighting head-on. Bai Yi also cut down their true bodies and dharma projections with a single sword strike. If it were an ascendant realm cultivator who ruled the world, he would definitely not dare to fight head-on like this. In terms of physical toughness, human cultivators really could not compare to the beasts of the wilderness. If it were an ordinary ascendant realm great demon in the wilderness, regardless of whether it was their true body or dharma projection, they would have obediently recuperated after suffering such a sword strike. How could they be like Yuan Shou and Yang Ji, who were getting braver as they fought? However, the old man could not help but sigh in his heart. The great wall of sword Qi had stood for 10,000 years. There was a battle almost every 100 years. How many attacks had it suffered? It was just that Qin Qingdo's temper was indeed unreasonable. Rumor had it that in the past, when the Tao ancestor rode an ox to pass through, Qin Qingdo did not even look at him. He slapped a certain sovereign demon back to the bottom of the ancient well, and Qin Qingdo also turned a blind eye. Later, the second Tao ancestor finally left the Beko Keikyung building and went to the world to capture an ascendant realm. It was said that Qin Qingdo almost made an exception and left the city with his sword. Only then did the second Tao ancestor leave behind the largest mountain seal in the world, the inverted mountain. Those who could make the second Tao ancestor hold back his anger and not cut people down were Qin Qingdo and the old scholar. The truth had already become an unsolved case. Perhaps future generations would not be able to find the answer even if they turned over the old almanac. Was the same. Just like what many talisman Yu Xian did in the past, it was also one of the many unsolved mysteries in the world today. Which great cultivator who stood at the peak of a mountain did not leave behind a series of mountains and rivers and traces of climbing on the path of cultivation? For example, to this day, there was still a mountain of a small country in the Liuxia continent. Yu Xian used a talisman to hold it several feet high in the air for as long as 600 years. The talisman still shone brightly, without any signs of spiritual energy dissipating or any signs of broken talismans. It was said that at that time the mountain lord of that place was unreasonable and unruly. He accidentally angered Yu Xian, who was traveling to the territory under his jurisdiction, and was punished by Yu Xian. After Yu Xian took out the talisman, he returned to the central divine continent. However, he spread the word that as long as the mountain lord did not come to the mountain gate and kowtow to him, the mountain would not be able to take root. In fact, the mountain lord of that small country had already found Yu Xian once, but Yu Xian deliberately left the mountain and waited bitterly at the mountain gate for several years to no avail. He could only return empty-handed. Even if a mountain lord of a country had fewer restrictions than a mountain god or a land, it was extremely difficult to even leave the borders of a country, let alone travel across continents. Especially when crossing continents, one had to wade through thousands of miles of water. It was said that the mountain lord went through untold hardships, borrowed or begged, and used countless mountains and rivers to finally reach the mountain gate of the talisman Yu Xian. In the end, he learned that the immortal master had traveled far away and did not know when he would return. It was fine if immortals played around in the mortal world or if their Tao hearts were unpredictable. In short, the talisman Yu Xian purposely did not meet the mountain lord. The mountain lord endured for several years and was the guardian of the mountain gate for several years before he kowtowed and left. From the beginning to the end, he did not bump his head into the mountain gate's memorial arch with hatred. This mountain lord could be considered to be magnanimous. There were also mountain cultivators who did not get along with the Taoist talisman sect and thus did not get along with Yu Xian. They felt that Yu Xian was too unreasonable as he relied on his cultivation level to wantonly bully the mountain ruler of a small country. Since the talisman Yu Xian was the best in the world, why not go to Sui Mountain and try? What kind of ability was it to show off against a mountain lord of a small country from another continent? As for why the mountain was supported by a talisman and hung in the air for 600 years, why was the mountain lord's golden body still stable even though the mountain's roots were clearly cut off? The people who were watching the show did not care about these trivial matters. As for the mountain lord who trembled in fear for the past 600 years, he changed his domineering style and diligently stabilized the fate of the mountains and rivers under his jurisdiction. He did not dare to slack off for a single day, which made him seem even more boring. There were many things in the world. Perhaps he would not really kill people, but what he killed one by one was the temperament of those young people. Bai Yi was like Yu Xian as if he could predict the future. He smiled and said, "This plan is true, and it is also true that it is difficult to kill a sovereign. I need to rely on my sword to find a way to break the death substitution technique." The immortal sword Tai Bai was unparalleled in its sharpness, but if it did not land on the real thing, it would be meaningless no matter how many times Bai Yi attacked. At the very least, at least one of the demon sovereigns had an undying body. For example, before coming to the righteous realm, they had already received permission from the Grand Patriarch of Moon-Bearing Mountain or when high to secretly fuse with the Wildlands. Or a certain magical robe or armor that had not been used was connected to the mountains and rivers of the wasteland. No matter which possibility it was, even if Bai Yi could kill a sovereign with one sword, he could only shatter the mountains and rivers somewhere in the wasteland. Therefore that Yuan Shou seemed to be seeking death, but the so-called life substitution was all intentional. This was the most troublesome part. The battle of techniques on the mountain was already treacherous and unpredictable enough. The battle on the mountain peak would naturally be even more unimaginable. Yu Xian was extremely worried. These sovereign beasts were already so difficult to kill, but there was actually a death substitution technique that was even more mysterious than Yu Xian. Was it that damn Jia Sheng's disgusting method again? Yu Xian glanced at Che Yun, whose face was sewn together by a woman, and asked with a smile, "One-on-one?" Che Yun hurriedly smiled and waved her hand. "Talisman Yu Xian, a murderous immortal. He doesn't dare to fight one-on-one. He only dares to collect corpses." Yu Xian truly regretted coming here. If he had known that Bai Ye's sword was so shocking, he would not have come here blindly. He could not help and it would be difficult for him to leave. Why did he have to come here? It was rare for him to let his emotions affect his decisions. In the end, he was in an awkward situation that did not have any heroic spirit at all. Yu Xian could not help but ask, "What should we do?" Bai Yi smiled and said, "Just use your sword." As the restrictions on the continent became heavier, the world became smaller and smaller. Bai Yi was still oblivious. In the next moment, Yu Xian let out a long sigh. "In the past, I always felt that there was no problem for Bai Yi to be ranked first among the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, the talisman Yu Xian should not be too far away from Bai Yi. I never thought that after meeting him today, I would realize that I was wrong." He deliberately ignored the Confucian school's 3 sages of the Confucian temple. Perhaps the people on the mountain had different opinions about the ranking of the 10 people of Middle-earth. However, there was almost no objection to the talisman Yu Xian being ranked in the top 5, or at least 6th. Even the city lord of White Emperor City and the female martial god, Pei Wan, were ranked up and down. Every time they were ranked, there would be endless arguments. No one knew how much money they earned from the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. As for the 10 people of Howran who were more controversial, there was no certainty. For example, the sects of the Sword Cultivation Mountain often liked to list Alliance and his left and right. This was especially so for the North Continent. Other than the 3 sages of the first sage, the Sage of Rights, and the second sage, and their own venerable fiery dragon, the remaining 6 people were all sword immortals. Bai Yi was not a sword cultivator, but with Tai Bai Yi, he was considered one of them. He was ranked 4th and could not be any lower. The great heavenly master of Mount Longhu was also included. After all, he was also a sword cultivator and could be considered one of them. Other than that, Alliance of the second sage's lineage and the sage of literature's lineage. One of them had never lost a battle on the mountain, while the other's swordsmanship was the best in the world. As for Zhou Xinji of Middle-earth, he could barely be considered as a sword cultivator. The old sword immortal, Zhou Xinji, was once so embarrassed that he almost rode his sword across continents to the North Continent to curse and kill people. It was said that the elder ancestor of the Huai family had spent a lot of money on the Mountain and Mountain Gazette. It was not that the talisman Yu Xian was belittling himself. It was just that Bai Yi's swordsmanship was too extraordinary. For example, at this very moment, Bai Yi used his heart to divide the heaven and earth into 6. A small boat cut through the clouds of the White Emperor. The Yuan Shou was puzzled. He looked around and did not know why he was standing on a cliff. Bai Yi wielded his sword. His clothes were as white as snow. He stood on the small boat and slashed the Yuan Shou with his sword. West Dang Tai Bai had a bird path that could sweep across the peak of Mount Amei. Bai Yi wielded his sword and walked out of the peak of the moon. The waterfall flowed down 3,000 feet and turned into a sword. The sword gleam slashed down the 5 peaks. All the birds flew away. The lone cloud was idle. There was a pavilion. The green-robed swordsman slashed the great demon in the water. The wind blew for 10,000 miles. The autumn geese flew far away. Leaning on the railing, the sword gleam chased after the deity in golden armor. In the ruins of a battlefield, the iron armor was shattered. Bones were piled up. Bai Yi slashed the white jade with his sword. Other than that, it was the place where the talisman Yu Xian was. It was still the original heaven and earth, mountains and rivers. He was still 100 miles away from Bai Yi. Speaking of which, it was strange. Today's meeting was the first time Yu Xian and Bai Yi had a close encounter. Before this, both of them had only passed by each other twice. They did not even exchange half a word. When Bai Yi won the statement that he was most proud of, not long after, the mountain and sword were sealed. Bai Yi closed his door and declined visitors for too many years. He was on a lonely island outside the sea. There were some great cultivators in history who did not believe in heresy. They wanted to find out how a scholar who was not a sword cultivator could control an unruly celestial sword. However, they did not end well. They were the luckiest if they could not find the restriction. Those who found it often did not see Bai Yi. They only saw the sword gleam and then returned to their hometown to recuperate. Yu Xian smiled and asked, "The celestial sword Tai Bai really has a sword spirit that can transform into a human?" Bai Yi nodded and said, "Yes. However, Tai Bai does not want to show up." Yu Xian laughed and said, "This solves a huge doubt in my heart. There had always been a rumor about the 4 celestial swords that were famous all over the world. Each of them contained a sword spirit that could condense into a human form using the way of the sword. The sword spirit's combat power was equivalent to an ascendant realm sword cultivator. Therefore, having a celestial sword was equivalent to having an ascendant realm sword attendant who shared the great Tao. However, even Yu Xian had never seen the human form of the 4 sword spirits. His old friend, Venerable Fiery Dragon, who was a great celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain, only told Yu Xian that he had seen the sword spirit twice. However, the appearance was uncertain. The second time, it was the appearance of a female sword attendant who carried a scabbard on her back. Yu Xian was doubtful about it. After all, Venerable Fiery Dragon was a liar. He would always lie to those who were closest to him. Just like a few years ago, Venerable Fiery Dragon was rejected in the Celestial Master residence. After that, he traveled to Middle-earth and brought along a young Taoist who was his direct disciple, Zhang Shanfeng. The master and disciple did not climb the mountain. Venerable Fiery Dragon only asked Yu Xian to go down the mountain to entertain the guest. He said that his disciple was timid. It was unknown whether the child was brave or stupid. After knowing that his name was Yu Xian, he still looked sincere. He almost said that Yu Xian was unlucky to have the same name as the talisman Yu Xian. Therefore, when he cultivated on the mountain, he would definitely be laughed at by others. The 3 celestial swords, including Tai Bai, were famous. The appearance of each celestial sword would be earth-shattering. For example, Bai Ye's sword slashed the grotto heaven and the water of the Yellow River came from the sky. Another example was Taoist number 2, who wielded a sword, challenged the entire Deshiendu temple and personally killed a genius from the Qingming world. Another example would be the current Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu. He was the youngest Taoist in history to inherit the position of Grand Celestial Master. He left the mountain at the tender age of 20 with a sword and traveled the mortal world for 100 years. He set foot in the lands of the vast 6 continents and slew 11 demons of the upper 5 realms. That was why there was a popular saying, "Wherever there are demons in the human world, there will be celestial masters of Mount Longhu." Only the 4th celestial sword had not been seen for 10,000 years. It was said that one of the 9 sword-suppressing towers, the sword-suppressing tower of the South Sa continent, was built to suppress this sword spirit. There were also some who said that it was the dragon slayer who appeared out of nowhere 3,000 years ago. At that time he was holding a long sword. After slaying the dragon, he casually threw the sword into the sea. There were rumors at the peak of Howran Mountain that there was a 5th celestial sword, but its whereabouts were even more unknown. The celestial sword Tai Bai, that the Deshiendu temple lent to Bai Yi was actually called Tai Bai. When it fell into Bai Ye's hands, the latter's reputation surpassed the former's. The celestial sword of Mount Longhu's celestial master was called 10,000 Arts. The celestial sword of the Baek Okekyung building's 2nd sect master, who was known as the Invincible One, was called Taoist scripture. Bai Yi turned and asked with a smile, "Are you really not leaving? This is your last chance. Once your Yin soul disappears and the natal gourd is left here, I'm afraid you won't even be able to keep an ascendant realm cultivator." Bai Ye's 6 heart worlds couldn't trap the 6 demons for too long. Yu Xian was worried. He couldn't help much, but he definitely wouldn't be more of a hindrance. Besides, if he stayed here, Bai Yi would have an extra chance of survival. In fact, he did use his Yin soul to travel to the Fuyao continent. His true body was hidden elsewhere, but he brought all his belongings with him, including the wine gourd. Bai Yi raised the scabbard in his hand and said, "Old immortal Yu, please help me return this to the Deshiendu temple. I heard that one of the regrets of the talisman Yu Xian was that he couldn't travel to the Qingming world. Bai Yi had some merit on him, but it was useless. Yu Xian could use it to ascend and travel between the 2 worlds. As for the Tai Bai sword in Bai Ye's hand, it really couldn't be returned to its original owner. Please help me say sorry to Taoist Sunday." As long as Yu Xian kept the Tai Bai scabbard, Bai Yi would use all his strength to kill the 6 sovereigns. No matter what, he had to open a path for Yu Xian. He believed that with Yu Xian's talisman methods, it wouldn't be difficult for Yu Xian to leave even if the sovereigns tried their best to stop him. Unexpectedly, Yu Xian shook his head and said, "It's not good enough to travel as a Yin soul and come here with half your life. If you retreat at the last minute and run away, won't you lose all your celestial aura?" Yu Xian made up his mind and no longer hesitated. He laughed and said, "If you want to return the scabbard, return it yourself. I'll meet with Bai Ying first. This guy might be the key to the death substitution technique. You can attack with your sword later. As usual, I won't get in the way." An ascendant realm peak who had the potential to merge with the heavens and earth was willing to give up his Yin soul and the most fundamental life item. If this wasn't good enough, it would be the biggest joke in the world. The talisman Yu Xian had a celestial aura. The white-haired, purple-clothed, barefoot old man stepped on the Tai Chi diagram. His figure flashed and he took advantage of the moment when Bai Ye's heart image mountain river was smashed into the sky by Bai Ying to enter the door through a gap. The old man showed a Dharma form. His sleeves fluttered and the talisman floated out continuously like the flying snow in the sky. First, he pushed Bai Ying and the Tao opening sword servant back to the battlefield ruins. Then he used half of the talisman to stabilize Bai Ye's heart image world and turned it into his own talisman array world. The remaining half of the talisman came in all kinds and strange shapes. On the ground, armored horses gathered and charged forward. In the sky, heavenly maidens scattered flowers. Other than that, there were hundreds of golden armored puppets that charged forward with a thunderous momentum. Jade palaces, pavilions and lofts were all transformed by the talisman in white. Together with different spells and offensive treasures, they fell like rain in the mortal world. One of the unsolved mysteries of the world was the talisman Yu Xian. How many pieces of talisman did he refine? Hundreds of thousands? Hundreds of thousands? Millions? At the same time, no matter how Bai Ying shrank, she was always in the 8 trigrams array's death door. Even if you were in the 3 great arrays of the Fuyao continent, first there was Bai Ye's heart image world, then there was the talisman world, then there was the Tai Chi diagram. Bai Ying's mood was solemn. It was this talisman Yu Xian. If it were any of the other 10 from the Central Plains, it wouldn't be so troublesome. Bai Ying didn't want to reveal her background. She could only learn from the talisman Yu Xian and win with numbers. She used all her abilities and fought with numbers. Yu Xian had more talisman Yu Xian, so Bai Ying turned her robe back into a skeleton throne. She controlled the army of Yin spirits and fought with the densely packed talisman puppets on the battlefield. Actually, the entire heaven and earth were both sides where it was a battlefield. Although Yu Xian was only holding back one of Bai Ying's sovereigns, Bai Yi still felt a lot more relaxed. Firstly, Bai Ying was most likely Jia Sheng's key backup plan. Furthermore, Bai Yi had never relied on others in her life, regardless of whether she was a sword immortal or a poetry immortal. Therefore, this was the first time Bai Yi fought side by side with someone. Other than Bai Ying, the other 5 sovereigns had already escaped. They showed their 10,000 feet tall avatars at the same time. The last of the spiritual energy crazily gathered in 5 places. In the heaven and earth, the abundant spiritual energy of the continent had dried up just like that. It was either used by the 6 sovereigns to control their natal items or swallowed by Bai Ying's Sea of Clouds, Yangji Dragon Robe, and Qiyun Blade Strengthening Gourd. The 5 sword formations landed on the ground, once again trapping the 5 sovereign-level experts who were lying on their backs. Bai Ye's poetry was invincible. Bai Ye's spiritual energy would only be exhausted when the poems in her heart were finished. Before that, her poetry was invincible. Her sword was even more invincible. Bai Yi was a true sword immortal. How many sword cultivators had she killed? Qingming Tian. Baek Okekyung Building's 5 cities, 12 floors, and the world's #1 temple. There were immortals riding whales back to the city, or riding yellow cranes across the sky. There were old immortals on the high platforms who forgot their place. There were Tao patterns rippling outside the building. There were ancient immortals in the city who gathered the 5 mountains crown on their heads. There were also jade materials that were most suitable for cultivation under the Qingming Tian. In a trance, the Yin spirit roamed the Baek Okekyung building at night and went to the 5 cities and 12 floors. The immortals would either bestow Qingming jade archives or immortality techniques. Now, Taoist number 2 was overseeing the Baek Okekyung building. The 3rd supreme leader, Lu Qin, was in charge of going to the heavens beyond to deal with the endless otherworldly demons. However, Lu Qin often sneaked back to the Baek Okekyung building. Taoist number 2 could not be bothered to say anything. Since the honored master did not say anything, it was useless for him, the senior brother, to say anything. Actually, it was only when the eldest senior brother was around that his junior brother, Lu Qin, was slightly more well-behaved. Moreover, it was rare for him to be so well-behaved. It was not because Lu Qin thought that the rules were good, but because he respected his senior brother. Today, Lu Qin returned from the heavens beyond to the highest point of the Baek Okekyung building. A mustard seed-sized otherworldly demon was imprisoned between his fingers. He glanced at the unsheathed immortal sword on his senior brother's back and laughed. "Are you going to carry the sword and travel the world? What about the Baek Okekyung building? The honored master has not come here for a long time. I can't make an exception just because of you. It's more appropriate for the eldest senior brother to return to the Baek Okekyung building in the future." Taoist number 2 was tall and had a middle-aged face. He ignored Lu Chen's provocation and asked with a frown. Bei was also dedicated to the Tao in his early years. "Why didn't you do anything?" The sword behind Taoist number 2 vibrated slightly, as if it was resonating with the immortal sword, Tai Bai, which was a world away. Lu Chen leaned on the railing and laughed. "I don't want a boring immortal to appear in the Baek Okekyung building. I don't want my hometown to lose one of its proudest immortals. Are you satisfied with junior brother's answer?" Taoist number 2 did not say anything else. Lu Chen was silent for a moment and suddenly scolded jokingly, "This Taoist son is really indecent. I'll go scold him at the entrance of the Deshiendu temple later." Previously, Taoist son of the Deshiendu temple appeared outside the Baek Okekyung building for the first time. He did not look at the highest point and only looked at one of the tall walls of the Baek Okekyung building before leaving after saying that. "Oh, so there's a true immortal in the Baek Okekyung building too. Vast heavens, Middle Earth divine continent. Celestial master abode of Mount Longhu." A young Taoist with a face as clear as jade stood on a star-plucking platform, calculating in his heart. He wore the most eye-catching Taoist robe of the celestial master abode, which was surrounded by yellow-purple chi. He was the famous Yui minister, the yellow-purple noble. A young Taoist with a sword on his back appeared on the star-plucking platform. The young Taoist turned around and bowed. The young Taoist actually had one hand behind his back as he faced the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu. He only used one hand to form a sword seal to return the greeting. Fifth Heavens, Ascension City. Ningyao reached out and pressed her forehead. During the discussion by the river, the old scholar took out the scroll of the River of Time. She was the existence that stood alone at the furthest distance. As for why she was willing to impart sword arts to the human race and why she was willing to stand on the same side as the human race, only the heavens knew. In any case, in her eyes, the gods of the past were all ants. Therefore, 3,000 years ago, the dragon-slaying battle that created the Black Pearl Grotto heaven was still as laughable as playing house in her eyes. Because she wasn't a sword spirit. In the heavens, she was the sword master. (726). Taoist number 2 wore a Taoist robe, carried an immortal sword on his back, and wore a fish-tailed crown on his head. His junior apprentice brother Lu Qin, who was leaning on the railing, had a lotus crown on his head, and a sparrow perched on his shoulder. In the past, he was the leader of the Baek Ok Kyung building and the first disciple of the Taoist ancestor. He wore a Rui crown and a peach talisman. The reason why he could take in a disciple on behalf of his master was because he was the closest to the Taoist ancestor. At this moment, the immortal sword on Taoist number 2's back was vibrating non-stop. Rays of light flowed out of the scabbard, and golden seals manifested by the great Tao appeared one by one. However, after the golden words left the scabbard, they were immediately restrained by Taoist number 2's majestic Tao. The contents of the Taoist scriptures and treasured words could only be within a short distance. They were indeterminate. They couldn't leave the riverbed. Occasionally, a fish would jump out of the water, but it was only for a moment before it fell back into the water. Lu Qin joked, "Senior apprentice brother, your murderous aura is so strong. Be careful not to provoke the Deshiendu temple to activate their sword formation and ask for a sword in the Baek Ok Kyung building. Our Taoist son has tolerated you for a long time. Luckily, I found a junior apprentice brother for you. Otherwise, the matter of gathering 500 spiritual officials would probably be delayed for many years at the Fifth World. It would take at most 300 years and at least 100 years. It wouldn't be good." Taoist number 2 did not comment on this. The grudge between the Baek Ok Kyung building and the Deshiendu temple was an old topic that was not interesting. As for the 500 spiritual officials returning to the immortal ranks, it was only a matter of time. By then, in the next 200 years, he would command the 500 spiritual officials to attack beyond the heavens. The otherworldly demons would be greatly weakened, and the 500 spiritual officials would be more worthy of their name. The three branches of the Baek Ok Kyung building actually had different opinions about the otherworldly demons that seemed impossible to kill. The second branch of the Taoist sect was very simple. They focused on killing. Other than going to the outer space to kill the extraterrestrial demons so that some of the extraterrestrial demons would not be nourished and strengthened, Taoist's second brother would have to personally wield his sword and rule the world in the future. He would command 500 spiritual officials and spend 500 years to kill the inner demons of the Qi cultivators. He wanted to make those countless extraterrestrial demons become like water without a source or a tree without roots. In the end, the extraterrestrial demons would be forced to merge into three. By then, he and his 3 senior and junior brothers would each defeat one of them and the world would be at peace. This was even more magnificent than someone who had slain all the true dragons in the world. As for the junior brother with the Taoist name of Shanqing, Taoist number 2 had an average impression of him. The only thing that made Taoist's second brother think highly of Shanqing was that in the new world, Shanqing dared to take the initiative to do things. He was willing to do things that even the last disciple of the Taoist ancestor could not be a protective talisman. Now that Shanqing was there, he had caused the Baek Ok Kyung building to become a lonely mountain of Taoism in the Fifth World. The Baek Ok Kyung building had more or less formed a confrontation with the other sections. It was precisely because of this that Taoist's second brother felt that it was not bad. The second chief of the Baek Ok Kyung building, who was known to be invincible, only laughed coldly and said, "I have been wanting to chop off the head of the sovereign ox blade for a long time." Back then, the honored master had deliberately spared his life and used a golden armor manifested from the purple golden lotus of the Taoist seed to capture him, forcing him to rely on cultivation to accumulate a little spiritual light and remove the golden armor on his own. By then the honored master might have become a mighty lord in the desolate world. From then on, he had practiced Tao for 10,000 years and was almost immortal. He did not expect him to not cherish his good fortune and resort to underhanded means. He wanted to use Bai Ye's sword to break open the Taoist armor, which was a waste of God's gift. How could such a stupid person have the guts to be a guest of the Baek-o Kaekyung building? Regardless of Dao's second brother's temper, in a certain sense, he was indeed more in line with the secular sense of respect for the master than his two senior brothers. I advise senior brother not to get involved in the affairs of the world. Languid Lu Qin said, the first ancestor of the military school was so invincible back then. Didn't he still end up with his corpse divided into 5? Didn't he still die in the hands of the ants in his eyes? Other than his corpse being something to be fought over, after the first ancestor of the military school was dismembered, he integrated his soul into the martial arts fate of the world, paving a path for the pure martial artists of the future to ascend to the heavens. This was also the reason why the heavens had never purposely drawn the martial arts fate to stay or leave. The first ancestor of the military school had both ascended to the heavens and divided the human race. His merits and demerits did not offset each other. His merits and demerits were still great merits, and his mistakes were still punished for 10,000 years. As for the 5 Qi cultivators who had their corpses divided, their realms were actually not high in the ancient battlefield back then. Someone had taken the head first, and the other 4 had their own gains. It was called a joint kill, on a page of the ancient history. A little Taoist child rose into the air from the verdant city, one of the 5 cities of the Baek-o Kaekyung building. He hovered far above the sea of clouds and bowed to the sky. The little Taoist child did not dare to act rashly and ascended without permission. As one of the 5 cities of the Baek-o Kaekyung building, the verdant city was located at the northernmost side. According to Taoist son of the Deshiendu temple, the name of the verdant city came from a saying that the Jade Emperor Li Zizhen was really crisp. It was similar to how the Taoist ancestor planted a calabash vine that turned into 7 blade-strengthening calabashes. Of course, the Taoist of the verdant city would not admit to this and would regard it as nonsense. However, within the orthodoxy of the Baek-o Kaekyung building, the verdant city did indeed have another name for the Jade Emperor city. Under the jurisdiction of the verdant city were 72 lands. Among them there were one of the 10 big grotto heavens, 2 of the 36 small grotto heavens, 3 of the 72 blessed lands and 6 of the dynasties. As for the Taoist temples on and below the mountains, there were countless of them. Every 60 years, on the 25th day of the 12th lunar month, the lord of the verdant city would bring out a chariot to inspect the merits and demerits of the Taoist officials of the dynasties under the heavens. He would also assess the ghosts and deities of the mountains and rivers. Wherever the chariot passed by, it would be within the scope of assessment and inspection. It could even be beyond the jurisdiction of a single city. Therefore, the verdant city was one of the 12 buildings of the Baek-o Kaekyung building's 5 cities. Its position was not high, but it held great power. The reason why the city had such a transcendent position was because the great sect master of the Baek-o Kaekyung building had cultivated here for a very long time. Moreover, he would often preach the Tao to the world here. Whether it was the Taoist priests of the 3 branches of the Baek-o Kaekyung building, the Taoist officials of the mortal world, the spirits of the mountains and lakes, or the ghosts and spirits of the netherworld, they could all enter the city to seek enlightenment. Therefore, the verdant city was regarded as the Baek-o Kaekyung building's best place to forge good karma with the world. Lu Qin smiled and waved his hand, calling for Yunxing to come quickly. There was no need to be so polite. Only then did the little Taoist boy come to the highest point of the Baek-o Kaekyung building. After settling down in the corridor, he bowed to the 2 sect masters again, not daring to violate the rules at all. In fact, there were not many rules for cultivating in the Baek-o Kaekyung building. When the great sect master was in charge of the Baek-o Kaekyung building, or rather the entire Qingming world, he had truly achieved non-interference governance. Even the great Xuandu temple and the Sui Chu palace, which were important places of Taoism, were sincerely convinced by him. Even Lu Qin, the youngest disciple of the Taoist ancestor in the past, was in charge of the Baek-o Kaekyung building. It was just that there were more quarrels, more chaos and more killings in the world. The heavenly drum was played in 8 places in the world, almost every year without stopping. The Baek-o Kaekyung building and Lu Qin did not care too much about it. Only when the second sect master was in charge of the Baek-o Kaekyung building, the rules were more serious. The second sect master glanced at the Taoist temple above the little Taoist boy's head and laughed coldly. The fishtail crown on the inverted hanging mountain was probably ordered by the elder ancestor of the Jiang family of the Purple Chi Tower to let the little fellow and his lineage be obedient. Now that he had returned to the Baek Okekyung building, Jiang Yunxing changed to the standard Taoist crown of Verdant City, the Rui crown. If it was not for his senior brother, the little Taoist boy would have changed to the lotus crown of his junior brother Lu Chen's lineage. Then the second sect master would not have been so easy to talk to. The Baek Okekyung building and the entire Qingming world were clear about one thing. The fact that the second sect master did not say anything while watching coldly from the sidelines was in itself the greatest way to talk to him. Yunxing, when are you going to become the city lord of Verdant City? Uncle Master has even prepared a congratulatory gift. As a martial nephew, I can't let Uncle Master wait for too long. It's easy to get teary eyes. Lu Chen pressed his face against the railing and turned around with a smile. I have a good relationship with your grandmaster and honored master. Even if they don't come to the city lord ceremony, it's perfectly justifiable for Uncle Master to do it. Moreover, Uncle Master is known for having the least rules. A ceremony that would take a few days would take less than a joss stick's worth of time. The little Taoist boy still kept his mouth shut. He only bowed respectfully again, expressing his gratitude to Uncle Master Lu Chen and apologizing to the second sect master beside him. Back then, when he was young and ignorant, he went behind his family's back and joined the lineage of the Baek Okekyung building's great chief. It was actually a huge taboo. Most importantly, the great chief was suppressing the extraterrestrial demon in the outland and was unaware of it. It was purely his junior Uncle Master who secretly dragged him to Verdant City to worship. For this reason, the family did not hesitate to migrate him directly to the Haoran world. Moreover, it was the inverted hanging mountain. He was also required to wear a fishtail crown all year round. Otherwise, he would be banished from the family's ancestral hall or just stay in the Haoran world. The little Taoist boy's name was Jiang Yunxing. In the inverted hanging mountain, he and the sword-hugging man, Zhang Lu, had been neighbors and door gods for many years. Jiang Yunxing, who had the potential to become the city lord of Verdant City, leaned against the ox-tying pole in the inverted hanging mountain all year round. He liked to sit on the praying mat and watch scholars and beauties as well as the romance of the pugilistic world. He was the most approachable one among the Taoist sects in the inverted hanging mountain. Many young children liked to play there and let the little Taoist boy perform Tao techniques to help them ride on the clouds. Jiang Yunxing's family's patriarch was one of the 12 buildings in the 5 cities of the Baek Okekyung building, the owner of the Purple Chi building. He was in the ascendant realm. The Purple Chi building was surrounded by mist and clouds. Purple Chi lingered around and there was sword aura gushing into the air. It was known as the floating sun and moon Purple Chi pile, home in the hands of the immortals. In addition, this building was located in the most eastern part of the Baek Okekyung building. It was ranked as the highest among the immortals. It was already the highest among the clouds and was the first to welcome the sun and moonlight. Most of the female immortals who cultivated in this building were originally surnamed Jiang or were bestowed with the surname Jiang. They usually had a hibiscus crown and a water hairpin. They also had the reputation of being a spring official. The Jiang family of the Baek Okekyung building and the Jiang family of the Tongyi continent were in similar situations. Verdant City and Divine Firmament City were neighbors. It gradually became very impressive. In the end, from Qi Jingchuan's little hope, it became Qin Pinggan's entire life. However, I don't know what Dao Qi Jingchun asked Master when he traveled to the Little Lotus Cave. I had asked Master before, but Master did not tell me in detail. Thinking back to those years, the youth with straw sandals from the Clay Bottle Alley who first stepped on the bluestone roads of Fulu Street and Peach Leaf Alley, the kiln apprentice who had to subconsciously wipe his hands before taking out an envelope outside the school. At that time, the youth would never have imagined that his future would be like today's. He would have walked through so many mountains and rivers step by step, and witnessed so many magnificent scenes and life and death separations with his own eyes. Dao number 2 asked, Chui Dong seems to have changed his trump card to deal with the wasteland. Otherwise, Chui Dong would be able to use the chaotic times to free himself from many restraints. Lu Chen laughed. He wouldn't dare. Once he used it, it would be even more treacherous than deceiving his master and destroying his ancestors. Moreover, things happened in a hurry. Time waits for no man. There's nothing in the world that can be discussed properly. Lu Chen sighed. Chui Dong defeated the founding ancestor of the school of Taoism in his early years, causing the latter to recognize his own ten. Most of the cultivators at the peak of the world today do not know where the knowledge lies. Great knowledge. If the age of Dharma decline that everyone fears really comes one day, and no one is destined to be able to stop it, then even if there are no more school of Taoism cultivators in the world, no more cultivators, everyone will still be at the foot of the mountain. Luqian. When the time comes, only the knowledge left behind by the school of Taoism can be relied on to gain the most Tao. Perhaps the thing that made Cui Dong worried, for example, the human race disappearing because of this and becoming the old subordinates of the new heavenly court's deities, are all very likely. Cui Dong seems to have always believed that that day would come. Thus, even if the Aquarius continent was in a perilous situation, Cui Dong still did not dare to truly ally with the school of Moism. Thus, the school of Moism, who was inevitably disappointed, felt that he was cheated by Xiao Hu, and turned to the South Pasua continent to help Qin Chunan. But the school of Moism is still the school of Moism. They still did not hesitate to bet all their wealth on the Aquarius continent. Furthermore, the school of Moism's business was indeed profitable. The school of Moism and Shang clan are indeed more daring than the school of agriculture and Yao clan. Dao number 2 thought of something. That Lu clan disciple, how do you plan to deal with him? The lotus blossom blessed land in the Tong Yi continent of the vast world was divided into 4 parts by the old Abbey Dean's skill of drawing and painting. 3 of the lotus blossom blessed land followed the old Abbey Dean and ascended to the green underworld. Lu Tai sat on one of the blessed land, and successfully ascended out of the blessed land, and started to stand out in the Qingming heavens. He had a good relationship with the young female Taoist nun in the retained person realm, and they were not Tao companions but Tao companions. Lu Qin said helplessly, "Why, you want to take in a closed-door disciple? Aren't you afraid that Zhou Zi will get what he wants?" Lu Qin was not willing to meet this disciple who changed his name to Lu Chuan, who was born with a rare yin-yang fish physique, and was worthy of being called a divine seed. The later generations did not know much about the divine seed, and did not know that the divine seed was the true Tao seed. Actually, it was not that one could be called a divine seed just because their cultivation talent was good. At most, they were just cultivators. Jiang Yunxing was dumbfounded. Back then at the inverted mountain, this little Taoist boy sent Lu Tai flying out of the Shangxiang Inn with a slap. Lu Tai now had a deep relationship with that stinking cow's nose. If he became the direct disciple of the second sect master, and took charge of one of the 12 buildings of the 5 cities, with Lu Tai's narrow-mindedness, wouldn't he fight with him for hundreds or thousands of years? In the Beko Keikyung building, his sect master had not appeared for a long time, and the 2 uncle masters took turns to take charge of it for 100 years, causing the entire Qingming heavens to be filled with fighting and killing. If it was not for the opening of the 5th world, Jiang Yunxing would have felt that his originally peaceful hometown had become a vast world where the inverted mountain was located. Now, the inverted mountain had become a Shan word seal that could be hung on one's waist, and could even be refined into a natal item. It was said that the second sect master had asked someone to give it to the little uncle master, Shan Qing. Jiang Yunxing was actually curious about the little uncle master that he had never met, but in the next 90 years, they were destined not to meet. The second sect master said, "I never cared about these things. Let him calculate the heavens and earth, I walked my own path." Lu Qin shook his head. Zhou Zi's way of thinking is very peculiar. From the very beginning, he had seen the current world as the age of Dharma's end and deduced it. Practitioners can only sit and wait for the age of Dharma's end to arrive, but Zhou Zi had already started scheming long ago, and even neglected the founding masters of the 3 sections. His disappearance did not mean that he was blinded by a single leaf, but he turned a blind eye. Therefore, in the vast world, it is indeed normal for one person to suppress the entire Lu family. In the Pro Grotto heaven, Lu Qin and Zhou Zi did not meet face to face. One was setting up a stall while the other was still setting up a stall. They each had their own destiny. Both parties seemed to mind their own business, but in reality, they were named the same as the natal flying swords of Zhou Zi's direct disciple and Lu Chen's descendant. The casual conversation between the 2 senior and junior brothers only pitted the little Taoist child of Verdant City. The 2 uncle masters kept talking about the age of Dharma's end. Jiang Yunxing was shaken to the core and his Tao heart was unstable. Lu Qin suddenly smiled and said, "Yunxing, back then your patriarch split open the sea of clouds with his fist and smashed towards the Pro Grotto heaven. How impressive. It's a pity that you were far away at the inverted hanging mountain, and your Tao was lacking, so you didn't see it with your own eyes." "It's all right, I have a painting of the River of Time here that I have kept for many years. I'll give it to you. Take it to the Purple Clouds Tower and frame it properly. Your patriarch will definitely be happy, and he will no longer support you as the city lord of Verdant City in secret. He will only do it openly. The little Taoist child looked down as if he did not hear anything. The second sect master frowned and said, "All right, don't beat around the bush to plead for mercy for the little brat. I don't have any thoughts about Jiang Yunxing and Verdant City. If you have any thoughts about the city lord's position, you can fight for it with your own abilities. I don't mind if Jiang Yunxing becomes the city lord. Verdant City has always been seen as eldest senior brother's territory. I don't have any opinions about who guards the door. The only thing I have an opinion about is that whoever guards the door badly will leave a mess for senior brother." Lu Chen shook his head. "Senior brother, oh senior brother, you and I are at such a high place. If we casually shake our sleeves, frown or yawn, the immortals below will have to carefully ponder over our thoughts for half a day. Fight? How can Jiang Yunxing fight?" Today he finally mustered up the courage to catch up with his two uncle masters. In the end, the second sect master did not even look at him. "How do you think the 5 cities and 12 towers will view Jiang Yunxing? At the end of the day, senior brother, you are just a casual person. Coincidentally, Jiang Yunxing can't control the great Tao even if he risks his life. Of course, senior brother doesn't have to care. If you feel that the great Tao is natural, then everything will return to one." The second sect master could not stand Lu Chen's attitude. It was not as natural as his masters, nor as straightforward as his senior brothers. He was a little impatient and said directly, "Do you want Shan Qing to take over Verdant City or Jiang Yunxing to take over?" Jiang Yunxing sighed. "All right, the third sect master is talking nonsense over there, implicating me." He really did not know if the third sect master was helping him or harming him. If the second sect master was not here, he would have started scolding him. Actually, Jiang Yunxing really did not care about the ownership of Verdant City. He had braced himself to come today because it was rare to see Uncle Master Lu. It would be better if Verdant City belonged to the newest Uncle Master. He would not be forced to do something beyond his ability. Because once he succeeded as the city lord of Verdant City, he would be very busy and there would be many disputes. Jiang Yunxing had stayed in the inverted mountain for a long time and was used to living a carefree life. If he had something to do, he would cultivate, and if he had nothing to do, he would flip through books. Moreover, with Jiang Yunxing's level and reputation, he did not have the qualifications to stand out and take charge of Verdant City, which was known as the Little Baek Okekyung building. Lu Chen chuckled and patted the little Taoist boy's head. "Go back." The little Taoist boy hurriedly bowed and left. He rode the wind and returned to Verdant City. The second sect master said telepathically, "You just casually placed an otherworldly demon in Jiang Yunxing's heart of Tao?" Lu Chen smiled. "I was bored." The second sect master reminded him, "You should return to the heavens beyond heaven." Lu Chen was only pretending to be stupid. After a long silence, he suddenly said, "Senior brother, have you ever thought that there would be a day when someone would ask you for a sword fight?" The second sect master said, "It's not something that happens often. Even if it was known as an invincible person, there were still people in this world who would ask for a sword fight with the second sect master of the Baek Okekyung building." Lu Chen smiled. "I'm talking about the kind of sword fight that requires you to use all your strength." "Alliance? Baiyi? Or is it Qin Pingan who ascended here?" The second sect master asked. "How long do we have to wait? Besides, we don't even know if we can get it." Lu Chen raised both his hands and tapped his lotus crown with 2 fingers. He said innocently, "You said it yourself, senior brother." "I didn't say it." The second sect master smiled. "You're really bored." Lu Chen leaned on the railing. "I'm looking forward to Qin Pingan's travels in this world. Who knows, when he sets up a fortune-telling stall, he'll be even more familiar with it than I am." The second sect master said, "He'll have to have the physique of a martial artist from the 10th level. With the support of the spiritual energy of an ascended level cultivator, he'll be able to wield a sword and barely be a sword attendant." Lu Chen said, "There's no need to go through so much trouble. He'll just have to reach the 14th level. He won't be a sword attendant, but a sword master of sword masters. Of course he'll have to live well." The second sect master laughed. "I'm looking forward to it. I've cultivated for 8,000 years. If I miss the ancient battlefield, I won't be able to win." (727) Celestial Master Residence, Mount Longhu, the star-picking platform. After the little Taoist boy with a sword on his back appeared, another woman who had deliberately covered her face and figure with water clouds and mist performed a Buddha's blessing at the bottom of the stairs. Then, after receiving the Heavenly Master's order, she slowly ascended the stairs. When she stepped on the stairs, the camouflage automatically disappeared, revealing her true appearance. Although she was wearing a feather dress and a female crown, she was naturally charming and graceful. There was a red mole between her eyebrows. She was not only the most powerful celestial fox in the world, but also several worlds. She had been the guardian of Mount Longhu for 1,000 years. In Mount Longhu she was called Lianzhen. In the early years, when the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu left the mountain to travel, she secretly followed the young Taoist boy and pretended to be a village girl. The Grand Celestial Master deliberately did not expose her identity and allowed her to follow him from afar. He even tacitly allowed her to observe his cultivation. After that, the young Celestial Master wandered the world and killed demons along the way. For 60 years, she relied on the protection of the Grand Celestial Master's merits to avoid several heavenly tribulations. In the end, she willingly followed the Grand Celestial Master to Mount Longhu to cultivate. In return, the Grand Celestial Master personally sealed her with a seal to help her withstand the heavenly tribulations. When she ascended the platform, she seemed to be able to pick the stars and the moon with a stretch of her hand. After Lianzhen ascended the platform, she immediately stopped and did not approach the young Grand Celestial Master. The main reason was that she was naturally in awe of the little Taoist boy with a sword on his back. The sword cultivator was the first of the 4 troublesome ghosts on the mountain, especially the sword immortal who could decapitate the head with a flying sword. One sword could break 10,000 laws. Whether it was killing enemies or slaying demons, it was not something made up by the legends and unofficial records. The little Taoist boy was the human form of the immortal sword, 10,000 arts. Lianzhen was suppressed by the restriction of the star-picking platform and revealed half of her true body. 10 huge snow-white tails crawled on the ground and hung all the way down the platform, almost covering the entire path. The young Taoist boy turned his head and smiled at the celestial fox. Lianzhen hurriedly returned the greeting and made a Taoist bow. Under the star-picking platform, she considered herself to be the great heavenly master's maidservant. After ascending the platform, beside the most unreasonable sword spirit Wu Lei, Lianzhen could only reluctantly consider herself as a Taoist friend so as to avoid provoking the other party's displeasure. Lianzhen and Na Wu Lao almost never spoke. The two sides actually did not have many chances to meet face to face. The Grand Heaven Master had always addressed them as fellow Taoists and treated them as equals. He had never treated them as servants or maids. Lianzhen knew why the Grand Heavenly Master and Wu Lei wanted to meet here today. They wanted to climb high and look at the Fuyao continent, which was located in the southwest of the vast world. However, the Fuyao continent was now part of the Wildlands, and not even the Taoist magics of the Grand Heaven Master's Taoist magics would be able to see everything clearly. The Grand Heavenly Master continued, "I plan to make a trip to the Tongya continent with the seal. You stay here and guard the mountain gate." Wu Lei was as expressionless as before. His voice was cold and clear. "The present situation of the world is indeed worthy of you taking risks. However, you must not die at the hands of that Zhomi. Otherwise, do you want me to come and behead you?" Lianzhen was worried sick at heart. She wanted to persuade her master, but she did not have the guts to tell her master what to do in such an important matter. Just as her master had said in the past, the human world was always mysterious and pressured everywhere. For cultivators, the higher their Taoist magics were, the fewer paths they walked on, and the stronger the winds on the mountains and in the sky. Every time there was no choice, every time the heart could not help itself, there was a possibility of death. The wind would always be blown away by the rain and the wind, and be as lonely as the river of time. As for the little Taoist child's cold expression and words, Lianzhen was already used to it. Although the sword spirit was a servant in name, his great Tao was extremely pure. There was almost no distinction between good and evil like the later generations. The young Taoist reached out and lightly lifted an item. A green bamboo flute appeared at his waist. The inscription was taken from the opening of the 8 characters of the ancient Feng word inkstone. A large piece of qi, its name is wind. The current Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu, Zhao Tianlai, one of the 10 in the Central Plains, ranked above the talisman Yu Xian. Even among the 10 who argued endlessly, he would definitely have a place among them. The 5 Thunders technique had the supreme praise of being the head of all techniques. The Grand Heaven Masters of Mount Longhu's past generations were fully deserving of being the world's #1 in thunder techniques. One sword to break all techniques. However, one of the 4 immortal swords, 10,000 techniques, was in the possession of Zhao Tianlai. Not only was Zhao Tianlai the oldest Heaven Master of Mount Longhu's history, His current level of mastery in Tao was second only to the founding master who had traveled far beyond the heavens and never returned. Moreover, Zhao Tianlai was regarded as one of the few who had the highest chance of reaching the 14th realm. However, the affairs of the world were unpredictable. The number of times a cultivator who had an immortal sword used his sword was far less than an ordinary sword cultivator on the mountain. Some busybodies had calculated the number of times the 3 immortal swords appeared. After Bai borrowed the immortal sword Tai Bai from the Taoist son of the Taoist temple, the number of times he used the sword should not exceed 10. The Baek-o-Kaekyung building in the Qingming world was truly invincible. In his long cultivation career, there were only a handful of people who had died at most. Furthermore, when facing those who were already considered to be at the peak of the mountain, there was no need to bring the Taoist scripture. The most recent one was at the Taoist temple. The second Taoist wore a Taoist robe and fought with the Taoist temple of the Taoist sword immortal lineage's ancestral court. As for the battle with the Alliance who had ascended to the heavens beyond the heavens, both sides were bare-handed. One did not have a sword, while the other did not use his immortal sword. As for the Grand Heaven Master of Mount Longhu on the star-picking platform, compared to the previous 2, the number of times he used his sword was considered more. It was roughly 3 to 5 times in each realm after leaving the mountain to travel. As for the 4th immortal sword, the number of peak cultivators who knew about it could be counted on one's fingers. Zhao Tianlai had a sword spirit and was proficient in divination, so he was counted as one of them. Not only did he know that the immortal sword was called Innocence, he also knew that this sword was not in the sword suppression tower of the South Sa continent, nor was it the longsword used by the Dragon Slayer 3,000 years ago. It was left behind in the Great Wall of Sword Chi for 10,000 years. As for the Dragon Slayer who had appeared out of nowhere and fallen like a comet, his identity and name were quite taboo. They only knew that he came from a high-grade blessed land that was still sealed for closed-door cultivation, but he had an unclear relationship with the first ancestor of the school of the military. No matter what, during the Dragon Slayer period, he was still able to teach a disciple like White Emperor City's son Zhuzhong. This person's name could be considered to be immortalized in history. It could be said that this person would always occupy a large amount of space and ink in the complicated unofficial history of the future. Zhao Tianlai turned his head and smiled. Fellow Taoist Lian Zhen, there seems to be someone in the Tongye continent who is on the same path as you. Lian Zhen nodded slightly. She is on the same path as me but not of the same lineage. She is of the same lineage as Mr. Bai's green infant. This heavenly fox's voice was always soft, and she did not dare to speak loudly. Indeed, fellow Taoist Wu Lei's sword intent was too shocking. As one of the 4 sword spirits, its killing power was equivalent to that of an ascendant realm sword cultivator from the ancient times. Moreover, it had an inhuman temperament. As for the true refinement realm, it had a natural suppression of the great path. The ancient gods were high up in the sky. Before the appearance of the human race, the ones that they crushed and killed the most were the numerous demons on the ground. Among them, only those true dragons were slightly valued by the gods. They were gathered under one of the 5 supreme gods of the heavenly court in the past. The master of the heavenly court. The sword bearer. Their positions were similar to the criminal officers of the Great Wall of Sword Chi in the future, or the law master of the ancestral hall on the mountain. The armor bearer. Similar to the hidden officials of the Great Wall of Sword Chi, they had insight into everything in the world. The fire god governed the eternal stars. The water god guarded the long river of time. In addition, there were 12 supreme gods who easily lifted the world and dragged the stars. Among them, there were 2 who were in charge of the ascension platform, responsible for guiding the earth immortals. With the body of the human race, they became the true spirits of the divine path, which was the so-called ranking of immortals in the future. First, there were sword techniques and supernatural powers in the human world. The human race continued to rise, and the number of beings who became gods through the ascension platform increased. Then there was a battle between water and fire. This was what Old Yang said to Ruan Xiu and Li Lu, "Both of you are the most guilty." Then the sword-bearer was responsible for breaking the armor. It was rumored that both of them had fallen. According to common sense, this was indeed the case. This was also the reason why Old Yang had always regarded her as a sword spirit that had continued for 10,000 years. In addition, she deliberately lived in the world as a sword attendant. In the end, the patriarchs of the 3 sects and the patriarch of the military school worked together to reach the highest point of the sky and shattered the old heavenly court. Wu Tiang was a little hesitant, which was rare. Zhao Tianlai said, "Not all of them were recognized. It is indeed difficult to reach the 14th realm. The old scholars unifying heaven and earth relied on the merits of sages and the unifying heaven and earth, resonating with heaven and earth. The quasi-sage had relied on this to unify the central earth divine continent. A continent's mountains and rivers were half of the vast world. Baiye's 14th realm was the unifying great Tao, but it was the poem in Baiye's heart. It was simply amazing. In a sense, compared to unifying the unifying heaven and earth, it was even more difficult to learn. The only person in the future who was regarded by scholars as a great writer who was comparable to Baiyi in terms of talent, a person who was known as the master of thousands of poems, had to sentimentally say, "When poetry reaches Baiyi, it can be said to be the fortune of the human world. When poetry reaches me, it can be said to be a great misfortune." This person was so self-deprecating that he had to turn poetry into poetry. How could others and future generations dare to unify with poetry? The mellow scholar Chinchunan carried the sun and moon on his shoulders. His heart was bright. He wanted to unify with the sages and principles in his heart. The master of the Lotus Nunnery, who had died on the battlefield in the wasteland, cultivated the moon's spirit painstakingly. She wanted to enter the vast world and unify with the bright moons of more blessed lands. The fire dragon Jinren was half a celestial master of the celestial master residence in the Dragon Tiger Mountain. He was known by the Qi cultivators of the vast world as the three ultimate techniques of fire, water and thunder. It was not easy for him to unify. The talisman Yu Xian wanted to unify. It was the half-real and half-fake Milky Way in the wine gourd. In the ancient times, there was the Lu Guan school of Taoism. They were good at observing the stars and Qi, hence the name Lu Guan. Yu Xian had a deep understanding of this school of Taoism. Moreover, the Lu Guan school of Taoism and the fire dragon Jinren had a deep connection with the great Tao. The fire dragon Jinren and the talisman Yu Xian became close friends not only because of their similar personalities. They also exchanged pointers and sharpened each other's skills. They also had the idea of unifying their great Tao and reaching the 14th realm together. Zhao Tianlai sighed softly. He waved his sleeves and opened the restrictions slightly. He did not want to give a certain someone an excuse to complain. The little Taoist boy could not help but roll his eyes. Lian Jin was the slowest to realize it. She was also the most helpless. Lian Jin asked softly, "Should I go and receive the guest?" The Grand Celestial Master was annoyed. "What guest? He's the host and I'm the guest." The three academies, Mount Sui in the Central Plains, Base Tower in Town, and the cottage built by Baiyi in the Fifth Celestial Master. When did he not become the host? He acted more like the host than the host. He could not wait to use his identity as the host to receive the guest. In the forbidden area of the Celestial Master's residence on Mount Longhu, the restriction here was even stricter than the ancestral mountain of the talisman Yu Xian. A sneaky old elementary scholar snuck in. Instead of going to the star-plucking platform, he called out to the master several times in his mind. Since the master did not respond, he took it as a yes. He went straight to the Grand Heavenly Master's private residence. He was too embarrassed to step through the door, so he stood outside the front hall and raised his head. There was a couplet praising the Grand Heavenly Master's celestial demeanor and moral integrity. The old elementary scholar clicked his tongue in wonder. He really didn't know who in the world could have such a wonderful brush. The Grand Celestial Master had a good eye. He was willing to take down the original couplet and replace it with this one. The couplet's tone was grand. The honorable Taoist is virtuous and noble. I am in this mountain. The feather-clad minister sits still with his sword. The immortal wind contract is cool and refreshing. I don't know who knows. The demon-vanquishing heart belongs to the mortal world. All evil retreats. The yellow and purple noble lady hangs her seal in the wind. Her bones suppress the 5 peaks. Who doesn't cultivate, I cultivate. The horizontal scroll was oneness of heaven and man. If one entered and went to the front hall, it would be the place where the celestial fox cultivated. The back hall was where the Grand Celestial Master practiced his Tao seeking. Back in those days, the teacher and a few of his disciples were drinking wine at the corner of the wall, using his hand as a fan to disperse the smell of alcohol. They talked about the celestial fox in the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of them guessed that it had 9 or 10 tails, while others guessed that the celestial fox had the intention of becoming the Celestial Master's Taoist companion. In the end, they asked the teacher for an answer. At that time, the old elementary scholar was not well known, so he did not have the money to travel around the residence of the Celestial Master. Some of the sayings were taken from unofficial history books, and even the old elementary scholar himself was not sure if they were true or false. He did not dare to say that he was careless and did not want to talk nonsense with his disciples. He only said that the celestial master did not speak of strange powers and chaotic spirits, which greatly disappointed a young man. Later on, the old elementary scholar became famous and did not need to spend money to go out. He invited the sage of literature to give lectures and preach Taoism in various places. The old elementary scholar specially made a trip to Mount Longhu, but he did not take the immortal bamboo raft ferry. He chose to walk up the mountain with the green bamboo stick. At that time, both sides of the divine path were lined with nobles and immortals from various temples and nunneries. Everyone was surprised and delighted. They were surprised because the sage of literature had never set foot in the immortal residences outside of the Confucian Academy. Therefore he had made an exception for Mount Longhu. Moreover, it was said that the sage of literature had taken the initiative to submit the document to the celestial master residence. Even a Taoist holy land like Mount Longhu couldn't help but be delighted. They were happy that the sage of literature had come to Mount Longhu and won the debate between the three sections. He had also done two shocking things in succession. The first was to go to the sky screen and stretch his neck to ask the second Taoist to hack here and there. The second was to invite the Buddhist and Taoist ancestors to take a seat after the debate. The old elementary scholar occupied the fourth position in the Confucian temple and won two debates in succession. Therefore, the sage of literature had unexpectedly come to Mount Longhu. Even the celestial master had to personally welcome him at the mountain gate. In the end, the old elementary scholar and the celestial master sat together in the front hall. The old elementary scholar treated the celestial master with sincerity and spoke from the bottom of his heart. However, he kept glancing at the hall and chuckling every time he took a sip of tea. The old elementary scholar was too embarrassed to cross the threshold and went to wander elsewhere. He treated Mount Longhu's ancestral mountain as if it were his own courtyard. After all, he was not a good guest if he was too polite to the host. The old elementary scholar could not help but look back at the couplets and the horizontal scroll. He had not wasted his time bringing the brush and paste up the mountain. He did not even have to trouble the celestial master to put them up. What was a guest? This was a distinguished guest. He went to the Hall of Virtue of Mount Longhu's ancestral hall, where the statues of the ancestral masters were hung. There were also 12 statues of heavenly lords. Apart from the two disciples of the first celestial master, the rest were all celestial masters of Mount Longhu. Inside the ancestral hall, there were 8 golden talisman dragons coiled around the pillars. According to legend, as long as an immortal helped to add a finishing touch, the dragons would rise from the clouds and go out to suppress any evil that entered the mountain. The old elementary scholar sighed. The founder of Mount Longhu was indeed a hero. Years ago, the sage of rites had led his people on a crusade against the remnants of the gods. Although the results were not great, the outer heavens were vast and unimaginable, and there were many restrictive spells. However, there had been many bitter battles. The first celestial master of Mount Longhu had perished on his way back. His death had led to Mount Longhu's loss of the title Talisman Leader. Of course, it could not be said that the Talisman Yuxian had taken advantage of the precarious situation to fill in the gaps in the Great Tao. The old elementary scholar clasped his hands in front of the door, as if he were paying respects to the sage of Mount Longhu. There was a courtyard well known as the Demon Ceiling Well. Suspended above the well was an unpolished jade mirror. It was filled with all sorts of mischievous mountain spirits and water monsters, who had been suppressed by the celestial master's residence and brought back to the mountain. The courtyard was surrounded by a white jade fence, upon which were carved 9 strange beasts, including a snow-white flood dragon. This was the essence of lightning refined by the previous celestial master's residence. There was also a great hall that was never opened. On the door was a talisman, created by the celestial master's seal. It was rumored that countless evil spirits were suppressed inside. The celestial masters of each generation would be sealed twice in their lifetime, when they received the seal and when they received the seal. In the backyard of the celestial master's residence was a 1,000-year-old cassia tree, which was so tall that the old elementary scholar couldn't find a single pebble on the ground. This cassia tree was something that the celestial master had come across by chance when he was traveling the Aquarius continent with his sword in hand. Cassia wine brewed from cassia seeds was buried in the clouds and served to guests. It was the best wine on the mountain. As for the cross-continent trip, of course Zhao Tianxi had gone after the pink-robed man from the Valurium Pavilion. So what if he was the junior brother of White Emperor City's Zheng Juzhong? Brother Chensi would still kill him. The celestial master of Mount Longhu leaving the mountain with his sword on his back was a threat to White Emperor City from afar. Of course, Brother Huaixin didn't pay much attention to the friendship between fellow disciples. The old elementary scholar rarely admired the courage and insight of others, but this fellow who had changed his name to Lu Qiqing was quite good. He was the same kind of person as Lu Chen's chief disciple, the old boat master of Osmanthus Island. He had provoked the celestial master of Mount Longhu, endured the tortoise camel tablet of the talisman Yuxian, escaped from the Aquarius continent with great difficulty, and then provoked little Qi and little Ping, and as well as one of the leaders of the Tao, the water god Li Lu. What a good man, what a talent. The next time we meet, I'll call Zheng Juzhong brother, first, and then Lu Qiqing brother Lu. That's fine. After all, White Emperor City had always had a good relationship with the sage of literature. But when the old elementary scholar thought about it, he couldn't help but feel sad. A good relationship with the devil Tao. The Imperial Book Pavilion. It was the place where the sages of the Confucian temples of the Central Plains, and the plaques and couplets given by the major sects were kept, as well as the imperial edicts and letters of the emperors of various countries. There were countless golden books, jade archives and green manuscripts in the pavilion, which were rich in literary fate and abundant in imperial qi. In the words of the old elementary scholar, it was enough to make people turn their heads away after a single glance. It was too much to look at, too much to look at. The old elementary scholar suddenly looked a little embarrassed. A beautiful woman was in charge of guarding the forbidden area. She had a young face, but her seniority in the celestial master's residence was very high. She was in charge of the small world and she was in the immortal realm. She was keenly aware of the aura of the old elementary scholar, so she immediately appeared at the door and bowed. Instead of denouncing the old elementary scholar for trespassing, she asked softly in her mind, "Sage of literature, may I ask if Mr. Zwar is all right?" The old elementary scholar stomped his feet and said, "My disciple is blind." How could he bear to hurt Miss Zhao's direct disciple with his sword? Is it so difficult to bring that potential sword fairy back to Dragon Tiger Mountain and discuss with Miss Zhao? Regardless of the consequences, the old elementary scholar first scolded his disciple, then he calmed down and comforted her in a low voice. "That idiot is fine. I'm sorry to have made Miss Zhao worry." The female Taoist breathed a sigh of relief and said with a smile, "That direct disciple of mine, as a noble of yellow and purple, used Taoist magic without reason. If he fell into my hands, the punishment would be heavier." The old elementary scholar laughed and said, "I'll go by myself. I won't disturb Miss Zhao's peaceful cultivation." The female Taoist nodded slightly. The celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain was her brother. In fact, most of the noble of yellow and purple in the celestial master's residence were not real cultivators. Therefore, the matter of seniority was a little special. It was divided into the ancestral hall and the Taoist archives. What was more strange was that the latter had to accommodate the former, rather than the former making way for the latter. Therefore, Shi and Zhao Tianxi were the same in terms of seniority, which was extremely rare in the celestial master's residence of Dragon Tiger Mountain. After the old elementary scholar left, he still felt a little bitter. If only he had been a little enlightened, his teacher would have benefited from Xiao Xiao and could barely be considered half of Zhao Tianxi's elder. Then wouldn't his junior brother be half of the same generation as the celestial master of Dragon Tiger Mountain? If Luapa Mountain and Dragon Tiger Mountain became half-in-laws, wouldn't Dragon Tiger Mountain be overjoyed? There was a flower garden. According to legend, it was a flower garden that was carefully cultivated by the flower master and the 12 divine masters when the previous celestial masters visited the blessed land of flowers. It was a gift to the celestial master's residence. There was a small thunder pool. It was located in a palm-sized inkstone pool with the third thunder pool inscribed at the bottom. This item seemed unremarkable, but it was actually said to be the third thunder pool. Its quality was second only to the sword-cleansing pool in Inverted Hanging Mountain and a thunder pool that was rumored to have been lost somewhere in the North Continent. It had always been placed on the Celestial Master's desk. Every year, the Celestial Master's residence would hold a writing ceremony. If the Celestial Master was in seclusion or traveling, the Celestial Master's residence would hand it over to the Celestial Master's residence, who would dip the brush in ink and write a golden letter talisman. Other than the Celestial Master's own use, the rest would be given to the monarchs of the dynasty or immortals on the mountain. The 5 Thunders spell talisman was used by the monarchs as a gift to the mountain temple and the water temple to suppress the fate of the mountains and rivers. It was also given by the ancestral hall to the direct disciples as a protective offensive treasure. Its effects were extremely remarkable, so it wasn't surprising that it was regarded as a supreme treasure. Not to mention the mountain array formation that involved many dragon veins and mountain peaks. Just the 200 immortal molting coffins of unknown origin and use on the cliff was a great deterrent. The 3 clouds of different heights outside the star-plucking platform each had their own secrets. In a sense, each of them was a manifestation of the great Tao. The Rain Master, the Thunder Master, and the Lightning Lord were in charge of one of the clouds. This was an immortal residence at the peak of the mountain, with a deep foundation that had been painstakingly built for thousands of years. In history, when Mount Longhu was at its peak, it had the 10 Taoist palaces and 81 Taoist temples. Other than that, there were also the 6 continents and 50 countries, including the 10 great dynasties of the Central Divine Continent. All of them spent huge amounts of wealth to build Taoist temples and Taoist temples here, spreading Taoist techniques and sending the best cultivation seeds in the country to cultivate on the mountain. Therefore, at that time, Mount Longhu not only had the reputation of being the Taoist capital of the world, but it also nominally ruled over the 3 mountains talisman and controlled all the Taoists in the world. The talisman and the cauldron were not separated. After all, they were all on Mount Longhu. The Taoist temple had a long history of 8,000 years. In terms of cliff carvings and inscriptions, Mount Longhu only lost to Mount Sui. In terms of wealth, Mount Longhu was indeed slightly better than his last disciple, Mount Longhu. The problem was that Mount Longhu hid so many good things that they did not really need. They could not borrow them or move them away. In the end, it was because they did not visit often enough and did not accumulate enough incense. Fortunately, they were not around. Otherwise, the teacher would have something to say and the old scholar would have a reason to say. It was fine to be a student, but how could he be a senior? The great celestial master of Mount Longhu asked, "Have you seen enough?" The old scholar laughed out loud and stepped onto the stairs of the Jiaxing stage. When he saw the beautiful picture of the 10 snow-white foxtails on the ground, he exclaimed loudly, "Miss Lianzhen is becoming more and more beautiful. How can the 10 sceneries of Mount Longhu be enough? This snow-white beauty of Jiaxing Pavilion should be the 11th sceneries of Mount Longhu. No, the ranking is too low." Lianzhen hurriedly operated her supernatural powers and kept the 10 foxtails. She came to the bottom of the stairs and bowed. Like the female celestial who was in charge of the Imperial Book Pavilion, she respectfully addressed the old scholar as Master Wensheng. The old scholar smiled and waved his hand. "You are not an outsider. Why are you being so polite, Miss Lianzhen? You are making me anxious." Zhao Tianlai came to the first step and walked side by side with the old scholar. They slowly climbed up together. The little Taoist boy sat cross-legged on the edge of the Jiaxing platform and looked at the sea of clouds, pretending that the old scholar was not there. The old scholar asked softly, "Why did you reject the proposal of Fire Dragon Jinren? Why didn't you let the little Taoist become the great celestial master with a different surname? Mount Longhu is at a disadvantage, but the residence of the celestial master is at a disadvantage. With Fire Dragon Jinren's temper, even if he resigned from his position, he would definitely protect Mount Longhu even more than before." Zhao Tianlai asked back, "If I were to die here or fall to the level of an immortal, a young great celestial master with a different surname whose realm is not high enough will have to stir up a lot of grudges on the mountain early. It's not a good thing for the master and disciple. Instead of being caught in the big picture, it would be better to let the young man walk on his own path. In this way, Fire Dragon Jinren would not have to feel guilty towards Mount Longhu. Just take it as a happy ending. In the world of Taoism, the peaks compete with each other, each with their own strengths. Zhao Tianlai had the same view towards the talisman Yu Xian and Fire Dragon Jinren. Many of the nobles in the residence of the Celestial Master still could not accept the title of talisman. It was reasonable. However, if Zhao Tianlai as a Celestial Master wanted to stick to it, the orthodoxy of Mount Longhu was the real danger. It was not that they did not compete at all, but they competed for the greater Tao. Otherwise, if there were other high peaks on the ground, Mount Longhu would chop off the peak of the mountain with a sword, smash the tree with a seal, or use Yu Xian's talisman to suppress the peak of the mountain, while Fire Dragon Jinren could move the mountain with a wave of his sleeve. In this way, the many orthodoxies in the world might as well acknowledge the 3 orthodoxies of Baek Okekyung building as their ancestors. The old scholar nodded vigorously. Yes. A hero does not talk about the pros and cons. He only knows what is right and wrong in his heart. The Tao is the Tao, we can't just talk about it while secretly sabotaging it. The old scholar's words were not important. Zhao Tianlai asked directly, "You're here for Bai Yi?" The old scholar didn't try to hide anything. If he tried to scheme against the Grand Celestial Master of Mount Longhu, it would only backfire on him. Therefore he went straight to the point. "I'm sure you can tell what I did at Sui Mountain. That disciple of mine is being held back by Xiaochua too much. Lu Ji, who left the South Sa continent, can't defeat Lu Cha in the end. Therefore, in the end, only Bai Yi and Yu Xian will face the 7 sovereigns of the wildlands. Once Lu Cha uses his full strength, the mountains and rivers of the continent will change." Behind the two, Lian Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. The old scholar smiled bitterly. "I'm not saying that the celestial master has to risk his life. There's no such logic in this world. His mouth is crooked, his heart is crooked, and his righteousness is not true. I just hope that the celestial master will do his best. That's enough, very enough. For example, even if you can't save Bai Yi, you can at least save Yu Xian. With this, Mount Longhu will become the world's talisman. Especially within your Taoist talisman sect, there won't be so much quarreling over who the word talisman belongs. Quarreling will really kill people. Over the years, how many big and small messy deaths have been caused by the people on the mountain and the people below it? Of course, I'm just giving you an example. How can the celestial master not make things difficult for you?" Zhao Tianlai did not hide anything, saying, "I plan to go to Tongye continent. I won't change my mind." The old scholar nodded. "Excellent. You're worthy of that banner. I believe that Mount Longhu's Taoist veins will really do as the inscriptions of Mount Longhu say, the longer the Taoist is my mountain, the more prosperous it will be." Zhao Tianlai laughed. "The old scholar is really busy." The old scholar bent over and sat next to the little Taoist boy, saying, Busy, but not so mediocre as to accomplish nothing. Even if you only accomplish one thing, it's already not bad." Zhao Tianlai sat cross-legged to the side. The little Taoist boy had already stood up, unwilling to sit with the old scholar. The old scholar asked, "Do you want to drink wine?" Zhao Tianlai said, "You're treating me?" The old scholar did not speak. Zhao Tianlai held the green bamboo flute in his hand and said, "You can drink a jar of osmanthus wine. Take it as my treat. I'll have to trouble you to put the rest back in their original places." The old scholar was waiting for these words. He raised his hand and a jar of wine immediately slid out from his sleeve. Of course, he was not greedy for the spiritual energy of the mountains, rivers, and vegetation, but he really craved the taste of the wine. The old scholar drank a mouthful of wine. "Actually, when Bai Ye's sword fell on a continent, I already knew what would happen to him. Now all I want is to make the worst situation a little better. For example, if Yu Xian could survive, it would be best if that talisman Yu Xian could survive. Or if Bai Yi could survive. Even if the vast world would have one less sword immortal to be proud of, even if Bai Yi was no longer in the vast world, as long as Bai Yi was still there, the old scholar himself would not have to drink another jar of heartbreaking wine. No matter where Bai Yi was, it would always be Bai Yi. It was still the same Bai Yi who seemed to be teaching all the plum blossoms in the world." Zhao Tianlai played the bamboo flute. It was indeed a sound of nature. Yellow cranes circled the peaks of the mountains. Blue phoenixes soared above the sea of clouds. They were like green and yellow beads, rolling and adorning the white bead curtain. The old scholar sang poems and replied while drinking wine. Chiseling through the land of eternal romance, cultivating the golden glow of the everlasting body. Yellow clothes in the purple mansion were recorded in the heavens. Green peaches bloomed in the spring of the world. The 3 peaks and the rain made the dragon fly. Riding the wind to meet the 5 thunder lord. A stream of colored glaze and 10,000 piles of smoke. Immortals who ascend the mountain become immortals. The little Taoist boy shook his head and said, "Doggerel is not as good as heavenly flute music." He added, "It's far inferior." As expected of the sages of the Confucian temple. When it comes to poetry, lyrics, music, and kung fu, they lose to the literary heroes of the world. Lian Zhen leisurely performed a salute and then sat beside the great heavenly master. When Zhao Tianlai kept the bamboo flute, the old scholar had also finished a jar of osmanthus wine from the great heavenly master's residence. The old scholar could not bear to throw the wine jar into the sea of clouds. He kept it in his sleeve and said, "I don't want to be a god. I want to be the only god." The difference of one word makes a world of difference. That one Hai is very meticulous. He wants to use the simplest method of dividing the strong and the weak to end everything, isolating all living beings in the world. Therefore, your trip to the Tongyi continent this time will most likely be no less dangerous than Bai Ye's overseeing the Fuyao continent. You must be careful of that Jia Sheng. Zhao Tianlai smiled and nodded. He had a young face and a simple Dao aura. The mountain breeze caressed his face. He was extraordinarily handsome. Lian Zhen asked curiously, "Old Master Wensheng, can I ask about the Ascension platform?" Old Xiao smiled and said, "Why can't you ask about it? The ancient heavenly court is located in a distant galaxy. The so-called immortals can ride the wind, but they might not be able to reach it in their lifetime. In the past, when the gods came to the human world, except for a few who had supernatural powers and could ignore the river of time, most of them had to go to the Ascension platform. Therefore, the Ascension platform was not only used to guide the earth immortals to ascend. Heavenly Lord Qing Tong was in charge of one of them because there were actually two. As for the other one, it was the moon-bearing mountain in the wilderness. However, it was no longer worthy of its name. Back then, Qin Qingdu, the dragon monarch, and Guanzhao did not challenge the moon-bearing mountain because of personal feelings. However, the old scholar did not say much about the rest of the inside story. Zhao Tianlai did not tell Lian Zhen that a jar of osmanthus wine could not buy a few pages of the ancient almanac. Besides, as one of the four ancient sword spirits, fellow Taoist Wu Lei probably knew the truth even better than the Grand Heaven Master. Old Xiao stood up and smiled. "Although I did not get what I wanted, it is all thanks to Miss Lian Zhen's good fortune. Last time I drank a pot of good tea and today I drank a pot of good wine here. I am a guest. As an old scholar I am embarrassed but I always pay attention to etiquette. Last time I gave a couplet and today I will give a seal to a young man from Mount Longhu who has been on the Tao path for many years. I hope that either Grand Heavenly Master or Miss Lian Zhen can pass it to him in the future." Zhao Tianlai stood up. "In the end, we should keep the goodies within the family." Zhao Yao, who left Lizhu Grotto Heaven on an ox cart, was one of Qi Jingquan's direct disciples. After that, he traveled the central divine continent and cultivated in a Taoist palace in Mount Longhu for a period of time. He was not considered an unofficial disciple, and his identity was still that of a Confucian scholar. In the end, Zhao Yao went to the fifth world. It seemed like there was someone he missed so much in that Ascension city. Because of some clues, according to the Taoist palace spiritual master's deduction, Zhao Yao had a close relationship with Bai. Zhao Tianlai held the flute with both hands and smiled without saying a word. Lian Zhen knew that her master did not want to be involved in too many affairs of the mortal world, so she had to take over the white jade seal from the sage of literature. In fact, she and the young man Zhao Yao were not strangers. The old scholar laughed and said, "It's not something that can't be seen. Miss Lian Zhen, just look at the contents of the seal. Anyway, you're not in a hurry to hand it over to Zhao Yao. You'll need to keep it for about 90 years. Lian Zhen did not stand on ceremony. She pinched the seal with 2 fingers and lifted it to take a look. 4-word seal. The lamp of heart never sleeps. Zhao Tianlai took a look and smiled knowingly. The spirit of Chioha, the people of Yunshui. The lamp of heart never sleeps, the Tao tree is everlasting. The old scholar laughed and said, "Brother Tianlai, I've almost finished reading all the books of the mortal world for you." Zhao Tianlai actually had something good to say, which was praising the carving knife for its good handwriting. There was a hint of Buddha-chi in the smoke and fire. But after the old scholar said that, he let it go. The old scholar asked tentatively, "Could it be that you're trying to flatter him? I can change it. I can even take back my words." After Lian Zhen put away the seal, she could not help but laugh. A scholar like the sage of literature was rare in the world. Zhao Tianlai asked, "Where are you going to work next?" The old scholar did not give up and continued to ask, "Later, I'll ask my last disciple to help you carve a seal. Just right, accidentally finished reading all the books of the mortal world. How about that? Do you like it? If you think it's too many words, leave too little space. No problem, you can just carve 4 words, read all the books of the mortal world." Zhao Tianlai still did not answer. The old elementary scholar's ability to find a way out of this embarrassing situation was also top-notch. He was already stroking his beard and smiling. Of the 2 disciples, one was found by Shao Qi and the other was found by me for my last disciple. Thus they are of the same seniority. The 2 children have just met, so of course I have to go and take a look. The old scholar secretly gave the great heavenly master a look. The great heavenly master had no choice but to use his supernatural powers to help the old scholar to go somewhere far away. The little Taoist boy asked, "Old scholar, why do you have to do this?" Zhao Tianlai smiled. "The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. Teachers will also be worried if their disciples are too outstanding. However, this kind of mental exhaustion is special. Ordinary people can't get it even if they want it. The little Taoist boy suddenly frowned. That old scholar did not return the wine. Zhao Tianlai smiled. That's why I was careless. The old scholar landed very far away and crashed straight into a river. After the old scholar swam ashore, he sighed for some reason and flew away again. He found little treasure bottle and Pei Qian, who were meeting at a dynasty's academy. The old scholar did not show up immediately. He just looked at the little girl who had grown up unknowingly and was now slim and elegant. He was their youngest uncle and master. He had carefully trekked through mountains and rivers and saved many people. Many. He had never taken the initiative to harm anyone. Not even one. There were thousands of mountains and rivers. The elegant young man was innocent. Some of the good things that the old scholar really cared about were not told to outsiders. He was afraid that others would know, but sometimes he was afraid that others would not know. The old scholar suddenly turned around and looked at the southwest direction of the vast world. The fifth world. Ascension City had just opened up a mountain that was extremely far away from Ascension City. However, it was still a city in its embryonic form. There were many sword cultivators in Ascension City. However, even after absorbing a considerable number of Fuyao Continent's Qi cultivators who were attached to Ascension City, they still did not have enough manpower outside of fighting. During this process, Deng Liang, who was a consecrator from the White Snow Continent, had indeed contributed greatly. He had shouldered a large portion of the responsibility of roping in the cultivators of the Fuyao Continent. His treatment of people was far better than that of the criminal officials and the hidden officials. Not only that, Deng Liang also helped to improve part of the structure of Ascension City's Quan residence. As for the Quan residence headed by Marquis Gao Yi, everyone in the city knew about their current situation. They were simply greedy to the point of insanity. The cultivators of Quan residence had arrived. The sky is 3 feet high and the earth is 10 feet thin. Not even a blade of grass grows. Quit while you're ahead. Deng Liang was also a sword cultivator from the hidden officers. Naturally, he had received some of the skills of the previous hidden officers. Therefore, Deng Liang was a proper guest of honor at the side of Quan residence's cultivators who were clamoring and wantonly plundering the mountains and rivers. Due to the fact that this mountain, which had invisibly circled a vast territory, was almost located in the middle of the Ascension City and the southern part of the world. Therefore, there were several disputes with the cultivators of the Tongyi continent who were constantly pushing north and crazily occupying the mountain. This enclave that Ascension City carefully selected was truly worthy of being called a treasured land. Other than a 10,000-mile-long river, it could also create the power of the 5 mountains. The mountains and rivers were interdependent. If placed in Tongyi continent, it could be the place where a dynasty rose. The other 3 enclaves that were used to help Ascension City expand their territory were actually not as tyrannical as the one in the south. They were relatively closer to Ascension City that was located at the center of the world. After using a certain female great sword immortal who temporarily led the hidden officers for a sword debate, she left behind a sentence: "The one who is bullying is your Tongyi continent." Qi Shou and Marquis Gao Yi, as the 2 leaders of the Quan residence, were also helpless. Moreover, the Great Wall of Sword Qi had an extremely bad impression of Tongyi continent. In the end, they acted according to the established rules of the Second Ancestral Hall meeting. At the highest point of the mountain, a stele was erected, and a single Qi word was engraved. In addition, there was a stele in the east with sword, in the west with Chang, and in the north with city. The biggest surprise was at the boundary of the sword word stele. A young Taoist named Shan Qing not only cut the stele with his sword, but also banished all the sword cultivators of Ascension City. In the ruins of the sword word, Ningyao rushed to the peak of the mountain on her sword. Then she rode her sword straight up and found Shan Qing. When she arrived at the boundary of the blue netherworld realm, Ningyao asked for a sword without a second word. In the end, she cut down the mountain word stele that was once an inverted mountain. Not only that, Ningyao picked up the mountain word stele with her sword and moved it back to the peak of the sword word stele. Before she moved the word stele and left, she left behind another sentence with the pale-faced Shan Qing. The last disciple of the Tao ancestor who destroyed the sword word tacitly agreed to this matter. Then he had no choice but to go into seclusion to recuperate. After this battle, there was no doubt that Ningyao was the #1 person in the New World. On her way back to the sword word stele, Ningyao received a message from Ascension City. In the southern boundary of the Qi word stele, she had a dispute with a large group of cultivators from the Tongyi continent. Due to the solemn atmosphere of the Ancestral Hall meeting, the hidden official's bloodline had mentioned how to deal with the outside world. It was inevitable that many sword cultivators were restrained and didn't dare to use their full strength to kill their opponents. Therefore, Ning Yao could only fly her sword south and attack the outside world again. From then on, the entire Ascension City, including the sword cultivators who built the city in the south, understood that they didn't need to be too polite to the cultivators from the Tongyi continent. As long as they were in the right, they could anger these immortal masters of the Tongyi continent to death. Deng Liang was more far-sighted than Qi Shou and Gao Yehou. He took the initiative to drink with the two of them in private. The general idea was that if Ning Yao attacked, not only would it relieve their anger, it would also be more worth it. Because in this way, it would incur the hatred of all the cultivators from the Tongyi continent. However, it would also unknowingly pull the relationship between Ascension City and the cultivators from the Fuyao continent closer. It would make the latter feel more comfortable and gain points. They would have an additional natural closeness to Ascension City. This was the heart of the vast world. It could be used well. As for the immortal masters of the Tongyi continent, don't look at how each one of them was filled with righteous indignation. In the future, as long as there was an opening for the identity of Ascension City's outer sect immortal masters, the other party would only be more willing to throw money at them. After Ning Yao returned to Ascension City, she was in a bad mood. Today in the twilight, Ning Yao made a rare trip to the wine shop. In the past, she was the gatekeeper of Lizhu Grotto Heaven Town. Now, she was the substitute shopkeeper of the wine shop. She was doing very well. There were a lot of drunkards and gamblers in the shop every day. Ning Yao held a wine bowl and looked at the signboard on the wall in the wine shop. Zheng Dafeng only smiled and greeted Ning Yao. Then he continued to lower his voice. With a wine bowl in his hand, he squatted by the side of the street and chatted with the group of customers. In detail, he talked about how he had a good dream that night and how the 24 hibiscus fairies in his dream were all outstanding beauties. In the end, he sighed with emotion. Which of us old men doesn't have a woman locked up in our hearts? What bachelor? In fact, there are no bachelors in the world. Especially after drinking the wine of my shop, you're not just a bachelor anymore. In fact, when Ning Yao appeared just now, the atmosphere in the wine shop suddenly changed. Only when Ning Yao entered the shop did she return to her normal self. There was no other way. Ning Yao's swordsmanship was getting better and better, and her prestige was getting stronger and stronger. Therefore, Ascension City naturally treated her as the second boss of the Sword Immortal. Above the criminal officer, hidden officer, and Quan Fu, Ning Yao was still the only one. It was a matter of course. Fortunately, Ning Yao went to the shop. Otherwise, the wine would be too reserved. Some of the youths didn't quite understand the meaning behind Zheng Dafeng's words. They just laughed foolishly and asked shopkeeper Zheng for an explanation. Why did he lock up a woman? Was this the unique ability of the vast world? Could he learn it? Zheng Dafeng raised his wine bowl. Immediately, someone hurriedly filled it up. Zheng Dafeng drank a big bowl and then looked at a nearby table. It was the seat of a female sword cultivator from a wealthy family on Old Jade Hat Street. Nowadays, she often brought a few female sword cultivators here to drink and was very generous. When Zheng Dafeng glanced at the bench, the drunkard at the side followed his gaze and then nodded at the same time. No wonder the benches in the wine shop seemed to be getting narrower. Shopkeeper Zheng was indeed a learned person. When the woman turned her head, Zheng Dafeng immediately retracted his gaze and wiped his mouth gently. He turned to the youth and said, "Brother, your idea is despicable, despicable. What kind of spell is this? The woman in the man's heart would be a pair of immortal couples who made vows of eternal love. And whether the woman was a fairy on the mountain or a woman at the foot of the mountain, she would always look like she was in her teens or 20s. Was it beautiful? Of course it was beautiful. Everyone suddenly understood. It really did make some sense. Zheng Dafeng scratched his head with one hand and filled the wine bowl with the other. Then he said, "Brothers, get up and leave." Zheng Dafeng drank his wine with a smile on his face. Only occasionally, when he lowered his head to drink, there was a subtle, unspeakable look in his eyes. Without the wine, he could see the person from afar. After drinking, Ning Yao took the initiative to find the second-in-command of the penal officer, the tailor, Twisting Core. Perhaps it was taboo for any sword cultivator of the hidden officials to meet this person. Ning Yao was an exception. Twisting Core's residence was in a secluded alley. It was very simple. In the night, Ning Yao entered the house and sat down. She went straight to the point and said, "Senior Twisting Core, did he leave a letter here?" Twisting Core, who was wearing a loose robe, nodded. "He did leave a letter. But according to my agreement with Chen Pingon, I can't hand it to you for the time being. In fact, it's best that Miss Ning doesn't open this secret letter for the rest of your life. As she spoke, Twisting Core twirled a wick on the table. Ning Yao nodded. She only glanced at the strange lamp and didn't ask Twisting Core for the secret letter. Unexpectedly, Twisting Core took out the secret letter from her sleeve and said with a smile, "But I think it's better to open it early. Maybe it'll be a good omen." Ning Yao hesitated. Twisting Core put the secret letter on the table and said to herself, "I've kept my promise. I'll treasure this letter well." In fact, Qin Pingan had given 3 letters. Other than the one to Twisting Core, there was also one to the Tai Hui sword sex Pian Ran Peak's direct disciple, the sword cultivator Hoary Head. At that time, he had told the youth in private to only give this letter to his master when he was sad and would drink alone. In that letter, Qin Pingan only asked Lu Jinglong to help reason with the wedding dress ghost. Qin Pingan felt that Lu Jinglong would do a better job than him. The other letter was given to Wei Wenlong at Spring Banner Zhai. Actually, there were 2 letters in one envelope. They were both family letters. One was given to Zhu Lian and the other to Lu Xianyang. The letter from Luopa Mountain contained many details. One of them was for Chao Qinglang to be the next mountain lord and for him to take good care of Pei Qian. The secret letter in Ning Yao's hand was the first letter the young hidden official had written but also the last one he had written. Ning Yao opened the envelope and saw the first sentence. Ning Yao immediately turned around. Twisting Core sighed faintly. She didn't know what nonsense the young hidden official had written in the letter to make a girl like Ning Yao avoid it. Twisting Core silently got up and took the lamp with her, leaving Ning Yao alone in the room. Ning Yao still turned around and read the first sentence of the secret letter again. "Ning Yao, don't worry. I've been thinking about you even in the last moment of my life." After that, Ning Yao would read some of the contents less often and some of the words more often. "I'm sorry. It's clear that the situation is like this, but I have to act willfully. My life is like when I was young. I went up the mountain to pick herbs by the stream. It's just that I crossed the stream back then and was fortunate enough to meet you. I didn't do it this time and made you sad. If I knew this would happen, I wouldn't have gone to the Great Wall of Sword Qi to look for you. But how could I not look for you? If I had 10,000 more chances, I would have looked for you 10,000 more times. There's no other way. Qin Pingan can't always be an orphan in Mud Bottle Alley. He can't always be an apprentice in the kiln who learns everything. He can't always be the mountain lord of Luopa Mountain in Dali's Longquan Commandery. Naturally, he can't always be a hidden official in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The only one who can do it is Qin Pingan, who likes Ning Yao. Actually, after I grew up, I didn't feel uncomfortable or suffer in these years, whether it's traveling or resting. It's inevitable that I'll be disappointed. I just hope for more. It's just that some words of truth always make you angry and embarrassed, so I can only say them one by one. You once asked me, is it that great to like someone? I've always wanted to tell you that Qin Pingan likes Ning Yao, and Ning Yao likes Qin Pingan. Of course it's the greatest thing in the world. For thousands of years, only the 2 of us like each other. Meeting Ning Yao was the happiest thing that happened to Qin Pingan after he turned 4. "Hello Miss Ning, my father's surname is Qin Pingan. My mother's surname is Qin, so my name is Qin Pingan. Ning Yao, you must be safe and sound." Ning Yao kept the letter and closed her eyes in silence for a long time. Finally she got up and walked to the door. She reached out her hand again and touched her forehead. Twisting Heart walked out of the room and asked telepathically, "Is this the reason why you can't break through the bottleneck of the immortal realm?" Ning Yao nodded. This immortal sword that had been nurtured for many years, naive, actually wanted Ning Yao to become a sword attendant. She, who was supposed to be the sword spirit, would become the sword master. Therefore, after ascending to the immortal realm, Ning Yao had almost imprisoned him twice in her heart. All these years, naive, was like a naughty girl always running away. Even Ning Yao found it hard to find her. As for the previous strange feeling, it was because the immortal sword Tai Bai, which was also a sword spirit, had a mysterious connection with naive. She believed that the other 2 immortal swords, Wanfa of Longhu Mountain and Daoist scripture of Bek Okekyung Building, were similar to naive. Twisting Heart said, "Take it slow." Ning Yao was silent. Twisting Heart looked at Ning Yao and suddenly laughed. "You don't seem as sad as I thought." Ning Yao said, "Because I believe in him." The old scholar still only appeared in front of his family. He laughed and said, "The little girl has become a big girl." Pei Qian subconsciously clasped her fists. Then she felt that something was wrong. Seeing Sister Baoping clasp her fists, she immediately followed suit and bowed to Master Wenxing. Pei Qian had returned to the Central Divine Continent with Yu Zhuanfu not long ago. After hearing about this academy near the Yu family, she carried a bamboo box and traveled all the way here with her walking stick. As for the little mute man, he refused to move no matter what and stayed with Yu Zhuanfu's family as a mute. Pei Qian could only remind him not to forget to practice martial arts. The child still did not speak, neither agreeing nor rejecting. This academy was not among the 72 academies of Confucianism. If it was, Pei Qian would not have come. But Pei Qian did not expect to meet Sister Baoping. The old scholar waved at them and asked, "What's wrong? Quarreling with someone again?" Li Baoping nodded. The headmaster of the academy was one of the people who commented on what a mellow Confucian was. Not only that, but he also wrote many impassioned articles criticizing current affairs. He scolded the sages of his own family for this headmaster of the academy who came from the line of the quasi-sage and won him countless praises. However, it was said that some returning cultivators and scholars from the Fuyao continent and the South Sa continent wanted to argue with the headmaster, but they were all rejected. After a while, the headmaster wrote another article about how the world was deteriorating day by day and how worrying it was. Li Baoping argued with one of the headmaster's direct disciples. Li Baoping first agreed with the headmaster's good points. She said that the world and the Confucian temple of the Central Divine Continent definitely allowed people to speak their minds. However, when Li Baoping mentioned the first thing that needed to be discussed, such as the headmaster's sincere words, did the so-called truth have to be the truth? When scholars read about the headmaster of the academy, shouldn't they reflect on themselves and be a little more patient and listen to the young people who disagreed with them to see if they were right? Unexpectedly, the other party immediately left with a face full of sarcasm. Li Baoping sighed at that time. It was the same thing again. At that time, Pei Qian stood beside Li Baoping expressionlessly and cursed at the back of the figure, F***CKU. The headmaster's direct disciple was deaf and sharp. He immediately turned around and asked Pei Qian what he was saying and asked him to say it again if he dared. Therefore Pei Qian said, F***CKU. Probably because he did not want to be humiliated, the scholar laughed and turned to Li Baoping saying, "Look, these are the attitudes of people who disagreed with you. Is it worth my headmaster's attention?" The old scholar listened to Li Baoping's concise and detailed explanation and nodded with a smile. Baoping is reasonable and Pei Qian is scolding well. Both are good, both are good. In the line of the sage of literature, except for the last disciple, the direct disciples were all scolded. However, the old scholar could not stop praising the direct disciples. Pei Qian blushed slightly and scratched his head out of habit. He was originally worried that the sage of literature would scold him. It did not matter how much he was scolded, but it would not be good if he implicated his master. The old scholar asked them to wait for a while and went to find the headmaster of the academy who was scolding the sage and worrying about the country and the people. However, the headmaster did not recognize the old scholar at first. After arguing for a while, the direct disciple of the headmaster muttered, "Who do you think you are?" The old scholar immediately scolded back, "I'm the fourth." The mountain elder paused for a moment before realizing what was going on. He became even more scholarly and righteous as he questioned the old elementary scholar who was no longer the sage of literature. Was he going to use his status as a sage to shut him up? The old scholar did not bother to say anything more. He found Li Baoping and Pei Qian again and went to the Yu family together. That old man Yu was indeed a bad chess player. The old scholar suddenly raised his head. Strong. One sword was the first to leave the residence of the sage of Longhu Mountain and go straight to Fuyao continent. Then there was another sword that broke through the border of the vast heavens and the green underworld. There was a third sword that also broke through the fifth heavens and went to Fuyao continent. It broke through 3 layers of Fuyao continent's restrictions. Together with Bai Ye's sword, the 4 swords gathered in the vast heavens for the first time. Bai Yi Tai Bai. Baek Okekyung Building's second master, Taoist scripture. Longhu Mountain's grand heavenly master, 10,000 arts. Great wall of sword Qi, the 4th sword, naivety. Beside a person the swords gathered. (728). Updated a little late. There is a big chapter on the 28th. When Jaime of the Wasteland left the northernmost ferry port of the Tongyi continent and used his supernatural powers to find Qiyu and Fei Ran. One of them was casually strolling around the mountains. After suffering 2 losses in a foreign land and in her hometown, the round-faced girl in cotton clothes became more cautious. She began to diligently gather and refine the moonlight everywhere. The other one was admiring the moon at the peak of Xiaoping Peak outside the Great Spring Mirage City. Zhou casually brought one of the 10 young people to his side and accompanied him to admire a materialized building and a parasol tree that was hiding behind it. Embroidered Tiger Chui Liao was an expert in not competing with other people's strongest points. He liked to make up for his weaknesses first, and then unleash his own strengths to the extreme. This caused the fight for the Aquarius continent. No matter how Zhou schemed or used his methods, there was not much meaning, and he could only use offense against offense. Both Firen and Jiayu bowed to Mr. Zhou. Zhou smiled and nodded. He then looked at Firen and smiled. "You are finally willing to use the name of senior brother Che Yun." Firen said, "I am sorry for making a fool of myself." Firen is willing to take the initiative to apologize to Wuzi's military camp and exchange benefits according to the size of the military merit. If Firen does not have enough, I will borrow from senior brother. The capital of Daquan was temporarily safe. It wasn't because the mountain and river battle array of Mirage City was difficult to shake, nor was it because the border army of Daquan had gathered and shrunk into a city that was difficult to attack. Rather, it was because after Firen had left Peach Leaf Ferry earlier, he had a whimsical idea at Xiaoping Peak. He had sent a flying sword message to the old Wuzi tent, requesting that Mirage City of Daquan be his newest territory in Tongye continent. Furthermore, Firen was occupying the city by himself. It wasn't even the Guiyu tent, where Firen was located, that wanted this place. This created a great conflict with the Wuzi military tent stationed in the old capital of southern Qi. The title of one of the 10 youths was not enough to make the entire military tent fear him. In the end, the two sides did not fight because Firen had used one sentence to convince the other side. "Che Yun is my senior brother." Firen did not need to say anything about using Che Yun's military merit to exchange for Mirage City. The cultivators of the Upper Five Realms and Wuzi's military camp closed their mouths and left silently. They did not leave behind a single harsh word. Swordsman Jia Shening? Tan was the direct disciple of the king stage great demon Yang Ji. Yu Si was even addressed as young master by the great demon Fei Fei. In addition, Fei Ran and Che Yun were martial brothers. These were all top secrets of the Jiazi tent. In the wilderness, reasoning was the easiest. However, since Mr. Zhou was making fun of her, Firen was willing to use another method to reason with him. In the wildlands, the reason was simple was because the rules were too simple. There were big and small reasons, and right and wrong could all be covered. Zhou waved his hand and said something that Firen didn't understand. "It's nothing. I'll settle the score for you personally later." Not to mention Mirage City, even the entire Great Spring Dynasty is something that Firen deserves. The demon cultivators of the upper 5 realms of the Tongyi continent had already sensed the changes in the weather of the continent. Fortunately, he didn't feel too much fear and was slightly comforted. In the middle of the Tongye continent, a majestic building appeared. It should have appeared a long time ago, but it didn't. It was one of the 9 majestic buildings built by the Confucian Temple, the demon-subduing tower. It suppressed the entire Tongyi continent. This demon-subduing tower drew a circular boundary that encompassed thousands of miles of mountains and rivers. Zhou, Kuyu, and Firen happened to be standing outside the boundary. Zhou stretched out his fingers and gently pressed them against the screen of the heaven and earth forbidden formation. Ripples appeared, and the scenery within thousands of miles began to shake. As demon cultivators, Firen and Kuyu instantly felt a kind of suffocating pressure from the great Tao. Firen used her sword qi to eliminate the natural suppression, while Kuyu condensed moonlight around his body. Only Mr. Zhou didn't feel anything. However, it wasn't because Jia Xing wasn't a demon. On the contrary, for some reason, even though Zhou hadn't set foot in the demon-subduing tower's territory, the ripples of light and the scenery of heaven and earth seemed to have condensed into substance and continuously condensed at Zhou's finger. It was obvious that Firen and Kuyu both took a few steps back. This was because the demon-subduing tower's formation had been suppressed by Zhou. Otherwise, Firen and Kuyu would have had no choice but to quickly retreat. Zhou retracted his 2 fingers, and the formation gradually dissipated. He looked up and said to Jiayu, "The Lotus Nunnery's abbess had to die, but she died a little early. Do you know that you're the bright moon's predecessor? That's why the moon-supporting mountain has always looked at you with a whole new level of respect." The great ancestor's direct disciple Xen Zhuang, who stayed behind to guard the moon-supporting mountain, often went to visit you in the bright moon. However, she always looked at the Lotus Nunnery's abbess coldly. That's because Xen Zhuang's true body used to be the Moon Palace's goddess who watered and chopped osmanthus. That's why Xn Zhuang looked down on the Lotus Nunnery's abbess. Jiayu said, I've guessed and thought about it but I'm not sure. Zhou suddenly laughed and said, if you advise a gentleman to raise his heaven-lifting hand, how many bystanders will look at you coldly? His heart was full of schemes, but his chest was blocked by 10,000 pieces of ice. He cooled his warm heart and burned the sage's book in his heart. Jiayu pretended he didn't hear anything. Fei Ran asked, can Mr. Zhou destroy the Xiongjian Tower? Zhou said, I can but the gains don't make up for the losses. That's why there's no need for it at the moment. However, compared to the Xiongjian Tower in the South Pasua continent that can only be used as a decorative shelf, it's indeed an eyesore and a hindrance. Fei Ran truly admired this Mr. Zhou from the bottom of her heart. In the early years, Fei Ran had studied under Zhou for many years. However, the two of them weren't master and disciple in name. Before they parted, Zhou had jokingly said to Fei Ran that he would only read half of the sage's book. If he read too much, he wouldn't be able to pretend to be a sage. If he read too much, he would be a true sage. Half of the book was just right and he would gain both fame and fortune. Zhou looked at the sky as if waiting for something. Fei Ran's sword heart suddenly trembled, and she subconsciously wanted to distance herself from Zhou. However, in the next moment, Fei Ran felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off her shoulders. However, Jiayu had disappeared without a trace. Zhou lightly shook his sleeves. On one of his sleeves, the snow-white moonlight shone brightly. Zhou looked at the bright moon in the vast heaven and smiled, just in case. The true trump card of Fuyao Continent's 3 mountains and rivers restrictions, other than trapping Baiyi, was Zhou's heaven-reaching method to forcefully imprison that continent's river of time, turning it into an almost still lake. Zhou suddenly said to Fei Ran telepathically, your senior apprentice brother wants me to pass a message to you. He has already done well enough to accept a disciple on behalf of his master. From now on it's up to you. Fei Ran's expression was indifferent as she stared at this wasteland world's one high. However, Zhou's figure instantly disappeared. A sword gleam split open the sky, heading from Qingming Tian to the vast heaven. In the world, immortals could control the wind, and it was extremely difficult for them to be faster than flying swords. This was common sense, and as one of the 4 immortal swords, the Taoist scripture was naturally faster. At the highest point of the Beko Keikyung building, Lu Qin returned and sat on the railing. He looked at his second senior apprentice brother who didn't listen to his advice with a faint smile. The second senior apprentice brother frowned unhappily and asked, what are you doing? Lu Qin raised his hands and touched the slightly tilted lotus crown on his head that symbolized his status as the chief. Aren't you afraid of ending up like the Tai-Bai sword? True invincibility is true invincibility. Senior apprentice brother, are you going to throw away your reputation that has not fallen for 8,000 years? No matter how much Baiyi cherishes old friendships, Baiyi still needs to survive to be able to return this huge favor. I don't think so. Senior apprentice brother's transaction has made me confused. May I ask the reason why senior apprentice brother gave me the sword? Once he lost that handy Taoist scripture of the immortal sword, the title of senior apprentice brother invincible might fall to someone else. The second senior apprentice brother asked, Junior apprentice brother, do you need a reason to break the rules by transforming into the sky demon and infiltrating Jiang Yunxing's Taoist seed? Lu Qin said helplessly, of course I do. I just know that senior apprentice brother is too lazy to listen. Junior apprentice brother is too considerate to tell you. The second senior apprentice brother said, then there's indeed no reason for me to throw away the sword to the vast heaven. Scheming and scheming, doing something is near doing nothing. It's not tiring at all. I've wanted to say this to you for a long time. It's just that you've always been one who doesn't listen to other people's opinions. As your senior apprentice brother, I've always been too lazy to say anything to you. Lu Qin turned his head to look at the ethereal 5 cities and 12 buildings and lamented, Senior apprentice brother doesn't need a reason to do things. This is probably the reason why I still acknowledge you as my junior apprentice brother even though our Daos are different. The relationship between the 3 leaders of the Beko Keikyung building in the past was actually very subtle. From the fact that the 3 of them each took charge of the Beko Keikyung building for 100 years, it was enough to tell that they had 3 different Daos. Especially Lu Qin and his senior apprentice brother, the second senior apprentice brother, made all the cultivators in the entire Qingming world confused and uncertain. When the second senior apprentice brother took charge of the Beko Keikyung building for 100 years, the world had to obediently obey the rules of the Beko Keikyung building. The one who refused to obey the rules the most was the genius from the Deshiendu temple who had gathered countless Taoist meridians. In the end, he was personally defeated by the second senior apprentice brother and his Taoist meridians disappeared from the world. From then on, the Beko Kekyung building and the Deshiendu temple became mortal enemies. When it was Lu Chen's turn to take charge, the world would have its own Daos after 100 years. Gathering and dispersing, chaos and peace were uncertain. The meridians were complicated and a mess. As for Lu Chen and the Deshiendu temple, or the other Taoist sacred grounds other than the Beko Kekyung building's 3 meridians like the Sui Gong, the relationship between them was not bad. Lu Chen often traveled among them and talked freely, drinking and enjoying the scenery. However, he did not spar with them. It was rumored that the Sui Gong's palace lord had been in seclusion for many years and the 22, one of the 10 young candidates in the world, was able to marry an ascendant realm female cultivator from a mortal enemy sect. In the end, they ended up as a pair of immortal Taoist companions. In fact, all of this was inextricably linked to the most carefree third leader of the Beko Kekyung building. When the head leader of the Beko Kekyung building returned, the hidden situation of the world would be revealed. Many Taoist officials of the various orthodoxies, dynasties and immortal mansions would be able to recuperate and strengthen themselves. On the other hand, his 2 junior brothers had a relatively harmonious relationship with the Taoist ancestor's first disciple, who was accepted as a disciple on behalf of their master. Before Lu Chen ascended from his hometown and came to the Beko Kekyung building, he had long listed the future head leader's senior brother as the Taoist master of the ancients alongside the Taoist ancestor. Even before Lu Chen took the boat out to sea, he specially went to find the ancient ruins of Qianshui that were lost in the long river of time. Because of that, the Taoist ancestor passed through the pass on a green ox scooter. Someone forced him to write a book and left behind 5,000 words for the future generations. This person was the Taoist ancestor's first disciple, a Taoist master of the ancients who made Lu Chen praise him as, the celestial phenomena and geography are clear when looking at them from a bird's eye view. In short, Lu Chen felt that his senior brother's Taoist techniques were very high and the great Tao was close to Taoism. However, in the eyes of the peak cultivators of the Qingming world, Lu Chen did not necessarily approve of the Taoist master of the ancients who claimed to be the best in literature and the second best in martial arts. Lu Chen closed his eyes and used a secret technique to observe the mountains and rivers through the eyes of a direct disciple. He sensed the flow of fate in the vast world for a moment. After opening his eyes, he held the back of his head with both hands and laughed. It's a pity that the proud and arrogant great celestial master Zhao Tianlai was one step ahead of you in delivering the sword. Otherwise it would be quite a big joke. The Taoist master of the ancients sneered, then let's see whose immortal sword will enter the Fuyao continent first. Taoist master Gao waved his sleeve casually and a majestic Qingming Qi of Tao, like the Milky Way hanging in the sky, followed the immortal sword and broke open the sky once again. Lu Chen could not help but turn his head and ask, "Senior brother, are you also competing for who is first?" The Taoist master of the ancients asked in return, "Do you really want me to mention my honored master before you are willing to go to the heavens beyond heaven obediently?" Lu Chen was about to stand up slowly and leisurely leave with the wind. Suddenly he chuckled and said, "I'm really the matchmaker. There's no one better than me." It turned out that in the fifth world there was another immortal sword, Innocence. It followed closely behind the famous 10,000 arts and Taoist scriptures and finally appeared in the world for the first time after 10,000 years of silence in the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Back then, Lu Chen worked hard to set up a stall in the Pearl Grotto Heaven. In order to connect this immortal sword, Lu Chen spent a lot of effort to finally push the handcart to the clay bottle alley. However, later on in the Great Wall of Sword Qi, half of the immortal sword's immortal sword was cut off by Qin Qing. However, it was unknown what Qin Pingan was thinking. He had intentionally left the immortal sword unsevered. Human nature was complex and unpredictable. It swayed between divinity and bestiality in the first place. Only through a tug-of-war in the hearts of people could the human race be the one to shatter the great Tao of the ancient heavenly court in the end. The gods saw it as the worst, but the human race did the best. Each went to the extremes and the other went to the top. From then on it was a change of one. The Taoist master of the ancients glanced at his junior brother Lu Chen, who was full of pride. Lu Chen was about to continue speaking. A young Taoist priest with a young face and figure appeared beside the railing. Oh! Even the second Taoist priest and Lu Chen were caught off guard and did not notice. Lu Chen immediately shut his mouth and restrained his expression. The second Taoist priest bowed respectfully and said in a deep voice, Disciple Yudo pays his respects to Master. The second Taoist priest of the Baek Okekyung building was known as Yudo. His hometown was Qingming Tian. He had cultivated for 8,000 years. Lu Chen hurriedly leaned back and landed on the ground. After straightening his back, he bowed respectfully. Disciple Lu Chen pays his respects to Master. The third Taoist priest of the Baek Okekyung building was known as Lu Chen. His Taoist name was Xiao Yao. His hometown was vast. He had cultivated for 6,000 years. He had been in the Baek Okekyung building for 5,000 years. However, the Taoist priest's appearance in the Lotus Grotto heaven was not that of a young man. The Taoist priest smiled and said, "It's a pity that I can't see by draw his sword with my own eyes." It was not that he could not, but that he was unwilling to break the rules. The Holy Master, Taoist priest, and Buddha had set the rules for heaven and earth together. Since then, none of them had broken the rules even once. Beside the young man, a visitor who was visiting the Baek Okekyung building for the first time appeared. He was the old Taoist priest of the East Sea Monastery in Tongyi Continent. The second Taoist priest obviously did not care about the 14th level old Taoist priest. He did not even look at him. Lu Chen smiled. The old Taoist priest was so powerful that he could even wrestle with my master. How did he lose to the old Xiuzai back then? He even lost a hairpin and the sun and moon essences of the lotus flower blessed land. I'm very surprised. The old Taoist priest sneered. Lost? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a seniority in Tao? Is there a superiority in Shujo? The old Taoist priest seemed to be speaking casually, but his words were so powerful that the entire Baek Okekyung building's 5 cities and 12 buildings could feel it. Especially Divine Cloud City, where the position of the mayor was temporarily vacant, was the most shaken. Lu Chen said in realization, "Thank you for your advice." The second Taoist priest snorted and the abnormal movement in Divine Cloud City stopped. The Taoist priest said, "Lu Chen." Lu Chen immediately understood and said with a smile, "I will follow Master's orders." However, the third chief did not go to the heavens beyond heaven, but to the Dashuan temple. The second Taoist priest went to the heavens beyond heaven and was destined to help his junior brother Lu Chen clean up the mess. The old Taoist priest said, "The fifth world is going to change. In a brand new world, the pressure of the Great Way was the heaviest. Whoever was under the pressure would have to shoulder it." However, Ningyao was too full of vigor previously, so much so that even the great Tao of heaven and earth had to temporarily avoid its sharpness. Originally, if there were no accidents, Ningyao would ascend to the Ascendant Realm. At that time it would be the key to the great Tao. After all, the first Ascendant Realm in the world and the first 14th Realm in the world had accumulated a huge difference in the size of the heavenly Tao tribulation. However, when that little girl brought out an immortal sword, traveling far and wide under the heavens, a single move would affect the entire situation. The variables were extremely great. Those ancient existences who were ready to make a move would not turn a blind eye to it. They would probably stop hiding in various places and swarm up. The Taoist priest said, "Not necessarily." The old Taoist priest nodded and said, "Even if the world changes, it may not change." The Taoist priest smiled and said, "That's true." In the Ascendant City, looking at the pale Ningyao, Twisted XN asked, "Why do you have to do this? Why do you have to do this?" Twisted XN did not agree with Ningyao's choice. It was too rash and too radical. She even regretted showing the secret letter to Ningyao in advance. Be it the Taoist priest of Dragon Tiger Mountain or the second Taoist priest of Baek Okekyung building, Ningyao was still at the bottleneck of the immortal realm. Not only did she have to take out the real natal flying sword and travel the world, but she also had to take part in the well-deserved fight of the immortals. It was not worth it. Once the celestial sword Innocence was damaged and returned with injuries, it would be a great loss. If the celestial sword was broken and lost in the battlefield of Fuyao continent, Ningyao's realm would fall to Yupu. Ascendant City would lose the great sword Celestial Ningyao who was firmly on the throne of the world. Ningyao was far from being the #1 Ascendant Realm cultivator in the New World. In the end, not only would Ningyao's great path be blocked, but Ascendant City would also lose the opportunity to fight for the world. Ningyao sat on the threshold and did not say anything. She just reached out and wiped the blood between her eyebrows. No matter how she weighed the pros and cons, Ningyao should not act so impulsively. Twisted XN shook her head and said, "If Chen Pingon was here, he would definitely stop you. For the sake of Ascendant City, I will do everything I need to do." Ningyao said, "But Ascendant City is Ascendant City and I am me. If Ascendant City does not have an Ascendant Realm Sword cultivator, it will lose the power of the world. I don't think Ascendant City can really fight for the world with Ning Yao. If Ascendant City really loses power, I will not owe Ascendant City anything. She would only owe him so much for planning. And Ning Yao did not think that he would stop her from taking out her sword. Besides, if he was a hidden official in Ascendant City, she would only have more free time. Why would she need to work so hard? She could just take out her sword. Ning Yao reached out and pressed the back of her hand against her forehead. The sword sacrifice this time was no small matter. Before this, besides Qin Qingdu, only Dong Sanging, Qin Shi and a few other old sword cultivators knew that she actually had a second natal flying sword besides Cutting Immortal. Besides, even if it was the natal flying sword Cutting Immortal, Ning Yao was not willing to take it out, because it was easy to be attracted by innocence, and cause Ning Yao's sword heart to lose control. At that time, she would really become the sword servant of the immortal sword, Innocence. The sword spirit of an immortal sword was untamed and its sword heart was pure to the extreme. Cultivators could only use their realm to suppress it or use a tough sword heart to temper it. There was no other way. Good and evil people, intimacy with the great Tao were all false. Ning Yao nurtured the two flying swords to refine them, but also to test the sword, Innocence, with Cutting Immortal. In fact, Ning Yao had privately asked the eldest sword immortal a question. Was Qin Pingan really okay for the 60-year promise? At that time, Qin Qingdu did not answer the question. It depended on the senior's mood. Twisting Xn suddenly frowned and said, "You have to be careful of the great Tao in this world." Ning Yao turned to look at the tailor. It was as if someone was reminding Twisting Xin, and then Twisting Xin was reminding herself. Twisting Xn shook her head. "I still have to keep my promise on this matter." Ning Yao nodded. "Without Innocence, I still have Cutting Immortal." Twisting Xn suddenly laughed. The only person who can make him like is Ning Yao. That year in the prison, the young hidden official did not mention to anyone about his meeting and reunion with Ning Yao. He was like a miser. It was as if saying one more sentence would cost him a lot of money. Instead, it was the Ascendant Realm demonic Frost Descent who knew some inside information because of his scheming with the young hidden official. He was really anxious and told Twisting Xn more. In fact, Frost Descent did not clearly see Qin Pingan's complex and deep state of mind that was like a maze. He only told Twisting Xn two relatively vague mental scenes. One was the youth walking with heavy steps towards a small house in a shabby alley. The world was dark and only the ancestral house seemed to be lit by a lantern. It was bright and warm. The youth in straw sandals paused at the door and looked at the light in the house. He did not dare to believe it, but he could not help but feel happy. After the youth crossed the threshold, his steps became lighter, but he carefully walked slower, as if unwilling to walk faster. The second scene was of the youth walking alone towards a covered bridge. His steps were unsteady, and the world was so dark that one could not see his fingers. But when the lifeless youth slowly raised his head, he saw a person sitting on the steps. The youth's eyes, which were originally as dark as ink and as deep as an ancient well, suddenly seemed to see the light of the sun and the moon. Ning Yao bid farewell and left. Twisting Xn put the lantern back on the table. Celestial Master Residence on Longhu Mountain. After the old scholar left the star-picking platform, Zhao Tianlai said, "Thank you for making a trip to Fuyao Continent. We can't let the world laugh at our Taoist Master Residence for not having a sword." The little Taoist nodded and turned into a streak of sword light, heading towards Fuyao Continent. When the old scholar appeared in the Taoist Master Residence, the situation in Fuyao Continent was at its most dangerous. Therefore, when the old elementary scholar left Mount Sui and returned to the Taoist Master's residence, he was not just a headless fly. However, before the old elementary scholar rushed to Mount Longhu, the Holy Master gave him a strange explanation. When he arrived at the Taoist Master's residence, he was not in a hurry to catch up. Therefore, the old scholar was ordered to find wine. What's wrong with drinking some wine from Zhao Tianlai? How many words were written in the couplet? Especially the words "oneness of heaven and man" on the horizontal board. How could it be given out so casually? It was not that the Confucian temple did not quarrel about it. They felt that it would take away a part of the Confucian orthodoxy's literary aura, but the key was that it was not appropriate. Especially the two Confucian temples head and vice head who had the merit of reshaping the Confucian orthodoxy. In the end, they listened to the old scholar's reasoning and did not treat him well. Therefore, the old scholar only drank a jar of osmanthus wine. It was not enough to make up for the several jars of saliva he drank. As for the dozens of jars of osmanthus wine that he accidentally forgot to return, it was to help the Taoist master residents. Besides, even if he gave it to anyone, it did not matter who drank it. So what if the Taoist master residence had an endless stream of guests? Could there be the first lord of Mount Hauran, the great god of Sui Mountain? Could there be Bai Zhe? Could there be the holy master or the sage of rites? One had to have a conscience. It was not a good habit to pretend to be innocent after taking advantage of others. It should be changed. After the old scholar was thrown out of the star-picking platform by Zhao Tianlai, the battlefield in Fuyao continent was divided into two. In the ancient battlefield where Bai Ye's heart was partially manifested, the Middle-earth talisman Yu Xian and the withered bone-thrown great demon Bai Ying were fighting each other. One of the 14 thrones of the desolate world was confronting one of the 10 lords of Hauran. The talisman's puppets that formed soldiers from beans and the white bone army under his command were everywhere. This caused Bai Ye's heart to be in tatters. It was only supported by Yu Xian's tens of thousands of talisman puppets. This kind of celestial technique to mend heaven and earth could be said to be very powerful. In fact, it was even more difficult than creating a small heaven and earth. Bai Yi was still holding his sword Tai Bai. With one slash he cut down 5 thrones. When Yang Ji finally said where Bai Ye's 14 realms unification was located, it was the heart poem of this unrivaled Hauran poem. Almost at the same time, Bai Ying, who was in a small heaven and earth with the talisman Yu Xian, was sitting under the sword attendant Long Jian. He held the long sword that was refined from the soul of clairvoyance. He lightly shook the sword and a string of golden words trembled and turned into ashes. However, there was not a trace of spiritual energy in the world. Che Yun helplessly held her forehead and said with a smile, "My dear mother, Sister Yangji, you finally saw it. But is this the problem now? Don't you want to guess how many poems and lines are left in Bai Ye's heart? 14 realms unification. It could be roughly divided into 3 types: timing, geographical, and human. Realms unification was a land of mountains and rivers. It belonged to geographical advantage. It was similar to the secondary sage and literary sage of the vast world. The Lotus Nunnery Master, the talisman Yu Xian, belonged to the time of Tao unification. It was related to the sun, moon, and stars that were unchanging and undisturbed by the river of time. Bai Ye's 14 realms unification belonged to human. In addition, if a sword cultivator wanted to reach the 14 realms, it was probably the same. Timing was not an extravagant hope. Geographical advantage was meaningless. Moreover, sword cultivators pursued the principle of heaven and earth cannot restrain their sword. Why would they take the initiative to harmonize with the heaven and earth? Bai Yi did not stop attacking. Not only did it ignore the stagnation of the river of time, the sword light was untraceable. More importantly, it caused Bai Ye's spiritual energy to be consumed extremely slowly. No matter how many times he attacked, other than the spiritual energy consumed by the sword, the only thing that was truly consumed was the poems in his heart. A waterfall came from the heavens. The yellow river descended from the heavens and traveled to the East Sea. It landed in the mortal world and fiercely collided with the Yeluo formed by Yang Ji's great Tao. Huge waves surged to the heavens. In Bai Ye's painting of mountains and rivers, 10,000 li of land turned into a lake. Its momentum was not any weaker than the battle between Yang Ji and imperial concubine Fei. Bai Ye's sword slashed Yang Ji's Dharma image, which no longer maintained a human head, into 2. Yuan Shou's 10,000 zhang true body charged over with his staff. He was only 100 li away from Bai Yi, becoming one of the sovereign great monsters closest to Bai Yi. Tai Bai's sword swept across. With a dazzling sword light that could split the heavens and earth, he forcefully blocked Yuan Shou's staff. The staff in Yuan Shou's hand shattered once more. He shook his right wrist and made a grabbing motion. A staff with the inscription "See Calming" appeared in his hand. He spat out a mouthful of blood. Fortunately, Bai Yi could not use the poems in his heart again. Otherwise, wouldn't this battle go on until the end of time? Not only that, Bai's sword will lingered and his heart image was born. This made Yuan Shou, who was getting more and more ferocious, swing his staff wildly, wanting to shatter the heavens and earth. As for Wu Yu, who was the first to approach Bai Yi, he was in a similar situation as Bai Ying. Floating clouds and setting sun, green mud, sorrowful birds circling the forest, withered pine trees hanging upside down, Dang Dao high and steep, Dang cliff 10,000 turns. The great Tao is the blue sky, but one cannot come out. Even I, Bai, cannot come out, let alone the great monster Wu Yu in the heart image world. Such a phenomenon made Wu Yu's Dharma image, which had 3 heads and 6 arms, seem to be able to support the heavens and earth. However, his fists and weapons could not split open the heavens. Bai Yi also visited the immortal. Yang Ji broke the Yellow River with much difficulty, but he didn't expect Bai to slash at him once more. 3,000 feet of white hair. I used to fish the white dragon, drawing my knife to cut the flowing water and placing the dragon beside the stream. 3,000 snow-white flying swords landed in the stream like rain. The swords slashed the great serpent true body Yang Ji. On the other side of the stream, there was a general on a white horse crossing the river. The iron cavalry was in formation as dense as snow mountains. Arrows shot out, iron spears advanced, and sword energy fell like rain. Bai Yi at the border. It made Yang Ji suffer unspeakable pain. The great monster Niu Dao, who had already broken free from the golden armor cage, was about to get close to Bai Yi. The heavens and earth changed. Clouds covered the sky, the colors of autumn spread out for 10,000 miles, the vast wilderness and the wind blew. Where the wind rose was where the sword energy rose. The sword energy was as heavy as mountains and ridges. One by one they blocked the galaxy and fought like a bull. Che Yun did not move at all. He pulled open his leather bag again and slightly avoided Bai Yi's sword. He waited and watched. He glanced at the sky and thought that it was the sword energy of the white jade coffin that fell from the sky. He then looked down at the human world and guessed that it would be the scenery of the green wheat fields in March. He did not expect that it was not the case. It was beside the downtown wine shop. The youth learned swordsmanship, drunk on the willow. With a cup of wine, he carried the wind of this life. The young swordsman traveled, drinking and laughing in the city of murder. The ranger Bai Yi. This time, Che Yun could not avoid the young ranger's sword. In the next moment, Che Yun had just closed his body when he found himself in the starry sky and night sky again. He smiled bitterly. Even he felt annoyed. The other sovereigns were probably even more determined and full of killing intent. In his dream he rode Bai Lu to the mountains. There were 4,000 mountains, 32 peaks, and 1,000 maidens followed him in the sky. He sang the Zixia immortal scripture. Everyone open the heavenly palace for me. The true spirit refined Yu Qianqiu. The bridge walked on the rainbow. The banished immortals walked around the blue sky. Tai Bai Yi was boundless. The stars were lined up. He was drunk. He leaned on the ancient pine tree with his sword. Who knew that the Milky Way under his feet was so wide? He suddenly turned around and stretched out his hand to beckon Qing Tong with a smile. On another battlefield. The talisman Yu Xian did not need to roll up his sleeves to fight. Plus, Bai Ying was of a similar style. Therefore Yu Xian taught Bai Ying a lot of common sayings. What do you mean by snatching something? Don't snatch a coffin. The frog wants life and the snake wants to be full. What do you mean by I'm a hairless bird? You're so huddling in the corner and snorting 3 times? Nonsense did not delay Yu Xian's important task. First, 2 golden talismen were quietly hidden among thousands of talismen of different grades. They hung at the east and west ends of the small world. They were the sun talisman and the moon talisman respectively. Finally, they turned into a bright talisman. The sun and the moon reflected each other's radiance. Their bright light illuminated the world. Therefore there was a praise on the mountain. Once Yu Xian used this talisman, there was no need for the lantern lighting talisman in the mortal world. However, the reason Yu Xian had taken out these 2 talismans was to confirm one thing. Was the flow of time in the Fuyao continent's heaven and earth restriction faster or slower? If there was indeed a difference in speed, then what was the exact difference? But even if the sun and the moon matched to form a bright talisman, he still could not find out. It was not easy and difficult to accurately see the scale of time in the many layers of restrictions and cages of the small worlds. The talisman Yu Xian threw out another 2 green talisman. He did 2 things at once. He chanted incantations. 1 sleeve 2 worlds. He used the sun talisman and the arrow leaking talisman. The sundial stopped flowing. The starlight stops moving. The fragrance rain flows beside. The sweet dew hangs above. The sun's shadow appears in time. The flowing water settles at the moment. Urgent as the law commands. The light is in the candle. The water is in the arrow. Shining in the sky, the elites circle each other. The sky is completely white. The sun is small. The clouds break through the sky. Go. Yu Xian clenched his teeth and threw out another green talisman. It was the pavilion rising talisman that Yu Xian had created himself. There are no runes in the mountain. Immortals in the clear spring water stand 12 hibiscus leaves. They flow with the waves. They set the 12 hours. The sun's shadow is not different. Once the 3 talismans were thrown out, the great Tao was revealed in an instant. Although the 3 green talismans were burned to ashes in an instant, Yu Xian had already seen through the heavenly secrets with just a glance. He reminded Bai, be careful. The river of time flows in reverse. The talisman Yu Xian was suddenly speechless. It turned out that when the talisman Yu Xian shouted out his inner thoughts, 3 immortal swords had broken through the 3 layers of restrictions of the Fuyao continent. The 3 immortal swords had dispelled the talisman Yu Xian's words of be careful, the river of time, and flow in reverse. Not only that, the Qie Yun in Bai's heart also happened to smile at Bai and say, the proudest thing in the human world, Bai also lives up to his name. This, Qie Yun, obviously could not control the 3 immortal swords. However, Qie Yun could control the 3 layers of restrictions in the river of time. Therefore, even if the talisman Yu Xian saw through the heavenly secrets, he could not tell Bai a part of the truth. Bai also said, Jia Sheng. The death substitution technique was in Bai Ying. However, the death substitution technique was in Qie Yun. Therefore the current Qie Yun could be said to be alive or dead. Another heaven and earth or another true human world. The 4 immortal swords gathered beside Bai. Bai also held a Tai Bai Taoist scripture, naive and 10,000 laws. The 4 swords killed the 4 sovereigns other than Bai Ying and Qie Yun. The 4 swords killed Wu Yu, Yangji, Yuanshou and Yo Dao. They could not be more dead. Qie Yun's figure dissipated. She did not suffer a single sword, but her great Tao disappeared. Zhou Mi smiled and said, using the sword of the future to kill the present. Bai can only go. Zhou Mi finally said, in the future if you and I still have a chance, let's fight again. The sword slashed down. Bai did not hesitate to use the sword of the present to slash Qie Yun. Zhou Mi allowed the sword light to land on his body. The heaven and earth of the continent flipped, and the river of time was in chaos. Yang Ji and Yuan Shou looked at each other, as if they did not understand why they were still alive. Niu Dao and Wu Yu had solemn expressions as they looked at Bai Ying, whose great Tao had suddenly collapsed. The biggest question was where was Bai Yi? Moreover, why was Qie Yun's aura the same as Bai Ying's? It was like the great Tao was completely cut off, but it was also slightly connected. It was like Qie Yun had mysteriously turned into Zhou Mi? As for where the talisman Yu Xian and the 4 immortal swords went, it made the group of revived sovereigns even more confused. Then how did Bai Yi kill Qie Yun and Bai Ying under Zhou Mi's nose? Lu Cha sheathed his sword with a complicated expression. There was no more 14th realm Bai Yi in the world. As for the immortal sword Tai Bai, apart from the sword sheath, the sword itself had been split into 4 and scattered all over the place. One of the Tai Bai sword tips went near the ruins of the inverted mountain. The gray-robed elder seemed to have been slapped on the head as he fell into the whirlpool beneath his feet. In the Middle Earth Divine Continent, Zhou Zi suddenly grabbed a blade-strengthening gourd from Lu Kai and kept one of the sword lights in the gourd. He returned the blade-strengthening gourd to Lu Kai and let this direct sword cultivator thank the scholar. Fei Ran, who thought that she only protected the Mirage City out of boredom, suddenly widened her eyes as she saw a sword body hovering in front of her. The 3rd sword light followed the immortal sword heaven and broke through the sky of the 5th world. It fell rapidly and finally landed beside a green-robed Confucian, Zhao Yao. The great sword immortal Zhang Lu, who was guarding the door, turned a blind eye to the last sword light. Guarding the door was only to stop people. What was there to stop a broken sword? Besides, Zhang Lu admitted that he could not stop it. That sword light went towards half of the great wall of sword qi. Qin Pingan suddenly looked up. Although he was separated by the Jiazi tent, he could still feel the presence of the sword qi. Li Zhen wanted to say something but stopped. He did not say anything in the end. He just silently looked at the gray-robed figure who had crossed the northern city wall for the first time in order to stop the broken sword from falling into Qin Pingan's hands. Qin Pingan staggered. A Dharma idol stood up. It was Qin Qingdu who held a long sword and slashed at the gray-robed figure. Dragon God, take my sword. Qin Qingdu's last sword attack was to slay the dragon god many years after his death. Li Zhen squatted on the city wall and covered his head with his hands. He did not want to look at the scene that he had already seen once. In the Middle Earth Divine Continent, plum flowers bloomed in white. Under the tree a child appeared out of thin air. He looked around, slightly confused. Finally, he raised his head and looked at the plum flowers. A tiger-headed hat was suddenly placed on the child's head. An old scholar touched the tiger-headed hat that he had carefully prepared and laughed heartily. Such is the fate of the heavens. Brother Bei, shall I take you out for a drink? In the great wall of sword Qi, Qin Pingan sat up with difficulty. He saw a gray-white rag wrapped around a sword tip, hovering in front of his eyes. What's going on? The old dog dragon god and the thief Li Zhen knew how to scheme? Looks like they have a lot of capital. An old man appeared beside Qin Pingan. He bent down and patted the young hermit on the head. He said, "Take it as compensation for not keeping our promise." Qin Pingan turned his head. He only saw the dissipating image of his boss. Before Qin Pingan could get up, Qin Qingdu took the initiative to sit on the ground. He placed his hands on his abdomen and gently clenched his fists. The old man smiled and asked, "How was that sword?" Qin Pingan thought about it. "Who cares?" he said sincerely. "Impressive." Qin Qingdu smiled. "You really know how to speak. Just like me in the past." In the past, the young sword cultivator said, "Let's fight." Qin Pingan said, "Don't worry." Qin Qingdu nodded. "Very good." Qin Pingan did not say anything else. Qin Qingdu disappeared from the world. A young hidden official in a bright red robe clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. A moment later, Qin Pingan's robe suddenly turned white. He stood up and walked to the top of the city wall, looking at the half of the great wall of sword Qi opposite him. Then a figure landed beside him. It was the swordsman Lu Cha with a sword on his back. "729. Updated an hour late. Sorry. 23,000 words." Qin Pingan had seen 3 sword cultivators who called themselves swordsmen. The first was Alliance, then the Ghost House Valley's Puchang, and finally the bearded ranger beside him. The pressure Lu Cha gave Qin Pingan was greater than the dragon god, who had been his neighbor for many years. On one hand, Lu Cha's swordsmanship and sword intent were more profound. The dragon god's body was incomplete, so he had never returned to the peak of his realm. On the other hand, the dragon god was a human sword cultivator while Lu Cha was a demon. Qin Pingan's Tao of Sowing, which carried his true name, had a mysterious relationship with Lu Cha. Lu Cha sized up the white-robed hermit with interest. His first disciple, Bamboo Box, had suffered at the hands of this young man before. That's good. It'll save him from overestimating himself and thinking that there are no more sword cultivators outside the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan did not move, but his robe turned red again. He asked, "How's Ascension City?" Lu Cha took out a flask of wine and drank a mouthful. He glanced at the young man who seemed to be moved and asked, "Do you still have the ability to care about others?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Indeed, I don't have the strength." The gray-robed dragon god had been killed by Sword Immortal Boss. Qin Qingdu had once said that the dragon god would die if he dared to take a step north of the city wall. That was the truth. It was a pity that Qin Pingan did not see the dragon god's death with his own eyes. However, Qin Pingan did not know what the sword tip was. Was it a sword from the dragon god that had never appeared? Or was it a relic left behind by Sword Immortal Boss? Based on the strange phenomenon from before, it seemed to have come from the gate of the inverted hanging mountain. However, who would throw a sword tip at the Great Wall of Sword Qi? If it was a traveling item, why did Sword Immortal Zhang Lu and the Savage World not stop it? As for the grayish-white tattered cotton cloth, it was wrapped around the sword tip. It was a clear proof of the dragon god's death. The remnants of the gray robe was similar to a sword cultivator's intrinsic flying sword that had been stripped away by a great divine power. Therefore it was definitely not a magic robe. Boss Sword Immortal only wanted him to keep it properly and refine it with his heart. However, he didn't want him to refine it into a natal item. Instead, he wanted him to refine it into an external sword. He wanted to refine the sword tip into a long sword and the cotton cloth into a scabbard. When the time came, it should be a pretty good sword for a swordsman. Qin Pingan asked another question. "Is Lu Ji dead?" "Don't die, please don't die." Too many sword immortals from the Great Wall of Sword Qi had died. It was not easy for them to leave the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Lu Ji and the others, who had traveled far and wide with a clear conscience, should not have died just a few days later. Qin Pingan admired Lu Ji's temperament as a female great sword celestial, as well as the future of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Qin Pingan hoped that Lu Ji could live for thousands of years. Even if Lu Ji established her own sect in the vast realm and completely broke away from the Great Wall of Sword Qi in Ascension City, it would still be a good thing. The style of the founder of a sect would often determine the atmosphere of a sect for hundreds or even thousands of years. If there was a chance to meet Lu Ji again in the future, Qin Pingan's first sentence would be that Lu Ji was indeed a beauty. Whoever denied it, he would *ck their mother. Lu Cha said, "No, Lu Ji is currently fighting with Yang Ji in Yuanshou. However, your senior brother is near the battlefield." In addition, Xiao Chua had a good relationship with Lu Ji when he was a hidden officer. Lu Ji returning to the South Hassa continent is not a big problem. Qin Pingan immediately asked, "Fuyao continent?" Lu Cha said, "I also fell into Mr. Zhou's trap. The immortal sword Taibai has been broken. However, the price of the wilderness was not small. Bai Ying and Xie Yun were sacrificed. After this battle, there would be more and more new faces for the 14 thrones of the wilderness. On the righteous world side, Xiao Chua's sword killed Sun Yuan of the Tongyi continent, Yao Jia killed Zhou Xinji of the Central Plains, Bai Ying refined Wanyan Laojing of the Gold Armor continent, and a native ascendant of the Fuyao continent escaped with heavy injuries. He almost dropped 2 levels and barely managed to keep his immortal status. If Qi Tingji did not save him, he would have been carved on the city wall. He was now hiding in a small white porcelain cave in the Liuxia continent to recuperate. Qin Pingan seemed to be deep in thought. No wonder that sword tip was a part of the immortal sword Taibai. No wonder the dragon monarch flew over the city wall to stop the sword tip from approaching him. However, why would Bai Yi give this item to him? Moreover, it was the sword tip with the greatest killing power. The thrones of the wilderness had died one after another. The Lotus Nunnery Master Huang Wan, Yao Jia, Bai Ying and Xie Yun. Bai Yi, who was the pride of the human world, had died. Why was the battlefield at the Fuyao continent in the southwest instead of the Gold Armor continent, which was closer to the Central Plains? How did the Central Plains Confucian Temple plan this battle? However, it made sense. Bai Yi did not have a good relationship with the Confucian Temple. The Confucian Temple did not seem to have the right to tell Bai Yi what to do with his sword. Moreover, Qin Pingan did not have the ability to predict the situation in the Fuyao continent and the Gold Armor continent. He could only deduce from the words Zhou Xinji and Wanyan Laojing carved on the city wall. However, Lu Cha said that 2 king stage demons were killed, and Lu Cha followed the tip of Taibai's celestial sword. Did this mean that the battle that could be said to be the pinnacle of the human world was an unprecedented siege that would never be repeated in the future? Did the Confucian Temple and the Central Plains Divine Continent have a countermeasure? Did Lu Cha participate in this or not? Or did he use a divine ability like Cui Dong's reversal of mountains and rivers to send Lu Cha here? Did he kill Meng Chao to prevent any accidents? There were too many questions, but there were no answers. He did not know the truth because there were too few clues. Moreover, he could only believe 70 to 80% of Lu Cha's words. However, Qin Pingan was very clear about one thing. The more the wilderness world and the Jiazi camp wanted to eliminate half of the city wall, the better the situation in the world would be. At least the South Whirlpool continent and his hometown, the Aquarius continent, were still firmly defended. Otherwise, with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi and an Earth Immortal sword cultivator like him, there was no need for Lu Cha, the 3rd highest thrones, to come here personally. Qin Pingan's body and soul were shattered by Lu Cha's sudden punch. Lu Cha did not use his sword. He only used the body of a sword cultivator to punch. Moreover, he was holding the wine pot with one hand. Qin Pingan could have blocked it, but he did not. He took the punch and gathered not far away. He was very confused and did not know what Lu Cha's intention was. The result of such a punch was the same as the result of the Dragon King's sword in the past. It could not kill Meng Chao, who had merged with half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. It could even be said that it was similar to the previous hidden officer Xiao Chua's punch. What Qin Pingan lacked the most now was precisely this kind of body tempering. However, Qin Pingan did not have any wishful thinking. He did not dare to be greedy for another punch from Lu Cha. Lu Cha drank a mouthful of wine and smiled. No wonder you could endure the Dragon King's sword so many times. The foundation of a martial body is very good. Sword many times? Damn it, the Dragon King had attacked 179 times. Qin Pingan asked, "How's the Ascension City?" He could not help but ask the same question again. Lu Cha answered, "The Ascension City has not only gained a firm foothold in the New World, but it is also the one who has expanded the most among the 5 major forces." Qin Pingan felt as if a heavy burden had been lifted off his shoulders. Then he sighed. Since Lu Cha answered all his questions, it seemed like his situation was not good. He was just a small Earth Immortal sword cultivator who could not go anywhere. Was it necessary to trouble Lu Cha to personally attack the Great Wall? As expected, Lu Cha smiled and said, "I'll attack you a few times when you ask me a few questions. So you can ask a few more questions." Anyway, as long as there are more than 3 strikes, the difference will not be big. Chen Pingan actually asked again, did Zhou have an agreement with the moon-bearing mountain's grand ancestor, so that Zhou would not only be the mastermind behind the scenes, but also the person with the highest combat strength in the wilderness? Lu Cha smiled and did not say anything. Chen Pingan said, including Bai Ying and Che Yun? More like half. When I asked the 3rd time, Mr. Lu did not answer. When I asked the 2nd time, Mr. Lu was even worse. He asked a lie, so he only attacked once. Otherwise, if I continued to ask, Mr. Lu might owe me a few more strikes. Lu Cha no longer paid any attention to Chen Pingan. He casually used earth-shrinking mountain and river and walked on the city wall of this half of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Chen Pingan had always been following the swordsman who used to be the 3rd highest sovereign. Lu Cha squatted down and placed his hand on one of the city walls. He pressed down lightly and quickly stood up and went to another place. Lu Cha said casually to the white-robed official beside him, I'll just take it as I owe you 2 swords. You only need to attack 20 times. After that, I'll attack again. As Lu Cha spoke, he looked around. The world changed and the sword aura became strict. Lu Cha drank a mouthful of wine and smiled, you're really not polite. Lu Cha threw a pot of wine, all right, I was just scaring you. I also said it on purpose for the old blind man to hear. Zhou wanted me to use you as bait to lure the old blind man to come here and die. Lu Cha had already been told by Zhou about the greater good of the world. In addition, the grand ancestor of Mount Tuyue had ordered him to be reasonable. After going against his will once, he would not attack a young man on the Great Wall of Sword Qi again. However, Lu Cha did not mind attacking an old blind man of the 14th realm. As long as the old blind man left the 100,000 mountains, Lu Cha would attack with all his might. The wine pot did not fall to the ground. Instead, its whereabouts were uncertain and it suddenly appeared everywhere. As for the young official, he was nowhere to be seen. Lu Cha smiled. This kid was so cautious that it seemed like he was too thorough. On the opposite wall, Li Zhen stood up with a puzzled expression. Zhou suddenly appeared and smiled, you should thank me for causing the river of time to deviate slightly from its original riverbed. Li Zhen sighed, in the end I'm the fool. Zhou shook his head, in my early years when I was flipping through the old almanac on Mount Tuyue, I always believed that among the ancient sword cultivators, regardless of whether they had died in battle or survived, their clairvoyance had been underestimated. You should have a place in that riverside meeting. However, I don't think anyone would be willing to have an existence that seemed to be waiting for someone at the lower reaches of the river of time by their side. Back then, I had calculated many outcomes for you, including how you could save yourself and how you could survive until you reached a further ferry. However, it was difficult for me to come up with a foolproof plan. The pleasant surprise was that I was inspired. Thus, I came up with this plan to kill you. However, the person I had envisioned back then was the Sage of Rites, who had crashed into the vast world from outer space with many ancient gods. Once we succeed, there will be no more little teacher in this world. Bai Zhe might change his mind. Li Zhen frowned. Bai Zhe has an extremely good relationship with the Sage of Rites. Will he completely rebel against the wild world because of this? Zhou smiled. Victory and defeat are uncertain. It's difficult to help either side. However, when the wild world has a 60% chance of winning, Bai Zhe will only have one choice, be it for the sake of fewer deaths in the vast world or for the wild world to gain a foothold. Direct and efficient. Only when the world is stabilized will there be a chance to recuperate. Of course, before that, I will definitely take the initiative to look for Bai Zhe and agree to some things. Zhou turned his head to look at the 100,000 mountains in the far south. He smiled. Bai Zhe of the demon race speaks for the vast world. Jia Xing of the human race seeks power for the wild world. Do you think there is a more suitable natural ally than us? Li Zhen said, it's a pity that it didn't work out. Zhou said, it's indeed a pity. Li Zhen sighed, Jia Xing's methods are really insidious. Zhou smiled, overt schemes can be used. If one can use an overt scheme like an overt scheme, one can be considered a master of the art of war. Li Zhen muttered softly, back then the Confucian temple shouldn't have let you leave the vast world alive. At the very least, they should have let Jia Xing die inexplicably at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. Zhou only shook his head. Li Zhen asked, how many demons are you going to eat before you stop? I'm very curious. Are you really only at the 14th realm now? You and my master. Zhou waved his hand, don't ask about things that you shouldn't know. Don't think too much. The sword that Lu Cha used all his strength to slash Bai Yi was the stagnant lake of the River of Time. However, it seemed to have returned to the original riverbed. This allowed Bai Yi to wield 4 celestial swords and slay 4 sovereign stage demons. After that, Bai Yi had completely exhausted his spiritual energy and the poem that he was most proud of. Then Zhou reversed the flow of the River of Time again. Only Bai Yi, whose body and sword were broken, was left at the crossing of the River of Time. The rest of the beings in the continent, including the 6 sovereign stages and Lu Cha who killed Bai Yi, all returned to the Lake of Time. However, during this period, when Bai Yi realized that Che Yun was Jia Xing, he was already wielding Tai Bai and slashing Che Yun with his sword. Not only that, Bai Yi, who was killed by Lu Cha, also used his Yin spirit to travel far away. He gave Lu Cha a taste of his own medicine. He reversed the flow of time and went against the flow. At the cost of destroying his celestial swords, he slashed Bai Ying again. It was only at this moment that Zhou removed the restriction on the lake. The River of Time returned to normal and flowed between the heavens and earth. Therefore, after that, the River of Time of a continent became so broken and chaotic. It was to let the future Bai Yi stay as far away from the present Bai Yi as possible. Without the cultivation of the 14th realm, he had completely lost his celestial sword Tai Bai. From then on, Bai Yi would no longer be a hindrance to the general trend of the world. After that, Zhou was not afraid of whether Bai Yi could return to the peak in the next 100 or 1,000 years. Instead, he was full of anticipation. Li Zhen suddenly asked tentatively, "Bai Ying is your Yang spirit's external body?" Then, in the process of cultivation, he mixed many souls and made Bai Ying think that he is Bai Ying? Zhou smiled and said, "Why did Guanzhao say that he is a fool? I don't think so. Therefore I have always valued you, the direct disciple of the moon-supporting mountain." If not for the small accident where the young hidden official fought in place of Ning Yao, Li Zhen would have known more inside information. Of course, one of the 4 immortal swords, naivety, would either be destroyed or become one of my natal items. Li Zhen asked, "Zhou, in the past few thousand years, how many great demons have you fused with the Tao?" The so-called Tao fusing of the 14 realms of Zhou was eating. He ate the master of the Lotus Nunnery, ate the Yao armor, ate the Qiyun, and fused with the Yang spirit Bai Ying. In fact, there was also a great demon Huang Wan who fell to the nascent soul realm. As for the ascendant realm Wanyan Laojing of the Golden Armor continent, he thought that he could drag out an ignoble existence. What happened to him? He fell into Zhou's hands. What else could he do? In the wilderness it was not easy for anyone to see Zhou. Most of the people Zhou met were young people who were worthy of cultivation. Otherwise there was no need for Zhou to stop them. The direct disciples of the moon-supporting mountain would help to stop them. Therefore, Zhou's second highest position in the wilderness always gave the feeling that it was intentional by the moon-supporting mountain. It seemed that the moon-supporting mountain needed someone with a good brain to help pass on the message. Therefore, when Hai Zhou had always been considered to be at the peak of the ascendant realm at most. He was a sovereign with a very high ranking but relatively weak combat power. The great demon Bai Ying of the Withered Bones throne almost never fought with other sovereigns or ascendant realms. He liked to sneak around and scheme. He especially targeted those great demons who were secretly recuperating. It was rumored that he refined them into puppets. Therefore, although Bai Ying's combat power was not high, he was famous for his deep family background and shrewdness. Bai Ying not only had the sword attendant Long Jian transformed from the dragon monarch's head, but also the long sword refined from a part of the remnant soul. Bai Ying's actions could really be said to be unrestrained. Li Zhen was quite helpless and felt powerless. He squatted down again and sighed. Even if Li Zhen's life-flying sword was the River of Time, he did not dare to say that what he saw was the truth. Many times, seeing a part of the truth made people think that they were infallible. However, the more self-righteous an ordinary person was, the easier their life was. It was the same on the mountain and under the mountain. Li Zhen was an exception. Li Zhen suddenly remembered something and almost laughed to tears. It was said that in history the great demon Bai Ying once asked Wen Hai Zhou if he wanted to be the lord of culture and education in the wilderness. Zhou seemed to have just smiled and said, "Not enough." Li Zhen raised his head and stared at the scholar in a green scholar's robe in a daze. Were scholars so scary? Zhou just quietly waited for the old blind man's choice. The old blind man was still the same. As long as the old blind man did not leave the mountain, Zhou would not go to the 100,000 mountains. Zhou laughed in his heart. Li Zhen, think about it. When you think it through, go to the Tongyi continent to find me. If you don't think it through, it's okay. You can just stay in the old wilderness. During the Fuyao continent battle, in order to kill Bai Yi apart from using all kinds of methods, Zhou Mi also paid a price. That was half of Bai Ying's and half of Qian's Daos. The former came from the wilderness while the latter came from the vast world. In the conversation between the young hidden official and Lu Cha, he accidentally revealed the truth, but it was actually a guess. How to guess it was very simple. Put yourself in the scholar's shoes and imagine that the scholar was full of evil tricks. You might as well use the greatest evil to guess the intentions of others, and think of all the methods as thorough and meticulous as possible. There were actually a few clues. For example, the death of the master of the Lotus Nunnery. If the great ancestor of Mount Tuiyue and Qin Qing were superior in terms of Daos and could not make a move, then as the hidden official of the wilderness, Zhou Mi should have at least stopped them. He should not have watched Elder Dong kill the big demon with his sword and drag a bright moon into the human world. As for how Zhou Mi convinced Qian, Li Zhen could not guess. Zhou Mi seemed to have guessed Li Zhen's doubts and took the initiative to dispel them. In my big picture, the sword cultivator Firen is an extremely important existence, far more important than the likes of Qiyu and Yu Si. Zhou Mi then said something that made Li Zhen's heart tremble. Clairvoyance is the same. In my heart, it is second only to Firen. Therefore, the clairvoyance of all the remnant souls has always been under my control. Zhou Mi then said, annoyed? Is there a need? Li Zhen, who has been complaining on the city wall for so many years, do you really not want to leave the riverbed constraints of the river of time and not be a sword cultivator clairvoyance anymore? Zhou Mi pointed at the battlefield where Qin Qing killed the dragon monarch. Yes. On this city wall, there were once judicial officers and hidden officials. In the past, Jia Xing was even the former judicial officer. Even earlier, in the ancient heavenly court, there were sword-bearers and armor-bearers. However, Bai Yi actually gave a sword to Firen, which made Zhou Mi a little unhappy. He needed to divert his attention to kill a big accident. In the past, although Firen did not have the title of teacher and student, Zhou Mi taught Firen much more diligently than the direct disciples like Shurchen and Liu Bai. In fact, there were only 3 people left in Firen's sect. Under the arrangement of the great ancestor of Mount Tuiyue, they were already Zhou Mi's chess pieces. Zhou Mi originally planned to appear as Firen's teacher, in a sense one day, and return half of Firen's senior brother Qian to make Firen follow him wholeheartedly and walk towards the seemingly endless path together. Would there be Li Zhen and Yu Si behind the two of them? Shoal Current followed from afar. In the past, at Mount Tuiyue, Zhou Mi found the great ancestor of the wilderness, who had been recuperating for 6,000 years. Zhou Mi proposed 3 plans to him. The first was that the Great Wall of Sword Qi flew up and landed on the 5th world. Otherwise, Savage World would have suffered far fewer casualties in the battle at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. The second was that embroidered tiger Cui Dong swallowed a continent and stopped the demons of Tong Yi continent from going up north. Apart from that, when the 14th realm Bai Yi attacked, the temple head helped out from both sides and watched from the sidelines. Of course, there was also the young man next door who was the hidden official. Otherwise, Zhou Mi's plan would have been completed long ago. He would have broken through the southwest Fuyao continent and attacked the weak southeast Tongyi continent. He would have attacked the weakest Aquarius continent and taken down the weakest north continent. He would have taken down the weakest north continent and the weakest continent. After that, he would have confronted the Central Plains Divine Continent, Drifting Dawn Continent, and South Swirling Continent. During this period, he would have returned Fuyao continent to the Central Plains Confucian Temple. However, the wilderness would have taken Fuyao continent and Golden Armor continent in the end. However, as long as Zhou Mi took down Aquarius continent, it would be a major turning point. The most interesting thing about the 3 plans was that the wilderness's plan was the complete opposite of Zhou Mi's great Tao. Zhou Mi did not hide anything from the gray-robed elder. The latter laughed heartily. Not only did he not kill Haoran Jia Sheng with a slap, he allowed Zhou Mi to do whatever he wanted. Thousands of years later, Jia Sheng became Zhou Mi, and Zhou Mi became Bai Ying. As for the war at the Great Wall of Sword Qi, Zhou Mi had been secretly plotting. Other than the gradual defection of sword immortals and sword cultivators, his focus was on the hearts of the people. For example, the Rain Dragon sect, the Flood Dragon Ravine, the Mountain Water Cave of Fuyao continent, and the 3 great demons of Tongyi continent. As for who came up with the best plan, the great ancestor of Mount Tuiyue and Zhou Mi could accept it. A wilderness without any education could treat Haoran Jia Sheng as a great scholar. This was the biggest joke in the world. How could Zhou Mi not have racked his brains for thousands of years to plan for Mount Tuiyue? Zhou Mi suddenly frowned. Then he smiled and said, What a talisman, Yu Xian. He ruined 2 of my small plants. I will have to reason with him one day. Outside the gate of the Bright Moon Palace, the white-haired old man in purple who had ascended to this place was on the verge of collapse. He almost fell to the ground, but he still had a thought. He roared angrily and endured his injuries. Without hesitation, he crushed tens of thousands of remaining talisman. One of the Bright Moon talisman made of golden material suddenly turned into the figure of a Confucian scholar. He smiled and disappeared. Yu Xian scolded, "Dog Jia Sheng, I can't give you dog shit to eat." In order to break away from the restriction of the River of Time in Fuyao Continent, Yu Xian held the Tai-Bai scabbard that Bai Yi threw at him. The old man did not hesitate to break the entire heart image galaxy in a wine pot. He used half of it as a gift to protect Bai Ye's soul so that the holy master who was guarding the peak of Mount Sui would have a greater chance of success. The remaining half of Bai Ye's soul would be more complete. As for the remaining half of the galaxy, the number of talisman was still more than 400,000. They pulled together with the celestial phenomenon galaxy and turned into a long bridge of talisman similar to the ascension platform. It dragged Yu Xian away from the mortal world and finally came to the ruins of the Cold Moon Palace, one of the Howran forbidden grounds for 10,000 years. Even so, it was still very dangerous. If it were not for the sword immortals outside of Bai Yi blocking with their swords, Yu Xian would have been beaten down to the mortal world by a girl with pigtails. However, he did not expect that Zhou would use some unknown method to deceive everyone. He attached a piece of his mind to the talisman and followed it all the way here. Even after Yu Xian landed, he only sensed that something was wrong based on his intuition. He did not say anything and would rather destroy the remaining talisman of a great Tao life item than let that chance appear. Reality proved that the talisman Yu Xian's gamble paid off. Zhou did not even bother to retract the piece of his mind that was covered by the light of the moon's life. He chose to dissipate along with the golden talisman. He did not want to be captured by the Holy Master. Outside the ruins of the Moon Palace, the talisman Yu Xian sat on the ground dejectedly. He held the Tai-Bai scabbard that Bai Yi asked him to return to the Deshiendu temple. The old man laughed and said, "Damn it, I don't want to be a hero anymore." However, the old man quickly stroked his beard and laughed, "To hell with the 14th realm, I feel great." He looked down and saw that his snow-white beard was stained with blood. He stroked his beard as if he was pulling it. He started to curse Jia Xing again. After cursing, Yu Xian wanted to get up and leave this place. However, he did not expect another page to appear out of nowhere and land in front of Yu Xian. The old man stretched out his hand and grabbed. He was dragged far away. It was as if the talisman Yu Xian was about to be brought into the vast galaxy by a page of a book. There was a poem on it. The stars were bright as if they were out of the world. There was also a sentence that seemed to be a side note. The talisman Yu Xian merged with the Tao here. Yu Xian stood on the talisman that was suddenly as big as a boat. It was as if the great Tao was traveling far away and an immortal was riding a boat in the sea of stars. Yu Xian cupped his fists. There were ripples in his heart lake. Yu Xian's immortal energy is vast. Yu Xian laughed and said, "The Holy Master is too kind, too kind." At the Great Wall of Sword Chi, Zhou opened the restriction of the small world and stepped into the caged bird on the opposite side. Zhou could not help but laugh. The two swordsmen seemed to be on different sides of the world as they drank their wine. Lu Cha got up first and broke the restriction of the caged bird. He returned to the vast South Whirlpool continent. According to Zhou, since they had already taken down the 3 continents, the next thing they had to do was to take down the South Whirlpool continent and the Eastern Bottle continent at the same time. The battlefield of the Whirlpool continent would be handed over to Lu Cha. Only Q-Sword and Qin Chunan would be needed. There was no need to care about the rest. Qin Pingan stood up and said with a smile, "It's not easy to kill the old blind man, right?" Zhou looked around and nodded, "It's harder to kill him than Master Hidden Official." Qin Pingan kept the wine pot in his sleeve and asked, "How can I kill Bai Yi?" Zhou did not answer the question. "You are a sword cultivator, but you can't see Bai Yi use his sword. It's a pity." Qin Pingan said, "Bai Yi can see me use my sword in the future." Zhou smiled. The young hidden official's words sounded very heroic. If ordinary people heard it, they would only think that it was a young man who was arrogant and didn't even put Bai in his eyes. However, Zhou knew that this was the same principle that the scholar Qin Pingan and the scholar Hao Ran Jiaxing had said. Unfortunately, people are often disappointed. But I still have to not let others down. Zhou looked at this homeless dog who was boasting shamelessly. He was very patient and said slowly, "That's because a person has never been really disappointed." Qin Pingan narrowed his eyes and said slowly, "There was once a little girl who was fleeing for her life. She saw her mother hiding from her husband and daughter and secretly eating steamed buns. The little girl just looked at that scene numbly. Do you think she was not disappointed? Was she not desperate? It can be changed. It can be changed. Is it great to be a scholar? Will the disappointment be greater? I don't think so." Zhou shook his head and said, "It's a good principle, but it's still too small." The young hidden official suddenly laughed. "Of course. I'm young and lacking in knowledge. How can I compare to Zhou when high? Dao. Reason." Zhou put his hands behind his back. "How many copies of yourself do you have to kill before you can truly accept your fate and change the world step by step?" Qin Pingan was expressionless. Zhou's figure had already disappeared. Even the intrinsic flying sword-caged sparrow did not notice his arrival and departure. Qin Pingan took out a talisman to confirm whose world he was in. Zhou appeared behind Qin Pingan and laughed. "How did you become a hidden official when you're so timid?" Qin Pingan put away the talisman. Zhou said, "I'm looking forward to your martial 10 realms vigor." Qin Pingan was silent. On the great wall of sword chi outside the two worlds, the sword immortal heroic spirits that had walked out of the painting began to take up formation. They could wear down as much of Zhou's Tao as possible. Zhou laughed, "You only reached the peak after your golden core was shattered again and again. What about your nascent soul? Why don't you use the fall of a chi refinement warrior to exchange for the limit of a pure martial artist?" Qin Pingan took a deep breath. If there was no other way, he would give up half of the great wall of sword chi. This was Qin Pingan's final trump card. He would use his life and half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi to exchange for a sovereign's Tao. Actually, the value of half of the Great Wall of Sword Chi was still extremely high. This trade was not worth it, but it was extremely interesting. Who would be willing to exchange their Tao for a sovereign great demon? The dragon god was probably the most willing, but he was still trying to confirm if his boss, the Sword Immortal, had a backup plan. Zhou seemed to be confirming the young hidden official's determination. In the end, Zhou disappeared in a flash. He first removed the restrictions of the world before breaking the sparrow-caged sparrow. Before returning to the Tongya continent, Zhou used his sword chi to carve the words Bai Yi on the city wall. Not only that, Zhou even removed the mountain and river restrictions of the Jiazi tent, allowing the young hidden official to see the light of day again. Qin Pingan appeared at the edge of the cliff. On the other side was Li Zhen. With the death of the dragon god, only Li Zhen, the 100-sword immortal of the moon-supporting mountain, was left on that half of the great wall of sword chi. They looked at each other from afar. Li Zhen's expression was complicated. He seemed to be smiling. Qin Pingan asked, "Are you so happy to eat **T? Li Zhen asked, "Share some with you?" Qin Pingan nodded and said, "Give it to me." Li Zhen was stunned on the spot. He asked doubtfully, "Qin Pingan, have you been crazy since you were young?" Qin Pingan said, "A hungry dog is not afraid of a stick. You are like a chicken in a flock of cranes." Li Zhen looked at the vast land in the south and then turned to look at the gate in the north. Finally, he retracted his gaze and looked at Qin Pingan. He said, "Let's go." Qin Pingan said, Li Zhen, clairvoyance is clairvoyance. Li Zhen is clairvoyance, clairvoyance is Li Zhen. Is it important? Who is the person in front of you? If you can't even figure out this, where can you go? Li Zhen was stunned. Damn it, the hidden official can speak human language? Qin Pingan said again, "You can understand human language?" Li Zhen held his fist and shook it hard. This was the first time he admitted defeat. Qin Pingan suddenly sat on the edge of the cliff. Li Zhen did the same. He said to himself, "When I leave, Li Zhen's clairvoyance will be gone. Qin Qing is dead. Dragon God is dead. They are all dead." The history of the Great Wall of Sword Chi and even the whole history of sword cultivation seemed to be divided into two. Compared to the real Great Wall of Sword Chi that was cut open by the grand ancestor of the moon-supporting mountain, it was even more broken. Qin Pingan said nothing. He took out a pot of wine and gently threw it out. He then shattered it with sword energy. A pot of wine spilled on the ground. He worshipped the sword cultivator dragon god from 10,000 years ago. Together with two close friends, he worshipped the moon-supporting mountain. The Yu clan of the Central Plains joined forces with the Lu clan of the Snow Mountain continent. One provided manpower, and the other provided money. Then, they used up the chi of the mountains and rivers of a beautiful land in the Xuanmi dynasty. As a result, the spiritual chi within a radius of 100 miles was exhausted. In the end, they built a temporary gate from the north of the Jinjia continent to this place. Of course, to do this, someone had to use his sword. It was the word-engraved sword immortal from the Great Wall of Sword Qi Tingji. Rumors about this foreign sword immortal were like mushrooms after a rain in the Central Plains divine continent. Almost all the different mountains and rivers of the imperial palace more or less mentioned this Qi Tingji who appeared out of nowhere. All the imperial palace reports did not deny one thing. If Qi Tingji did not use his sword to kill demons, the Fuyao continent and the Golden Armor continent would have fallen even earlier. The old scholar was furious at the academy. He went to find Old Man Yu and asked for some wine. He also wanted to see if Old Man Yu had anything he did not need. Pei Qian brought Sister Baoping to meet Sister Zaishi Yu Juanfu. Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei, the two sword cultivators, were the first to leave the battlefield of the Golden Armor continent. They retreated to the northern gate. Yu Juanfu and Pei Qian, the two pure martial artists, left even later. In the end, only Chao Ci remained in the northern part of the Golden Armor continent. Pei Qian and Chao Ci's 4 matches had to be put aside for the time being. Pei Qian was very clear about the big and the small, and the urgent matters. In the end, the 4 of them returned to the Yu family together. They did not expect Lin Junbai to be nearby. Lin Junbai had traveled from the Shaoyuan dynasty to the Xuanmi dynasty and stayed in the capital for more than half a month. However, Lin Junbai did not leak any information to the outside world. If Yu Juanfu and the other 2 did not return to the Central Plains divine continent, Lin Junbai would have to return to the Shaoyuan dynasty in another half a month. The Yu family was one of the top aristocratic families in the Central Plains divine continent. The Yu family had many branches and leaves, and their family tree was filled with boxes. Yu Juanfu was also the daughter of the first wife with high hopes. Otherwise, she would not have been betrothed to the Qilin of the Huai family. Lin Junbai, Jin Jinming, and Zhu Mei were all sword cultivators and people of the Shaoyuan dynasty. They were very close. Currently, they were all living in the Yu family residence of the Xuanmi dynasty's retired emperor. Yu Juanfu once again played the role of a crappy matchmaker. He dragged the girl of the same age Yu Qingqing to Lin Junbai for a round of chess. Yu Juanfu looked at the 2 of them. The more he looked, the more compatible he felt. It would be a pity if they did not give birth to a bunch of beautiful children. As for the girl in red who was said to be from the Cliff Academy, Yu Juanfu was just being polite. That was all. She and Pei Qian were friends who had gone through thick and thin together. Li Baoping was just a friend of a friend. Moreover, Yu Juanfu was never good at building relationships. Yu Juanfu led a group of people to the Gall Cypress Pavilion. This was the Yu family residence's famous scenic spot. The white jade table in the pavilion was a chessboard. There were only 2 stone benches and 2 chess jars on the table. When the player sat down, the others stood and watched. It was very particular. Of course, there were benches for sitting in the pavilion, but they were slightly further away from the chessboard. As the pillar of the huge family, the Yu family's ancestor was born a prodigy. He was known as the beautiful wind god, rarely ambitious, never tired of learning and well-read. This Gall Cypress Pavilion was a scenic spot personally built by the Yu family's ancestor, Yu Panshui. However, more than 100 years ago, this place was sealed by Yu Panshui for a full 300 years just to play an unprecedented game of chess. 160 people placed their pieces on the chessboard. Because each person could only make one move. As for whether they would play white or black, it depended on their luck. The first move of the black pieces was exquisite and unparalleled. Then the middle game collapsed. The white pieces were in a good position until a white-robed Confucian entered the pavilion. He picked up a black piece and placed it on the chessboard. Then he said, "There's no need to play anymore." When the group entered the pavilion, they looked around. It was a completely different world. The ancient cypresses were dense. It was said that each of these priceless cypresses had been transplanted from an immortal residence called Jingguan City. The bamboo grew from Azure Immortal Mountain while the cypresses grew in Jingguan City. Pei Qian had no interest in Go. He had always been like this. When he was young, he was too lazy to use his brain and couldn't earn any money. Later on, he would watch Old Wei and Little White kill each other on the chessboard. Li Baoping stood behind the woman, silently watching the game. Jin Jinming and Zhu Mei stood behind Lin Junbai. Of course, they had to protect each other. If it wasn't for Yu Juanfu saying that his family's old ancestor was a terrible chess player who liked to pretend to be cultured and only wanted to do some superficial things, Pei Qian would have thought that the Yu family's old ancestor could win against his little senior brother. According to Yu Juanfu, even the young prodigy and beautiful wind god, never tired of learning, were all made up by her old ancestor after he became the head of the family. In fact, when he was young, he was a little fatty who regarded money as his life. At a young age, he learned how to earn money to make a living. Yu Qingqing smiled and said, Junbai's chess skills are becoming more and more refined. Lin Junbai played the real void point to perfection. A few years ago, Lin Junbai was a guest of the Yu family. At that time, Lin Junbai's chess skills were forcefully pursuing the so-called profound and mysterious changes of the divine dragon. However, when the weapons clashed on the chessboard, his killing intent seemed to be too heavy. Now his style of chess had changed. It was deep and precise without missing a step. His killing techniques were interlinked, but his chess skills and killing intent were not heavy. That was why she had such a refined evaluation. Yu Qingqing's chess skills might not be that great. At most, she could be considered a first-rate chess player in the Xuanmi dynasty. Compared to the top immortal masters who were proficient in chess, the gap was still very obvious. However, her eyes had always been very good. She was jokingly called the Yu family's flower of understanding by the old ancestor. When Yu Qingqing was playing chess with Lin Junbai, she glanced at the extraordinarily handsome and focused young man. She sighed in her heart. When the country's fortune rose, so did his chess skills. In the flourishing Xiao Yuan dynasty, Lin Junbai was bound to be the future imperial tutor. One day Lin Junbai's chess skills would reach the realm of one breath clear, rise high. Not everyone who was proficient in chess could really achieve great things outside of the chessboard. However, the young man in front of her seemed to be connected with chess. Yu Zhuanfu and Pei Qian sat side by side. Yu Zhuanfu took off his boots and sat cross-legged. He took off the wine pot at his waist and handed it to Pei Qian. Pei Qian hurriedly winked at Yu Zhuanfu. He quietly raised his chin and pointed at the serious Bao Ping's sister. Yu Zhuanfu smiled and drank by himself. He was very curious. Apart from her master, there was someone Pei Qian was afraid of? Yu Zhuanfu stretched and put his hands on the railing behind him. He focused his voice and said to Pei Qian, Chao Ci fought a lot on the battlefield between the two continents. It has a lot to do with your master's ascension to the top of the mountain. After entering the pavilion, Pei Qian sat upright. He clenched his fists on his knees and gently nodded. Yu Zhuanfu said, Cliff Academy's reputation is not small now. It's all thanks to that dolly Xiuhu. Pei Qian didn't want to talk about Xiuhu. He just smiled and said, I've known Bao Ping's sister for a long time. My master said that Bao Ping's sister has been wearing red since she was young. Yu Zhuanfu nodded. Although she still didn't understand why Pei Qian was so close to that woman in red. But she didn't want to get to the bottom of it. Just like how Pei Qian never mentioned Huai Qian in front of her. Yu Zhuanfu drank and occasionally glanced at the chess game. Anyway, he couldn't see the outcome of the game. She knows how to play chess, but that's all she really knows. She prefers to play chess. In the Yu family's library, there was the first draft of the Elephant Sutra, written by a military ancestor. The Qi cultivators on the mountain were far more thoughtful and far-sighted than the people below the mountain. But other than military cultivators often praised chess and looked down on elephant play. Yu Zhuanfu asked, Do you know how to play chess? Pei Qian shook his head and said, No. In the past, Old Wei and Little Bai often played chess. But once, they were mocked by their little senior brother. After thinking for a while, Pei Qian recalled the exact words he had said earlier. One of them was the most insulting. The depth of chess is Wei Xian's drinking capacity. Aren't you too ashamed? Of course, Yu Zhuanfu didn't know this. He said casually, Among the 10 young candidates, there's a young man called Su Bai. He's proficient in chess. Half of his reputation as Su Xian comes from this. When Su Bai was young, he once sleepwalked to the straight hook platform in the ancestral court of the School of Military Strategy and played 10 games with Elder Jiang, who had been in seclusion for thousands of years. Su Bai won 4 and lost 6. Therefore, Su Bai was already very famous among the cultivators at the peak of the mountain before he became one of the 10 candidates. Before he became Su Xian, he was already nicknamed Young Grand Duke Jiang. Yu Zhuanfu drank a mouthful of wine. If there's a chance, I must ask him for advice. Losing is certain, I just hope it won't be too embarrassing. Pei Qian was even more interested in Su Bai and Su Xian, so he said, I've only seen the talisman Senior Xian. He's really like an immortal. School of Poetry by Xian, School of Poetry Su Xian, Talisman Yu Xian. Chess Su Xian? Pei Qian suddenly grinned. Sister Zaishi, and I'm just saying if I'm your Yu family's ancestor, I'll secretly hide the 100 or so black and white chess pieces and engrave the names of the cultivators playing. It's valuable and can be treasured. Yu Juanfu's expression was strange. Pei Qian asked, "You've already done that?" Yu Juanfu sighed. "Let's just change identities." Pei Qian shook his head. She couldn't bear to change identities. After Lin Junbai and Yu Qingqing finished a game, it took nearly an hour and they still had to replay the game. Pei Qian asked Yu Juanfu in advance, and after getting permission, he took Sister Baoping for a stroll. After walking away, Li Baoping rubbed Pei Qian's head and said, "You don't have to be so reserved with your friends." Pei Qian thought for a bit and nodded. "I'll listen to you." Li Baoping continued. "You just came back from the Jinjia continent battlefield. It's normal for you to be nervous. But you can't always be like this. When Martial Uncle took us to travel, he would occasionally slack off, let alone a disciple like you." Pei Qian said sullenly, "Even if Master slacks off, it's to save energy and spirit. It's not the same." Li Baoping smiled but didn't say anything. The old scholar suddenly appeared with a child wearing a tiger head hat. The old scholar laughed and introduced them to the child. "You can call me Sister Baoping, Sister Pei." The child glanced at the old scholar, who immediately said resentfully, "You're drunk, you're drunk. You can't blame me. Old Yu's treasured wine is really strong." Then the old scholar handed Pei Qian a small and exquisite bamboo paper cutter with inscriptions engraved on both sides. He smiled and said, "Pei Qian, this is a gift from Senior Yu. Take it. You don't have to be so polite. Don't refuse a gift from an elder. It's something close to you. To Senior Yu, it's just a drop in the ocean. It's just a seed from Luopa Mountain. Just take it, otherwise old Yu will be anxious." Pei Qian was about to say something, but Li Baoping pulled his sleeve. Pei Qian scratched his head and took over the extremely precious paper cutter. He did have some belongings. If he didn't have something close to him, he would have a headache about how to bring it home. He couldn't always owe Sister Zaishi something close to him. He said he would return it to her after leaving the Jinjia continent. Then the old scholar said he had to leave for Sui Mountain. From beginning to end, the old scholar didn't say the name of the child wearing the tiger head hat. After the old scholar left, Li Baoping and Pei Qian also left the Yu family. Li Baoping wanted to return to the academy. The students of the Cliff Academy were studying there. Pei Qian had finally returned home after traveling for many years. But they had to cross the continent to reach the Baifeng continent and then take a detour to the North Lu continent before returning to the Baoping continent. Li Baoping gave the narrow knife to Pei Qian and left with the blade-strengthening gourd hanging from her waist. Pei Qian stood at the door and called out to Sister Baoping. Li Baoping turned around and smiled brightly. She stomped her feet lightly and waved her hands quickly. Pei Qian scratched his head. In the end, he didn't have the nerve to be so childish. Pei Qian stood at the door for a long time before returning to the residence. She first asked the steward to help her inform the Yu family's patriarch if she could thank him and bid him farewell. The steward agreed with a smile. After Pei Qian met the Yu family's patriarch, she went to bid farewell to Yu Juanfu. Yu Juanfu wanted to send her to the immortal fairy. Pei Qian brought along the unnamed disciple named Aman. When Yu Juanfu arrived at the ferry, he suddenly had an idea. He said, "Since Pei Qian is going to Leigong Temple, I also want to go there and see if I can ask Senior Pei Xiangpei about fist techniques." The Yu family's patriarch stood in a pavilion in the private garden with a plaque that read, "Wood Fox." Beside Yu Panshui stood a handsome young man in white. Yu Panshui grinned and rubbed his hands. "Thanks to Brother Qi, I'm lucky that old Xiucai didn't hit me too hard today." This young master, who was temporarily a guest of the Yu family, was Qi Tingji. In the mountain water cave of the Fuyao continent, he couldn't save Zhou Xinji. Fortunately, he later killed Wanyan Laojing in the Jinjia continent. Although that Ascendant Realm cultivator most likely didn't die completely, this battle merit fell on this old sword immortal of the Great Wall of Sword Qi. As for that Ascendant Realm cultivator of the Fuyao continent, he was extremely grateful to Qi Tingji. He made an appointment with Qi Tingji to find a place to drink when he came out of seclusion in the white porcelain grotto heaven of the Liuxia continent. Old Sword Immortal referred to Qi Tingji's cultivation years. Although the words were carved on the city wall, Qi Tingji's appearance was extremely young. Qi Tingji first rose to fame in the Central Plains Divine Continent, then became famous throughout the continent. However, Qi Tingji disappeared without a trace. There were rumors that the Lu family's wealth god of the White Snow continent wanted to invite Qi Tingji to be the family's grand consecrator. The Lu family's wealth was definitely beyond imagination, so Qi Tingji was now the Lu family's guest of honor. The merit accumulated from the war between the two continents was enough for Qi Tingji to establish a sect in the vast heavens. However, Qi Tingji was still hesitant. Once he took root in the vast heavens and established an ancestral hall as the founder, it was equivalent to giving up on Ascension City and the fifth continent. The two gates of the Fuyao continent and the Tongya continent hadn't lasted for many years. The vast heavens news about Ascension City was almost completely blank. Otherwise, it was just some randomly fabricated news. Previously, when the old scholar came to visit, Qi Tingji actively avoided meeting him. He didn't expect to miss out on the child wearing the tiger head hat. Yu Panshui didn't even dare to mention names. Qi Tingji could roughly guess the final result of the Fuyao continent battle. The Confucian Temple of Confucius must have paid a heavy price. Yu Panshui smiled. That Lu Jubao fellow is rich and overbearing, and his heart is even fiercer. That's why he didn't spend a single coin to let Brother Qi become a guest of the Yu family. The friendship between gentlemen is as light as water. Qi Tingji dismissed it with a smile. Yu Panshui's smile faded. He asked, "How do you plan to reply to the Lu family?" Qi Tingji said, "I'll meet this Lu family's god of wealth first." Yu Panshui nodded. In the garden, hundreds of flowers bloomed. The next moment, a slender middle-aged man in simple clothes walked into the pavilion. He cupped his fists and smiled at Qi Tingji. Lu Jubao greets sword immortal Qi. Qi Tingji cupped his fists in return. Yu Panshui smiled. "You guys chat. I'm going to meet a junior and see if that kid can be tricked into marrying into the Yu family." Lu Jubao's mouth twitched. Yu Panshui slapped his head and snapped his fingers. A wisp of green smoke appeared on the plaque. Finally, it condensed into a graceful and beautiful woman who followed behind the Yu family's patriarch. In a study. After Lin Junbai crossed the threshold, an immortal cultivator gently closed the door. There was only an old man in the study. He sat on a chair facing the window. Lin Junbai took a few steps forward and bowed. If he sat in the pavilion, he could forget about sitting in the study. The Yu family's patriarch, who was sitting with his legs crossed, looked like a wealthy old man. He was chubby, and when he squinted, his small eyes made his face look even bigger. Out of nowhere, he looked a little oily. It was hard to imagine that this old man, who was only at the unpolished Jade Realm, could support a stronger Xianmi dynasty after the Deshang dynasty was destroyed. Whether it was Deshang or Xianmi, they were ranked higher than the current Xiaoyuan dynasty. In a slightly dark and cold study room. Since the old man didn't speak, Lin Junbai just stood there. Yu Panshui finally spoke with a smile. "I heard that you're proficient in chess. You're about to surpass your master?" "Junbai's chess skills are still not as good as yours." These words are too greasy. "I'm asking about the outcome, not the style of chess. According to your words, I'm even more domineering than Xiuhu. Is it interesting?" Junbai and you both have their wins and losses. This kid is shrewd. His nurturing technique is better than his chess skills. The imperial tutor of Xiaoyuan dynasty has taught a good disciple. Don't give me any less than I deserve. I'll return what I don't deserve. How will you return it? Do you think that people's hearts and reputation are like money? Greasy, greasy. You're so young and old, yet you're so greasy. Within the rules, I ask my heart and I do my own thing. Didn't you go to the Great Wall of Sword Chi for Yu Zhuanfu? Are you disheartened and retreating in the face of difficulties, or are you still unwilling to give up and want to cast a long line to catch a big fish? This question is not easy to answer. You either have to admit that you have ulterior motives, or you have to admit that your master's heart is too dirty. Every move placed outside the chessboard is a dirty move. So why don't I help you find a reason? Wouldn't that make you more refined? The old man held a jade handle that was as cold as congealed fat. It was thinly carved and very shallow. There were only two engravings that were deeper. They were both seal styles. One was the word jade, and the other was the word cut. Exhaling, he clenched it with both hands and gently twisted it. Then he habitually rubbed it against his face. Lin Junbai turned a blind eye to this. Yu Zhuanfu doesn't like me. I'm not suitable for Yu Qingqing. Yu Panshui sneered. Silly girl, how did you like Qin Pingan? Lin Junbai asked back, why did Yu Zhuanfu not like the hidden official? Yu Panshui narrowed his eyes. He raised his wrist and gently grasped it. In the next moment, a seal appeared in his palm. He pinched it between two fingers. The words on the side of the seal read, "A stone in a stream, how can it not be a mainstay? Beautiful clouds in the sky, fists still in the sky." The seal read, "A female martial god by Qin Chao's side." Yu Panshui asked, You lost to this person in chess? Do you know who he is? Lin Junbai said, It's good that Mr. Yu knows. Yu Panshui raised the other jade handle in his hand. Curse this guy a few times and I'll give this to you. Heaven, earth, you and I know. If I don't say anything, you won't say anything. What are you afraid of? Let me remind you, this handle in my hand is an old item from Shueihua Garden. It's equivalent to half of Shueihua Garden. Not to mention you, even your husband won't dislike it. This item came from Lao King Blessed Land. This kind of strange stone, Tianhuang, was the essence of Lao King Blessed Land's mountain root. It was a unique item of blessed land. It was priceless. One tael of Lao King stone was one tael of grain rain money. There was also a saying, half of the world's seals and ink stones came from Lao King Blessed Land. It was a famous first-class blessed land with rolling in money. It was controlled by a sect under the Xian Mountain Talisman. The talisman Yu Xian had 5 sects in one mountain. He had 1 first-class blessed land, 1 small grotto heaven and 2 medium-class blessed lands. Among them, the Cloud Dream Grotto Heaven had the Green Grass Lake. Just the Flood Dragon Grotto Heaven alone had several Flood Dragon Grotto caves and countless aquatic monsters. What was rarer was that they were naturally docile and were most liked by the fairies on the mountain. Thanks to the chaotic mountain and river gazettes in the vast world, the fairies selected many must-have items on the mountain, such as the Dragon Fairy Dress, the Pearl of the Palm Bracelet with 12 dragon beads, a dressing mirror made by the Lu Li Pavilion in White Emperor City, a copy of a cloud sticker or a flower sticker that was known as a second-class authentic work, a jade spring bottle from Lu Xia continent with a branch of plum blossoms from Baihua Blessed Land. How could Yu Xian not be rich? How could the talisman not be rich? Even Yu Panshui, who controlled the treasury of the Shenmi dynasty, was ashamed of his inferiority. At this moment, the god of wealth Lu of the Snow-White continent who appeared in his garden once took the initiative to offer a price. He wanted to buy half of Lao King Blessed Land from the talisman Yu Xian. It was said that at that time, Lu Jubao carried a pile of things with him which was full of Guyu money. In addition to the mountain of immortal money, the Lu family was also willing to take out half of their tree shade blessed land and give it to Yu Xian. Yu Xian did not agree. So what if you Lu Jubao are rich? But do I look like a person who lacks money? In the end, half of Lao King Blessed Land, half of Tree Shade Blessed Land, and Lu Jubao giving money to Yu Xian were all superficial. It was similar to a marriage alliance between the aristocratic families at the foot of the mountain. In fact, the Lu family of the Snow-White continent just wanted to hug another thigh. Of course, both sides could indeed make a lot of money in the long run. One side was making money and the other side was losing money. It would not last long. It was just a flowing road of wealth. It would go when one said it would, and it would disappear when one said it would. Lin Junbai seemed to have a script in mind. Without hesitation, as if she was reciting a script, she really scolded Cui Dongshan. Yu Panshui laughed and was very happy. He threw the handle to Lin Junbai. Lin Junbai put it in her sleeve and said, It's a pity that I can't open the stone into a square stamp. Yu Panshui turned his head and said, Go back and tell that Xiu Hu. A cold voice sounded, This servant accepts the order. Lin Junbai did not look sideways from beginning to end, turning a deaf ear. There were too many rumors about this Yu family's ancestor. His temperament was just one of them. Yu Panshui suddenly asked, That young hidden official, can he really make you Lin Junbai admire him? Lin Junbai nodded and said, I can't, but my heart yearns for him. Yu Panshui laughed and said, Let's talk around? Lin Junbai said, Winning or losing is all up to Mr. Yu. Yu Panshui shook his wrist and put the seal back in place. He stood up and said, Let's go to Gall Cypress Pavilion to kill a round. This kid's tone is really big, as if he can beat me. At the ferry port of the capital city, Pei Qian and Yu Zhuanfu took an immortal ferry to the White Snow continent. A man stood by the railing of the observation deck, watching in a daze as the magnificent capital city grew to the size of a palm, the size of a mustard seed, and finally disappeared. Pei Qian asked, You first make up for yesterday's practice or else you'll have to pay me back for a piece of snow. The child just stood on his tiptoes and kept looking at the distant land. Pei Qian was not angry nor did he scold him. He just said, According to the agreement, if you don't practice for 2 consecutive days, you'll pay me back half of the snow. If you don't practice for a total of 3 days, you'll pay me back all of it. Only then did the child say vaguely, Let's watch a little longer. Chen Lingjun finally arrived at the mouth of the Great Blasphemy near the Spring Dew Garden. he successfully left the suppression and restraint of a continent's mountains and rivers. His momentum was vast and mighty, like a dragon entering the sea, he set off monstrous waves. However, just as Qin Lingjun was about to take advantage of the situation and charge forward for thousands of miles, he did not expect to slightly raise his huge head and see that in the distant sea, there was a man in a green robe standing at the bow of the boat with his hands behind his back. He looked very confident and at ease. Then, in the huge waves, he immediately returned to his original form. He threw out spells randomly, but he could not suppress the stormy waves caused by the turbulent water. This made Qin Lingjun's heart tighten. On both sides of the Great Blasphemy, near the mouth of the Great Blasphemy, there were already several immortal masters helping to suppress the water so that it would not spread to the shore to avoid harming the innocent. Unexpectedly, there was still a fish that escaped the net. Qin Lingjun saw the young immortal master who was dumbfounded in the end. Qin Lingjun made up his mind and shook his badly mutilated dragon tail, changing the trajectory and crashing into the depths of the sea. His entire head smashed onto the seabed. Rocks, cliffs, bridges, embankments and all the land belonged to the flood dragon. The invisible great Tao of the river blocked the flood dragon. When the flood dragon traveled the river, it was all about moving forward with indomitable will and crazily absorbing the water. The flood was monstrous and the faster it traveled, the easier it would be. However, Qin Lingjun walked with bumps and bumps all the way. He held on until here in a spurt of energy and finally he was completely exhausted. If it was not for the small boat blocking the way, Qin Lingjun could have charged at least 1,000 miles out of the sea. Qin Lingjun shook his head dizzily. At this point, there was no benefit in continuing to walk on the sea. He endured the severe pain all over his body and condensed into a human form. He took out clothes from the square-inch item and put them on. With the bamboo box on his back and the mountain walking stick in his hand, he walked shakily on the waves to find the drowned rat. Looking around, he saw the drowned rat lying on the capsized boat with his upper body. He shouted, "What happened to the water?" Seeing that the person was fine, Qin Lingjun heaved a sigh of relief. Then he felt a mixture of sadness and joy. He could not help but burst into tears. "I will never catch water again in this life. No one can say anything about it. Not even the old master's words." After howling a few times, Qin Lingjun plopped his butt on the surface of the water and laughed. He had finally succeeded in walking the desecration path. Fortunately, old Daoist Jia, Baijun and the other good brothers were not around. Otherwise, Qin Lingjun would have dragged them along to finish the desecration as if it was wine. Qin Lingjun immediately wiped his face. He saw that the Qi refinement warrior who looked like he was only at the cave abode realm had finally turned the boat over. He was squatting there and pouring water into the sea with both hands. It was probably because he had used a lousy spell to resist the huge waves and had exhausted his spirit Qi. Qin Lingjun did feel a little guilty in his heart. He was admiring the scenery but he became a drowned rat. Above the sea of clouds, Li Yuan held his forehead. My brother Lingjun caught water. Did water enter his brain as well? How can he be so desecrated? The successful desecration only allowed a flood dragon of the Golden Core realm to have a nascent soul. It was not the nascent soul bottleneck that Li Yuan and Shenlin had expected. To cultivators, a nascent soul and a perfected nascent soul were worlds apart even if they were in the same realm. To flood dragons who had a harder time ascending the realm, the disparity between the two was even greater. Moreover, could something like desecration happen again and again? If the opportunity was gone, it would be gone in this lifetime. Originally, according to Marquis Long Ting and Duke Ling Yuan's deduction, as long as Qin Lingjun succeeded in his desecration, the worst outcome would be that he was at the peak of the perfected nascent soul realm. If he was lucky, it was not impossible for him to break through the bottleneck of the nascent soul realm and ascend to the upper 5 realms. However, this created a bleak situation for Qin Lingjun. Li Yuan was already starting to worry about his future. Would Qin Pingan take his anger out on his Tao protector when the time came? The water god of Nanshuan Hall, the current Duke Ling Yuan, Shenlin, stood side by side with Marquis Long Ting Li Yuan. She smiled and said, "I think this is not bad. I'm starting to understand why Qin Pingan is willing to take care of Qin Lingjun." Li Yuan still felt heartache for his good brother's loss of the great Tao. Being a good person is really too expensive. Li Yuan frowned and asked, "That Qi cultivator who always gave me a strange feeling appeared here coincidentally and caused Qin Lingjun to fall by half a realm. Is he really only an earth immortal?" Shenlin was also a little worried. Other than the cultivators of the spring dew garden on the shore, there are also our water officers patrolling the sea together. Logically speaking, no one should appear here. Further away, 1,000 miles away, there was actually a fishing immortal from Lushui pit. According to the deduction of both parties, after Chen Lingjun rushed into the sea with the great blasphemy water luck, he would temporarily rest in the temporarily opened underwater residence to consolidate his foundation and cultivate his primordial spirit. A plump woman in a green robe appeared out of thin air beside the two Marquis of Great Desecration. She said, "Master asked me to pass the message that you don't have to investigate the origin of that person and let him go. Not only that, if someone wants to investigate the origin of this person, such as the Shen Bureau of the Great Origin or the Water Dragon sect, and comes to sound you out, you can persuade them or stop them. If you can't stop them, just let me know." The woman smiled and said, "Wanting to flood the Thunder God's residence in the Baby Mountain, Marquis Long Ting is so bold." Li Yuan laughed and said, "Lady Tan Tan, I don't deserve it." This Lushui pit ascendant realm demon was called Qing Zhong and called herself Lady Tan Tan. She also liked to claim kinship with the most proud person in the world. It was rumored that outside the Lushui pit, there was a golden couplet, striking the long sky of Qingming, treading on the waves of Lushui. So what if you're in the ascendant realm? So what if you've written a poem for Lushui? Look at you, you're so arrogant. If you're really capable, then go and be arrogant with my good brother, Fire Dragon Immortal. The woman smiled and left. She could not help but glance at the young Qi refinement warrior on the sea. Although she appeared calm on the surface, she was actually scared. It was not better than meeting immortal Fire Dragon. A dragon slayer. Wouldn't it be easier to kill the water descendants? Chen Lingjun was very smart. He casually found an excuse and cursed the treacherous water situation here with that brother. Soon they started calling each other brothers. He did not expect that brother's surname was also Chen and his name was Zhuoyo. This name was similar to his good brother, Bai Jun. Moreover, it was obvious that he was a person who failed in the imperial examinations. Chen Lingjun laughed heartily. "Your surname is Chen and mine is Chen. Aren't we brothers from the same family 500 years ago?" Chen Zhuoyo smiled slightly. Previously, he found a fragmented secret realm and casually found an immortal's remains. He then returned the previous skin to the young coachman from the North Continent. The coachman worked for nothing and received a bag of immortal money. Chen Lingjun exchanged it for a successful desecration, instead of failing at the last step and working for nothing. If the desecration went smoothly and the heavy rain attacked the two shores, it would not be difficult for Chen Lingjun to reach the pure jade realm. He would not have the current nascent soul realm and would have the embryonic form of a true dragon. However, Chen Zhuoyo might not be able to hold it in and return the money first before cutting off his good brother's head. Moreover, if Chen Lingjun chose to crash into the boat and kill the passers-by in order to achieve a higher level of Dao achievement, then Chen Zhuoyo would not have to worry about it and save energy. Chen Lingjun felt that he wasn't the kind of person who would randomly acknowledge someone as his brother. He bade farewell to Chen Zhuoyo, mainly because he wanted to quickly thank Li Yuan and Duke Ling Yuan before finding Bai Huan and returning home together. On the way back, Chen Lingjun went to the Dragon Palace Grotto Heaven to thank his good brother Li Yuan, and then strolled around the Spring Dew Garden. However, he did not meet Chen Zhuoyo, who was squatting at the Spring Dew Garden Ferry and eating tortoise jelly. Such a coincidence, it would be a pity not to make friends with him. As a result, they hit it off even more. Chen Zhuoyo took out an old money pouch and pretended to treat him to a meal, which made Chen Lingjun feel sad. He heard that Chen Zhuoyo wanted to go to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck, because the upper five realms' heroic spirit in the capital city was now gone, so opportunities were everywhere. Chen Lingjun heard that Chen Zhuoyo was going to the Ghost Valley to try his luck. Li Yuan stood at the shore of Great Blasphemy and looked at the ferry. Suddenly he was shocked. He saw the blue-robed scholar standing on the railing smiling at him. Shen Lin immediately bowed and Chen Zhuoyo turned and left. After strolling through the skeleton beach, Chen Lingjun persuaded Chen Zhuoyo not to go to the Ghost Valley to be a wild cultivator, but to follow him to the Aquarius continent to eat and drink. However, when they arrived at the Spring Dew Gardens ferry, Chen Zhuoyo suddenly said that he would go to the Oxhorn Mountains ferry later. Chen Lingjun agreed to meet him at Luopa Mountain and went south alone. When they arrived at the Oxhorn Mountains ferry, Chen Lingjun could not help but wipe away a lot of bitter tears. After hanging the sword talisman, Chen Lingjun arrived at his own mountain gate. When he saw Chao Qinglang, Chen Lingjun laughed loudly and strode towards Chao Qinglang. "Qinglang, I haven't seen you for a few years, but your realm is still climbing like an ant. This won't do." Chao Qinglang stood in place and nodded gently, smiling without saying a word. Chen Lingjun laughed and asked, "In the years that I wasn't in Luopa Mountain, did anyone bully you? Tell me now, it's just a matter of Brother Chen slapping you." Chao Qinglang shook his head, "Never." Chen Lingjun was slightly disappointed, but he quickly started to climb the mountain. He did not see Cin Yuanji, he was not diligent in walking. But Chen Lingjun quickly saw the young lady in black who was patrolling the mountain. His face stiffened, he held back his laughter and stood in place with his walking stick. Using the melon seeds as hidden weapons, he jumped and twisted his waist, shouting, "Let's go!" He threw out a hidden weapon. Patrolling the mountain, "Let's go!" He beat the flowers and trees to the point that they could not retaliate. Pei Qian had not returned from his travels, and the right law protector was truly invincible in Luopa Mountain. Chen Lingjun coughed, "Xiao Meili?" Zhou Meili was stunned on the spot, then hugged the golden carrying pole and walking stick. She ran all the way to Chen Lingjun's side and shouted, "Jingqing, Jingqing, Jingqing." Hearing this name that could only be heard in Luopa Mountain, Chen Lingjun's eyes turned red. Xiao Meili said timidly, "Were you bullied? Who was it? If they can beat me, then they can beat me. I'm not afraid to go down the mountain." Chen Lingjun laughed and patted Xiao Meili's head. He bent down and asked, "Master hasn't returned home yet?" Zhou Meili nodded, "The road is so long, the good mountain lord will definitely walk slower." Chen Lingjun nodded. Chen Lingjun let Xiao Meili lead the way to find Chen Wanshu, that silly girl. He first went to Jisei Peak's ancestral hall to burn incense. Along the way, Xiao Meili told some stories about her family and finally whispered, "The good mountain lord's senior brother, Great Sword Immortal, misunderstood you at first, worried that you would bully Sister Nwanshu." The little girl did not notice that the high-spirited Uncle Chen. At this moment, his teeth were chattering and he asked with a trembling voice, "Left, left and right." Zhou Meili nodded lightly and said, "Don't worry, I helped you clarify the truth. Great Sword Immortal is laughing." Chen Lingjun felt as if he was struck by lightning. It was rumored that Great Sword Immortal left and right never laughed. Then there must be a deep meaning. Even if you don't like me, you should at least look at me. So what if you're a Great Sword Immortal? Can't you be more reasonable? Chen Lingjun suddenly felt sad. He beat his chest and stamped his feet, wailing in grief. "I finally succeeded in transforming into a flood dragon, and then the matter of a punch became a matter of a sword?" After reuniting with Chen Wanshu, Chen Lingjun was sickly. However, when he reached Jisei Peak's ancestral hall, Chen Lingjun took a deep breath, placed the bamboo chest and mountain walking stick outside the door, and stepped over the threshold. After that, Chen Lingjun quickly recovered some of his elegance. He went to Mount Huiming to find little brother Yunzi, or to Mount Huanghu to find Hongxia. The three flood dragons were coincidental, and they all succeeded in transforming into water one after another. Mount Luopa did have the meaning of Great Tao being close to water. In fact, Hongxia had a good impression of Chen Lingjun, but he was selfish. He always felt that even if the sky fell, Chen Lingjun would be in front of him to take the punch first. However, Hongxia was cold and did not show his emotions. He was too careful in Mount Huanghu, so he seemed to be more polite and distant with Chen Lingjun. In terms of cowardice, Hongxia, who quietly built the water residence in Mount Huanghu, was far better than Chen Lingjun, who was in Mount Luopa. It was not that Hongxia was a coward, but a giant python in Mount Huanghu who could compete with Little Loach for the Great Tao opportunity in Mount Liju Grotto Heaven was a natural flood dragon. His temper was definitely not good. Chen Lingjun even scolded Ruan Teng to his face. That was at the blacksmith shop by the Dragon Whisker River, which was Ruan Teng's territory. Would his master dare? Absolutely not. Of course, Chen Lingjun corrected his mistakes and kowtowed to Sage Ruan many times. Blacksmith Juan did not do anything, but his face was a little ugly at that time. On this day, Chen Lingjun was playing with the Yumi brothers and Xiaomi at the stone table by the cliff. Chen Lingjun had his only little brother Yunzi reveal his true form. His head was placed on the edge of the cliff, and his body was hanging off the cliff. Xiaomi closed her eyes, turned sideways and punched non-stop. In the end, the python fell off the cliff. Basically, they would do this every day. As for what Yunzi was thinking, he probably even had thoughts of dying. It was not that playing with the little water monster of Mute Lake was difficult, but that the unpolished jade bottleneck sword immortal who was all smiles and munching on melon seeds made Yunzi panic. Today, when Yunzi was about to slide down the cliff, he suddenly found that the green-robed Yumi had a strange smile. He turned his head and found that there was a stranger with a familiar breath on the side of the cliff. It was a slender young woman. She was also holding a mountain walking stick and carrying a green bamboo box. Xiaomi opened her eyes wide and stared blankly for a long time. She quickly walked to her side. The little girl raised her head and murmured, "Where is Pei Qian?" She was still a little girl in black. She seemed to be looking at Pei Qian in front of her, but asked where the familiar Pei Qian was. Pei Qian was now so tall that Zhou Mili, who used to tiptoe to talk, forgot to tiptoe. As soon as she said that, Xiaomi knew that she was wrong. She lowered her head and scratched it. Pei Qian reached out and pressed Xiaomi's head. He also asked, "Where are the melon seeds?" Zhou Mili hugged Pei Qian and cried. She sobbed and complained in a low voice that Pei Qian was so tall that he was willing to go home. After Pei Qian returned to Luopa Mountain, there was a little mute named Ah Man on the mountain. However, he was not close to anyone. In the end, Pei Qian let him go to the shop in Dragon Riding Alley to help as a waiter. Miyu, also known as Yumi, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Jade Realm. Cui Wei, who went down the mountain to travel at the sword worship platform, was a nascent soul sword cultivator. From the looks of it, Sui Yuyu, who wanted to take over the sword reverence platform, was a bottleneck sword cultivator of Aura's core realm. According to the legends of Aquarius Continent, there were 3 sword immortals, great sword immortals and old sword immortals. Chen Lingjun, Hongxia, Pei Xiang, 2 water dragons and 1 fox demon, a total of 3 Yuanying. Yunzi successfully walked on the river. He did not cause as much of a commotion as Hongxia. He only walked on the Dragon Whisker River and Tiefu River. There were many other changes, big and small. Pei Qian was not used to it. On this day, Pei Qian walked to the sword reverence platform. There was once an extremely beautiful female Taoist sister, Tongyi Continent's Taiping mountain sword cultivator Huang Ting. She taught Pei Qian the white ape backsword technique in the dragging blade style. But for so many years, it had always been bamboo blade and bamboo sword playing around. It would not happen again. At the sword reverence platform, Pei Qian found Sui Yuyu, who was cultivating there. Now that the nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei had rushed to the southern mountain boundary, Jiang Chu and Zhang Jiazhen had moved to Luopa Mountain, it was very peaceful. When Sui Yuyu saw Pei Qian, he was surprised. He was unable to connect the calm young woman in front of him with the unscrupulous and cunning charcoal girl of the past. He was even more unable to connect the little girl who was in so much pain that her face was covered in snot and tears with the pure martial artist in front of him. Although he had heard some small things about Pei Qian practicing martial arts from Nuanshu and Mili, such as liking to jump off cliffs, Sui Yuyu still could not believe it. Pei Qian cupped his fists and greeted Sister Sui. Sui Yuyu smiled and nodded. Pei Qian went straight to the point. "I remember Master lent you a sword, right?" Sui Yuyu narrowed his limpid eyes and said, "What do you mean?" Pei Qian smiled. "Sister Sui, since you are a sword cultivator with that intrinsic flying sword, why don't you lend the heart-eating sword to me?" Pei Qian patted the narrow saber auspicious symbol on his waist and said with a smile, "The saber and sword are wrong. I have the saber, but I am lacking a sword. I will return it to Sister Sui soon, at most 3 years. Sui Yu shook his head. "Go somewhere else to exchange for a sword. Don't lend that infatuation. Let your master come and get it himself." Pei Qian said with a smile, "It's not like I won't return it." Sui Yu simply stopped talking. Pei Qian asked, "Sister Sui, do you know why among the 4 people in the painting, I have a good relationship with Old Chef, Old Wei and Little White, but only with you?" Sui Yu began to frown. Pei Qian answered his own question, "Because my master is not the teacher in your heart. Don't think that my master will become that person one day." Sui Yu said with an indifferent expression, "You want to ask the sword-worshipping platform?" Pei Qian said, "Why not? It's just a spar. It won't kill anyone." Julien sighed and appeared outside the wooden door. He did not enter and only said, "Pei Qian, don't be so aggressive. We are all family. Even if you have resentment, you shouldn't use your fists before reason." Pei Qian did not turn his head. "Are you my master?" Julien was speechless. Difficult, it was really difficult. In fact, Julien knew that this day would come, but he did not expect it to come so early. The worst way was to use his fist to stop Pei Qian. The best way was to block the disaster for Sui Yuyu and not fight back. Then he might be beaten up by Pei Qian and Sui Yuyu. There was a good way. A woman in a snow-white robe appeared beside Julien. Pei Qian hesitated and turned to cup his fists. Chang Ming said, "When the fist technique is good, the reason is great. You are worthy of being the first disciple of Luopa Mountain Lord." Pei Qian narrowed his eyes. Chang Ming looked casual and sneered, "Your master asked me to pass a message to you. You can save anything but chestnuts to eat. It's up to you whether to listen or not. I just need to pass the message." Pei Qian was skeptical. Chang Ming seemed to have recalled something. Your master added, "Don't run too fast." Pei Qian suddenly felt guilty and subconsciously scratched his head. She sat on a small bamboo chair under the eaves and looked at old chef, wanting to say something but hesitated. Julien smiled and waved his hand, indicating that Pei Qian did not need to take it to heart. Anyway, this Sui Yuyu was not easy to deal with even if he wanted to. He was also an eyesore. Chang Ming said, "I will help you remember what happened at the sword prayer platform today with the Mountain Lord." Pei Qian nodded, likewise. Julien and Chang Ming left together. Sui Yuyu asked, "Pei Qian, let's not talk about our grudges for now. What is going on with your state of mind?" If Pei Qian visited the sword prayer platform today and acted shamelessly or slyly like little charcoal, it would have been fine if Sui Yuyu borrowed the sword. The infatuation sword was, as Pei Qian said, lent to her by Qin Pingan. As the first disciple, not to mention borrowing it for 3 years, it was reasonable for Pei Qian to take it back. Pei Qian crossed his arms and said, "You already know the answer." There was only one bamboo chair in the cottage. It was clear that Sui Yuyu did not welcome any disturbances at the sword prayer platform. So when Pei Qian sat on the chair, Sui Yuyu could only stand. But Pei Qian finally looked a little familiar. Sui Yuyu laughed. Pei Qian had actually started to doze off. But after a while, Sui Yuyu sighed in his heart. What a sleeping body but not sleeping spirit. Was Pei Qian in the far travel realm or the peak realm? Pei Qian's fist intent seemed to be still sleeping, but he had already opened his eyes and spoke. "The 5th day of the 5th month at Calligraphy Lake is an unusual day. Sister Sui, you are now a sword cultivator of the True Realm sect. You should know, right?" Sui Yuyu nodded and said, "If I remember correctly, Qin Pingan was born on the 5th day of the 5th month. You can call him Pei Qian your master. Don't call my master by his name." Pei Qian reminded him and then took out a bag of stir-fried chestnuts and a foreign snack called 5 Poison Pancake. The centipedes, toads and scorpions on the pancake were all made with wooden molds. He handed it to Sui Yuyu, who shook his head. Pei Qian ate half the bag of chestnuts and finished the 5 poison cake. He put the chestnuts back into the bag and clapped his hands, saying, "Some words keep running around in my head. I can't get rid of them. As long as I don't practice martial arts, I will be upset. I thought I would be better after returning home, but I didn't expect to be so upset that I can't even practice martial arts. I was afraid that Sister Nuanshu and Xiaomi would be worried about me, so I came to the sword-worshipping platform to get some fresh air." Sui Yuyu laughed and said, "Am I easy to bully? Am I the most outsider in Luopa Mountain?" Pei Qian said, "Sister Sui is from the same hometown and also an elder, so you have the final say." Sui Yuyu asked, "What kind of words can make a peak realm grandmaster's mind unstable?" Pei Qian said, "It's a restriction stele I saw in the countryside of Jinjia continent. It's a very ordinary object, nothing strange." He didn't want to say more. Pei Qian left, cupping his fists and lowering his head. Sui Yu sighed, "No need for that. You should be careful." Pei Qian returned to the cliff near the bamboo tower of Luopa Mountain. Today he sat sideways and looked at the sea of clouds outside the cliff. Xiaomi lay on the stone table and stared blankly at Pei Qian. Qin Wanshu was busy with her needlework, helping Xiaomi mend her boots. A small wooden tray was placed on the table, filled with various items of various sizes. A tiny person from Incense who had rushed all the way to Luopa Mountain for the roll call saw the unfamiliar figure from afar. As he ran, he could not help but say furiously, "Who are you? How dare you sit beside our protector of the right? You've infuriated me. How dare you?" Pei Qian turned around and raised an eyebrow. The tiny person threw himself onto the ground without saying anything else and called out, "I'm currently serving as the protector of the right of the Dragon Rider Alley to see the branch master. In the past few years I've been diligent in the roll call, rain or shine. I've worked quite hard." Without seeing Pei Qian do anything, the tiny person was dragged onto the stone table. As the tiny person from the city god's pavilion of the Dragon Province, he was even more obsequious than the protector of the left of the Dragon Rider Alley right now. He laid on the table with his bottom sticking out and said with a slightly choked voice, "Branch Master Pei, I've been waiting for you for so long and you've finally come. Those hornets' nests on Chestun Mountain are huge now. They need to be dealt with. Everything is ready. All that's left is Branch Master Pei's immortal sword technique." Qin Wanshu tilted his head slightly and bit off a thread. Looking at how the tiny person was putting on an act, he could not help but laugh. Xiaomi coughed, reminding the tiny person that it was about time. Pei Qian looked at Xiaomi. "7:30. When Pei Qian ascended the mountain, she held a bamboo paper knife in her hand. She pressed her thumb against the handle of the bamboo knife and pushed it out of the scabbard before pressing it back. Although it was a paper knife made from the ancestral bamboo of the Azure Immortal Mountain, if it was used against an enemy, it could be considered a magic treasure that could suppress demons and ghosts due to the fact that the Azure Immortal Mountain's ancestral bamboo came from this bamboo sea grotto heaven. Sun Yuanji happened to walk down the mountain. Pei Qian stopped again and stood sideways to make way for her. At the same time, Pei Qian kept the bamboo knife in her sleeve. Julien and Miyu sat on the steps at the peak of the mountain, drinking wine. Julien looked at the scene and sighed. Even if she walked the same Jianghu as she did back then, even if it was the exact same route, there would still be no charcoal girl with talismans stuck on her head and the words walking arrogantly, "Demons will panic," in her mind. In Miyu's original impression, Pei Qian was still the little girl he met at the Great Wall of Sword Qi. She was mischievous and unrestrained. When Miyu met Pei Qian again at Luapa Mountain, he was indeed surprised. Miyu's feelings were not much different from Sui Yuyu's. After Miyu ascended the mountain, all his understanding of Pei Qian came from Qin Wanshu and Zhou Mili's daily chats. Of course, Zhou Mili and Miyu patrolled the mountain every day in private and chatted more. Every time Miyu did not go out early in the morning, there would be a little girl dressed in black outside the door. She would not rush him and would just wait there. Miyu once advised Xiaomi not to wait at the door, but the little girl said that waiting for someone was a very happy thing. Then, it would be even happier to be able to see the person immediately. Xiaomi's simple and unintentional words almost caused the lazy sword immortal, who had been drunk in his hometown for hundreds of years, to tear up on the spot. After Qin Yuanji walked to the mountain gate, she wiped the sweat from her forehead and took a break. She sat on the bamboo chair beside Chao Qinglang and whispered, "Pei Qian has changed so much?" Chao Qinglang smiled and nodded without saying anything. Chao Qinglang did not even need to look back to know that Pei Qian must be looking at the foot of the mountain. If she said one more word, she would be recorded. In the past, Mr. Liu had said that many children grew up in an instant, and many people ended up as white-haired children. At that time, Chao Qinglang could not understand it at all. On the steps at the top of the mountain, Miyu took a sip of wine and suddenly said, "Compared to rice and warm trees, I don't really like Pei Qian. Of course, I don't hate him." Julien nodded. "It's very normal. Pei Qian is too smart. Many times, excessive intelligence is like a sword without a sheath or handle. It hurts others when it's drawn, but it hurts when it's held." Miyu said self-deprecatingly, to say something shameless, "The fact that Luopa Mountain has a pure martial artist like Pei Qian is something that inexplicably makes me feel more at ease." On Luopa Mountain there were not many rules, but each one was big. The way people conducted themselves was very reasonable. Miyu was used to being lazy and indifferent. The only thing he could do was to hand over the sword. It was inevitable that he felt that his hands and feet were tied. However, if Pei Qian left the mountain first and did not reason with others, he only needed to follow Q-Sword and whoever. Otherwise, when Master Hidden Official returned home, it would seem that he, Miyu, had been living in Luopa Mountain for so many years. After all, Master Hidden Official's sword immortal words were not something that many sword immortals could handle. Julien smiled. Sword cultivators and martial artists are not scholars in the end. Does the Luapa Mountain look down on the Thunder God Temple? When Pei Qian slightly untied the knot in her heart about the restriction tablet, she re-examined her trip to the 4 continents. Pei Qian realized that she seemed to have done something and did not really achieve nothing. Just like helping the Luapa Mountain and the Mahu Mansion's Thunder God Temple, the 2 sects that were originally strangers became closer because of this. Moreover, the 7 Qi cultivators of the upper 5 realms, 31 Earth Immortals from the Jinjia continent who retreated with her and Yu Juanfu from the battlefield, as well as many other cultivators who had fought side by side, all knew that Pei Qian, a martial artist from the Aquarius continent, was a young woman who was once the strongest in the central part of the Jinjia continent and was the first disciple of someone from a certain mountain. She treated people well and at least did not lack the necessary etiquette. She was not the kind of person who had a bad upbringing. At least, Pei Qian's fists were only aimed at the strong enemies on the battlefield. As for who that person was and where that mountain was, Pei Qian had always been hiding. She was not willing to say more and did not dare to say more as she was afraid that it would bring some unnecessary trouble to her master and the Luapa Mountain. Old Chef had once warned Pei Qian that many accidents and troubles caused by Golden Body Realm cultivators could only be resolved by those at the distant Wander Realm or even those at the Peak Realm. This was actually similar to her master's teaching. To walk the Jianghu, I must first drop 2 or 3 realms as a form of respect. Near the mountain peak, Pei Qian was still a few steps away from Old Chef and Miyu. Pei Qian stopped and cupped his fists. It was mainly because this sword immortal senior of the Great Wall of Sword Qi had not been worshipped in the ancestral hall of the Jisei Peak. Otherwise, Pei Qian would not have to deliberately pay attention to the complicated formalities. Then Pei Qian threw the paper cutter in his hand to Zhu Lian. Using telepathy he told Old Chef in detail how to open the mountain. Zhu Lian's mind was immersed for a moment. He smiled and said, "More than 70 treasures on the mountain. If you fight with Li Huai in the future, won't you win for sure?" Pei Qian gently shook his head. This kind of childish quarrel when they were young would definitely not happen again. Perhaps the so-called growing up meant that the interesting events of one's childhood had become less interesting as they lined up one by one. Pei Qian no longer used telepathy to talk to Old Chef in private. Instead he said directly, "Other than the paper cutter itself, I'll keep the 2 knives and the iron rod. The rest will be confiscated. I'll have to trouble Mr. Wei to check the quality of the goods and estimate the price. It's up to you to sell them or keep them." Zhu Lian asked, "If I remember correctly, you didn't give any gifts to Nuan Shu and Mi Li." Pei Qian smiled and said, "I've already prepared for it." Zhu Lian nodded and said, "All right, then it's settled. In a few days something big will happen in Lotus Root Blessed Land. It's about to be promoted to a high-grade blessed land. Don't be in a hurry to go down the mountain and travel. Master Zhong will return to the mountain soon. At that time we'll go to the blessed land together. Other than Wei Shanjun and Island Master Lu, Old Longqing Fan Air and Sun Jiashu will also come to watch the ceremony. Everyone will witness the promotion of the blessed land." Pei Qian said, "No problem." Just as Pei Qian was about to turn around, Zhu Lian suddenly said with a smile, "Sword Immortal Mi said he doesn't like you very much." Pei Qian only said, "Oh. It's enough that Senior Mi really likes Nuanshu Jejia and Mi Li." Miyu's face was covered in yellow mud and his crotch was covered in it. He had an awkward expression on his face. Pei Qian cupped his fist to both sides again and left. When Pei Qian turned from the fork in the mountain to the bamboo building, Miyu said helplessly, "Brother Zhu, you're not being kind." Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's good that you've talked it out. Do you think Pei Qian doesn't know about this? Do you think Pei Qian cares about whether Brother Mi is pleasing to the eye or not?" Miyu was relieved. "I'm the one who thinks too much." Zhu Lian comforted him. Since ancient times, too much affection has caused too much trouble. The taste of this place is that of a heartless and unromantic person. Late at night, near the bamboo building, Pei Qian sat alone on the edge of the cliff. His feet hung over the edge. Little Mi Li didn't seem to be able to sleep, so she decided not to sleep. She picked up the golden carrying pole and green bamboo cane and went to stand at Pei Qian's gate. She dozed off while waiting for daybreak. Her ears twitched and Zhou Mi Li immediately opened her eyes. She saw a piece of snow on the ground and shook her head. After confirming that her eyes weren't playing tricks on her, she quickly looked around and furrowed her brows. Then she picked it up at lightning speed, got up and jumped. She spun around and gently threw the piece of snow into Pei Qian's yard. She clapped her hands lightly and completed the task. When Zhou Mi Li turned around, she realized that there was another piece of snow on the ground. This time, the young lady lay on the ground and walked around in a circle. After much difficulty, she confirmed that this piece of celestial money was most likely a sibling that had gotten separated from the one in front of her. Zhou Mili lay on the ground, propping her cheeks with her hands as she stared hard at that piece of celestial money. This was too strange. Money fell from the sky the moment Pei Qian came home. She had to think about it carefully. As for the golden carrying pole and the mountain walking cane, they had worked together with the black-clothed young lady to build a temporary nest for the celestial money, lest it grew legs and ran away. Pei Qian had vowed in the past that all the silver in the world would really grow legs to visit him. Someone asked from above, "What? There's money on the ground?" Zhou Mili first lay on the celestial money like a hungry tiger pouncing on a sheep. Then she suddenly laughed. It turned out that Pei Qian was sitting on the wall of the yard. She immediately grabbed the piece of snow and jumped up. Just as she was about to claim credit, Pei Qian picked up a piece of snow and shook it gently. He asked with a straight face, "Who threw money at me just now?" "Xiao Mili, did you see who it was?" Zhou Mili shook her head vigorously. "I didn't see anything. I swear to God, what if it was Sister Nuanshu who passed by and picked up the money? God knows. I was standing at the door taking a nap just now. If I didn't sleepwalk to the ground, I wouldn't even know." Pei Qian asked, "Sister Nuanshu would throw things around?" Zhou Mili immediately corrected herself. Jingqing. Maybe it's Jingqing. He said that he treats money like dirt. It must be Jingqing who ate so many of your fried chestnuts and was too embarrassed to give you money, so he secretly came over to give you money. Sai, Jingqing was just being kind. It's my fault for not guarding the door well. Pei Qian jumped down from the wall and brought Xiao Mili back to the bamboo house. They sat by the cliff together. In the end, the little girl in black was really tired. She lay on the young woman's lap and fell asleep. The sky turned white. First it was the light of rice grains. Then it shone brightly. After Pei Qian left, Zhu Lian got the bamboo paper cutter and immediately went to the accountant's office to find Wei Wenlong. He calculated the value of the items in Pei Qian's paper cutter. However, Wei Wenlong's realm was not high enough, so he couldn't determine the rank and price of some magic treasures with unknown origins and strict restrictions on the mountain. He was worried that they would be sold at a low price at Oxhorn Mountain's ferry and then be picked up by outsiders on the mountain. Even if Luopa Mountain eventually chose to keep it for themselves, they couldn't not know how rare it was. If they just left it there to collect dust, it would make Wei Wenlong's Dao heart unstable. Everything had to have a definite price to make Wei Wenlong feel at ease. As for whether they would sell it for money or keep it for a high price in the end, it was not important. What Wei Wenlong enjoyed was the process of making money. Therefore, Zhu Lian could only trouble friend Chang Ming to come here again. This Luopa Mountain's patriarch of discipline had some of his original supernatural powers related to money and fortune. He was indeed unreasonable. Chang Ming helped Wei Wenlong find and fill in the gaps. He re-evaluated 3 treasures that were mistaken for high-grade spiritual weapons. However, there were still a few items on the mountain that Chang Ming didn't dare to determine their true value. In the end, Chang Ming gave a final estimate of 69 items on the mountain. It was a sky-high price. It needed to be converted in Guyu money. Moreover, it had 1,000 characters. Chang Ming smiled and said, "One matter is another matter. The sword-worshipping platform will record a small mistake. This matter must record a great merit for Pei Qian. In the matter of making money on Luopa Mountain, at present, other than the master, Pei Qian is the most hardworking." Zhu Lian rubbed his hands and said with a smile, "After all, he is my master's first disciple." Zhu Lian then asked, "Why don't I call Brother Wei and Brother Mi to confirm again?" Friend Chang Ming's total estimate is definitely correct. At most, it's a difference of 100 Guyu money. However, it's still a fly in the ointment of a single item. Once it's finalized, we might be able to earn another 200 or 300 Guyu money for free. After all, friend Chang Ming's estimate was only the estimate of the value of the 70-odd items themselves. As for the transactions on the mountain, especially the immortal masters who came from the sect, the younger they were, the more money they had. They were generous, and it only depended on whether they liked it or not. Chang Ming was in a good mood when it came to the increase of Luopa Mountain's fortune. He joked, "You really feel sorry for Pei Qian." Zhu Lian was so careful. Other than earning more Guyu money for Luopa Mountain, in the end he still didn't want Pei Qian to suffer any losses. Zhu Lian laughed loudly. A moment later, other than the butler of Luopa Mountain, the patriarch of discipline, and the accountant, another 2 people came. One was Mi Jianxian, and the other was Wei Shanjun, who was always on call without complaint and had come to the other mountains without any complaints. Wei Pai inspected many spiritual weapons on the mountain one by one. Among them, Wei Pai was more interested in two items. They were a strange stone roller and an even more inconspicuous square towel. Wei Pai smiled and said that since they were a pair, they should be regarded as two magic weapons. It was an ancient seal script that had been lost in the vast world for a long time. The two items were the seal script Jin Fa Chao and Si Jia Fong. In addition, Julien's hometown was the blessed land of lotus flowers in the past. He didn't know why there was no custom of tea competition. If not, Julien would never let Wei Pai pick up the leftovers. Because Julien was the real expert when it came to music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. After Wei Wenlong learned about this inside story, he immediately looked at Julien. Without Wei Wenlong's words, Julien had already put his hands behind his back. It seemed that he had already prepared a draft. He immediately blurted out, "On both sides of the tea roller, I will add two inscriptions. The rolling sound is sonorous, each has its own law so that the strong cannot follow the wrong path. I am Jin Fa Chao. The sound of the zither and the zither, surrounded by the four mountains, so that the weak can walk on this path unharmed, laughing with the wind. As for this square towel, I can do the inscriptions. Let Mr. Chui write it in cursive. In the scorching heat of the mountain, feather fans and silk towels, cool shade trees, bamboo chairs, red sleeves, light makeup, green tea blended with the wind, green mountains brushed against one's face, the moon and stars fell on one's shoulders. White clouds, several boats crossed the ferry, birds fluttered in front of the mountain. What a pair of kind-hearted people." Wei Wenlong nodded and said, "In this way the two items are not sold separately. They are priced as magic weapons and the price has to be doubled to be fair." Miyu stood aside dumbstruck. "Motherf *Cur, you can make money like this? How did you guys come to such a tacit understanding? Didn't I come to Luapa Mountain with Brother Wenlong? Fortunately, Sword Immortal me didn't make a wasted trip tonight." Two of the old magic weapons that had fallen to high-class spiritual weapons were raised to the rank of genuine first-class magic weapons. One of them was a sheathless long sword with the inscriptions of Slender Eyebrows and Moon Halo on both sides of the sword. It was once the beloved sword of a sword immortal of the demon race in the wasteland world. Later, when the sword immortal's cultivation level was high, it became a useless item and was given to a disciple of the sword immortal of the wasteland world. In the end, it was passed down to another family and lost its inheritance order. Now, even the scabbard had disappeared without a trace. However, it was rumored that the true beauty of this long sword, which was not known for its great killing power, was that the Moon Halo sword light could condense into a puppet sword servant named Slender Eyebrows. A female sword immortal of the wasteland world had the combat strength of a sword immortal of the Dragon Gate realm after she appeared in the world. To a certain sword immortal of the upper five realms, such a female puppet was naturally only pleasing to the eye. However, to any Earth Immortal Realm cultivator, once they were caught in a fight and had a combat strength equivalent to that of a Golden Core Realm cultivator, who was completely fearless of death and could reincarnate many times, it was an unreasonable move and a winning move. Miyu held the sword with one hand and brandished it. Two fingers of his other hand were pressed together. He first captured some of the moonlight outside the window on his fingertips before gently pressing it against the sword hilt. Then he used the moonlight and sword chi to cleanse the sword, together. The sword chi and moonlight flowed together and poured onto the ground. In the blink of an eye, a woman with slender eyebrows stood gracefully in front of everyone. She was wearing a snow-white robe that was covered in clouds and mist. Her face was cold and her eyes were slightly dull. In the end, she looked at Miyu and her movements were stiff as she gave a salute. When Miyu withdrew all the sword chi, the woman's figure dissipated and returned to the long sword. Miyu put the long sword back on the table, grabbed the originally dim and tattered robe, and slightly placed it near the window. Miyu gently shook the robe and in an instant the golden and emerald colors intertwined, like the plumes of a peacock. Under the light of the faint moonlight, they became bright and dazzling. Miyu then revealed the secret of heaven. It was true that the robe was badly damaged. However, it was meticulously woven using the technique of the Jinshui City, a sect in the wasteland world. The foundation of the Jinshui City was the dragon robe of the sovereign stage Great Demon Yangji. It was the icing on the cake so that the Jinshui City, which had a majority of female cultivators, could not be attacked by the numerous great demons. Miyu smiled and said, "Under the illumination of sunlight and moonlight, the intersection of gold and emerald will be transparent and sparkling like water ripples. Through the robe, the two types of water ripples at night and at night are different. It is known as the waterway divides yin and yang. The waterway at night is murmuring, while the waterway during the day is clear and bright. It can allow some qi cultivators who practice unorthodox secret techniques and are not suitable to be exposed during the day to practice both day and night. Therefore, the Sparrow Mansion in the North Continent is a little similar to the Jinshui city. The foundation of their foundation is the robe. Wei Wenlong and Wei Shanjun asked tentatively, if the officials of the underworld like Lord Xing Wang and the heroic spirit of the civil and martial temple wear this robe, won't they be able to openly patrol the world of the living in their human body in broad daylight? Wei Pai nodded and said, of course they can. It's just that we can't master the true secret technique of the Jinshui city and can't sew the real Jinshui city robe. Except for the day-wandering god who is in charge of patrolling during the day, the other officials of the Xing Wang Pavilion and the civil and martial temple wear this robe, but the effect is not obvious. Wei Wenlong nodded and said slowly, the most valuable thing is the art of weaving silk hidden in this robe. Even if it can't touch the foundation of the Jinshui city's robe, as long as it has a slight touch, there will be no need to worry about sales. Even if the effect is small like what Wei Shanjun said, it's a good thing that the night-wandering god leaves the yamen for a quarter of an hour before the change of day and night. With extra money, it's also a good thing to show off to your colleagues. At this point, Wei Wenlong's tone was obviously stagnant. In the territory of the Northern Mountain, the immortal Master Fuji might be able to make it. Whether he was really poor or not, he still dared to complain to his brothers in distress. However, in the entire northern region of Dali, all the big and small gods of the mountains and rivers were officials under the jurisdiction of Mount Biyun. Who dared to say that they had extra money? Would they go to Mount Biyun to drink Wei Shanjuan's night-wandering banquet and ask for a few cups of wine? Most importantly, they were all so pitiful that they didn't even have the guts to complain about being poor. Wei Wenlong could only quickly change the topic. We can make a deal with the Sparrow Manor. Friendship is friendship, business is business. We'll use this ancestor robe and the Jinshui city weaving technique. After the deal is done, we can ask for 30% of the profits from the Sparrow Manor. This weaving technique, since we were able to disassemble it, we can't hide it. It will definitely be imitated by others soon. That's why the Sparrow Manor wants to push out hundreds and thousands of pieces in one go. Then they will ask the Hemp sect, the Floating Duckweed Sword Lake, or the Tai Hui Sword sect to help sell them. When the time comes, the other immortals will buy a few pieces to disassemble the technique and imitate it. Some small hills, we in the Sparrow Manor will definitely not be able to stop them. There's also no need to stop them from making money. However, if an immortal mansion like the Jadewood sect of the North Continent wants to sell this kind of robe openly, they'll have to consider the consequences of our joint efforts. Julien smiled. There's no need to trouble Tai Hui Sword sect and Floating Duckweed Sword Lake with this deal. After all, it's a debt of gratitude. It's not worth it. Later we'll ask Brother Me to go to the Sparrow Manor and be a nominal guardian there. When the time comes, if the Jadewood sect dares to sell the robes, Sword Immortal Me will go ask Mount Biyun. If something really happens, Brother Me can fly on his sword and find someone to drink. It's not a problem to find Sect Master Lu or Sect Master Li. Just treat it as avoiding the limelight. Miyu smiled and said, excellent, excellent. Julien said frankly, but this way we'll be using the Sparrow Manor's nominal guardian Yumi's favor. We'll have to be careful not to implicate the Sparrow Manor. Miyu smiled. What's the use of Yumi saving that favor? It's meaningless. As for the fairy sisters of the Sparrow Manor, how can I bear to let them be injured in the slightest? Before and after the sword, I'll think about it carefully. Julien glanced at the golden jade city robe and the long sword, slender eyebrow on the table. He asked softly, Changming, Mr. Wei, other than taking the initiative to reduce the reasonable 30% profit to 20% from the Sparrow Manor, I also plan to give this sword to the Qi cultivator Su Xingjiu of the city above the clouds in the name of Luopa Mountain as his guardian artifact. What do you think? The city above the clouds was actually on the southeast trade route of the North Continent. Although it could be considered as a follow-up addition, it was still relatively weak. This was because the city above the clouds was far inferior to the great immortals like the Skeleton Beach and the Spring Dew Garden in terms of the foundation of the sect or the cultivation realm of the cultivators. Even compared to the Sparrow Manor, the city above the clouds did not seem to have a deep relationship with Luopa Mountain in terms of money. However, the city above the clouds, from the city Lord Shinjinza to the two direct disciples, the Taoist companions Su Xingjiu and Zhao Qingwan, were extremely friendly and close to Luopa Mountain. They had a lot of strength and would provide a lot of financial and material resources. However, they would never puff themselves up at their own cost. Even Wei Pai said that such a mountain ally could not be bought with thousands of gold. In addition, Mr. Fisherman, who was traveling to the North Continent, left his direct disciple outside the Sparrow Manor and brought his unofficial disciple Zhao Shuxia to the city above the clouds. After all, the Sparrow Manor was a little too feminine. There were many female cultivators on the mountain and at the foot of the mountain. The old man ultimately had to avoid arousing suspicion. The trend of Wenjiopian Ran Peak began with the young mountain lord of Luopa Mountain. Then the first outsider from the Tai Hui sword sect added on. It was Su Xingjiu from the city above the clouds, the new nascent soul sword cultivator from the Golden Crow Palace. Lu Jiqing followed closely behind. After that, on the way to the Skeleton Beach in the south, he specially brought a martial artist from the realm of limits and a sword immortal to the Tai Hui sword sect's martial artist, Li Er. The martial artist was the old martial artist, Wang Dunyang, who had gone berserk while practicing martial arts. The old man was first at the boundary of Lion Peak. Because of a few words from the bottom of his heart, he was beaten up by the junior, Li Er. Fortunately, he was able to accompany the sword immortal along. At the Tai Hui sword sect's Pian Ran Peak, they had a drink that said, Wenjiopian Ran Peak is better than Wenjiopian Ran Peak. With the two big mouths, Wang Dunyang and the sword immortal adding fuel to the fire, Wenjiopian Ran Peak gradually became a bad trend in the North Continent. As a result, the first thing Li Kai did when she returned to the North Continent was not to return to the floating duckweed sword lake. Instead, she directly brought the wine to the Tai Hui sword sect. Fortunately, Lu Jinglong had already left the mountain and traveled far away at that time. Changming asked, "Is it a long-term business or a personal relationship?" Zhu Lian smiled and said, "It's purely a personal relationship. It's not a business transaction." Changming said, "Then I have no objections." Wei Wenlong nodded and said, "I agree, Minister of Law. I will tell the two of you in detail about the old incident at the city above the clouds later." Then Zhu Lian looked at Great Sword Immortal Mi was quite happy. Today was really an auspicious day. He finally helped the Luopa Mountain a little. He had to remember it when he went back. At this moment he laughed and said, same reason, same reason." After speaking, Miyu was in a daze for a moment and returned to the summer palace. Changming left first. Zhu Lian said, "Do you feel better?" Pei Qian nodded. Zhu Lian smiled. "There's something I need to ask you." After old chef finished, Pei Qian said, "I have no objections." Zhu Lian looked at the scenery outside the cliff. "Our little Mealy is probably the only one who doesn't get tired of the scenery. On the road of life, some people walk faster while others can walk slower. Some people were tall and their hearts were inclined towards the sun. Their shadows were elongated and spread out on the road behind them. This allowed the children behind them to hide in the shade, to avoid the sun, to avoid the wind and rain. Then the regret of a person having to grow up will not be so hard for you and me to let go." Pei Qian gently rubbed little Mealy's head. "I understand." After a moment of silence, Pei Qian turned his head and said with shame, "I sincerely apologize for the sword prayer platform." Zhu Lian's eyes narrowed. He clenched his fists and placed them on his knees. His expression was gentle. "Unnecessary. Are you underestimating old chef's breadth of mind? Is that so?" Pei Qian looked into the distance with old chef. Whether old chef minds or not, and whether Pei Qian is willing to apologize in person are two different things. Zhu Lian smiled. Young master is good at teaching fist techniques, and even better at teaching principles. Pei Qian smiled knowingly. "I've traveled a lot on this trip. Old chef is still the best at talking." Zhu Lian smiled. "He's always been firm and never changes his rudder according to the wind." Pei Qian chuckled. Pei Qian suddenly asked, "That Fox Kingdom, do you want me to sneak around before I go down the mountain?" Zhu Lian shook his head. "There must be some pawns planted by the Su family in Clear Wind City hiding there. Pei Xiang has already detained some of them, or sent her confidants to spy on them. As for the rest, the ruler of the Fox Kingdom can't detect them, so it's best to settle the Fox Kingdom in Lotus Root blessed land. There won't be any trouble. You don't have to worry too much. The reason is very simple. The Su family would never expect the Fox Kingdom to move elsewhere. So the most important pawns of the Fox Kingdom have more of an advantage in strength. They're mainly used to restrain the nascent Soul Realm ruler of the Fox Kingdom. To put it bluntly, let Chen Lingjun and Hong stay in the Fox Kingdom to prevent any accidents. As for some schemes, as long as those pawns dare to make a move, I can track them down and find them one by one. I'm not afraid of them fighting a battle of wits and strength. When the new Fox Kingdom is established, many people and things that were originally variables will naturally be integrated into the general trend. Pei Qian was hesitant. Julien smiled. Do you think I'm too wishy-washy and that the ruler of the Fox Kingdom, Lady Pei Xiang, is not decisive enough? Or do you think I'm too selfish towards Pei Xiang because I'm worried that she won't gain favor in Luopa Mountain and will instead accumulate hidden dangers? In the future, when many small accidents accumulate, it will become a big change? That's not the case. To truly convince people, strength and power alone aren't enough. If Luopa Mountain was when you and I first arrived, I would naturally suppress all kinds of thoughts with a thunderous force. But now, Luopa Mountain has the confidence and foundation to slowly plan. Don't have the heart to harm others, but don't have the heart to guard against others. Not only do we have to treat the world like this, when the world treats us like this, we also have to understand and accept it. Of course I understand this principle, but I don't care too much. Julien inside and outside Lotus Root Blessed Land is the same. It's just that young master cares a lot, so the entire Luopa Mountain naturally cares. Within the rules, we have to give people enough flexibility and allow them to have some right and wrong between right and wrong. Originally, I would have to wait for Pei Xiang to take the initiative to mention the literary luck of the Fox Nation to Luopa Mountain before I would say these sincere words to her. Now just treat it as me nagging you for a while. It's fine if you listen. Pei Qian nodded. I won't hold you accountable for the matter of Chao Qinglang losing Qian Blessed Land. Julien smiled angrily. If I didn't say these words, you would hold me accountable? Pei Qian said righteously. Even my master won't look through those boxes of account books of mine. Old chef, you can't do anything about it? Julien asked curiously. Where did you reach the peak stage? Snow Peak Continent? At Thunder God Temple, Pei Qian had sent a flying sword letter to Luopa Mountain. That was the last letter Pei Qian sent. At that time, Pei Qian was still in the far travel realm. Pei Qian shook his head. Other than Sword Immortal Xie, whom I met at the northern ice plains of the Snow Peak Continent, there was also Ma who mansions Thunder God Temple who helped me send the letter. Senior Xiang and Sister Sui, you were both really good people. Plus, my foundation in the far travel realm wasn't very solid, so I didn't think about breaking through. I broke through in the Gold Armor Continent because Sister Xiaoxi said that she couldn't hold on to it. Instead of leaving it to those beasts in the wild world, I might as well snatch it for safety. I didn't have the ability to break through consecutively. Otherwise, according to Sister Xiaoxi, once I reached the peak stage as the strongest in the world, my martial luck would be unimaginable. It was impossible for me to reach the 9th stage from the 8th stage. At that time, the Gold Armor Continent was half vast and half savage. As long as I got the word, strongest, I could learn from my master and fight for martial luck from the savage world. There was no better deal in the world than this. So at that time, whether I was practicing boxing alone or going to the battlefield to kill enemies, I was very focused, just like. Pei Qian turned his head and looked at the second floor of the bamboo building. The worst years of practicing boxing were there. It was so bitter that it felt like he had suffered all the hardships in his life. After Grandpa Chui left, Pei Qian traveled across continents alone. Even in the battlefield of the Jinjia continent, no matter how bitter the fighting was, Pei Qian did not feel that it was torturous. After Pei Qian retracted his gaze, he asked, Old chef, Grandpa Chui can be considered to have traveled far, right? Julien sighed, probably so. Suddenly, a head popped out from the edge of the cliff. A teardrop was squeezed out from the corner of each of their eyes. Then they raised their head and said with grief and indignation, that guy who is as beautiful as a celestial fairy and not charcoal, quickly returned my respectable and adorable eldest senior sister. Xiaomi Li shuddered and woke up in an instant. With a blank face she said, Pei Qian, why did I hear the big white goose's voice? Pei Qian smiled and said, it's nothing. That big white goose was kicked down the cliff by Pei Qian just now. Cui Dongshan was lying on a bed made of white clouds that came out of nowhere. He slowly rose into the air and rowed his boat over. He laughed and said, eldest senior sister, Xiaomi Li, old chef, did you miss me? Xiaomi Li sat up straight and clasped her hands together. She muttered, sweet dreams, I'll take another nap. Cui Dongshan squatted beside Pei Qian, one of his shoulders high and the other low. He leaned back and looked at Pei Qian. Eldest senior sister, what's wrong with you? You're even taller than little senior brother. Xiaomi Li immediately opened her eyes. She got up and ran to Cui Dongshan's side. Standing at the side, she stretched out her hands and gestured their sizes. She laughed and said, a series of oh-hos. Big white goose, it's really you. How pitiful. You went from the first tallest to the second tallest? My ranking didn't drop at all. Cui Dongshan smiled and nodded. Xiaomi Li is still the best. Xiaomi Li acted as if she was facing a great enemy. She quickly winked at Pei Qian. Her account book was the one with the least entries. Of course, Sister Nuanshu didn't even have an account book. Cui Dongshan groaned and shook his shoulders. He was about to get up when Xiaomi Li quickly held him down with both hands. Cui Dongshan struggled for a while and could only give up. Julien looked at Cui Dongshan and then at Pei Qian. Pei Qian looked at Julien and then at the big white goose. Cui Dongshan smiled. Chao Qinglang is fine. I don't have any objections. Julien said, so the blessed land is starting work today? The people who were supposed to come to watch the ceremony are all busy. Although they aren't here, the gifts aren't missing. Cui Dongshan smiled. Today is a good day to move the earth and light the beam. It's a good day to offer sacrifices and make an alliance. It's a good day to accept marriages. Everything is good. Otherwise, why do you think I specially came here today? Julien asked, what about the pond behind the bamboo house? Cui Dongshan smiled. It's better to lock it in the lotus root blessed land. It saves me the trouble of setting up a restriction. Who knows, there might even be an unexpected gift in return. To Luapa Mountain, today was a big day that was destined to be recorded in the annals of the Hall of Patriarchs. Even if the young mountain chieftain wasn't on the mountain, it couldn't be delayed any further. Wei Pai, as the lord of Mount Beiyu, was still in charge of opening the entrance to the blessed land under the parasol tree umbrella. A group of people walked into the blessed land. Peak State martial artist Zhu Lian, Peak State Pei Qian, Immortal State Cui Dongshan, Sea State Qi cultivator Chao Qinglang. The bottleneck of the pure jade state was as big as the sky. When he reached the bottleneck, he was like an ordinary sword immortal who had just entered the pure jade state. Luapa Mountain's Judge Changming, who seemed to be born with the pure jade state. After the 3 golden raindrops fell from the sky, her current state was a mystery. Inverted Mountain Spring Banner House cultivator Wei Wenlong, who was a golden core cultivator Chen Lingjun, who had successfully walked the path of blasphemy. Little butler Chen Wanshu and Luapa Mountain's right guardian Zhou Mili. There was also the leader of the Fox Nation, Pei Xiang, who was already in the blessed land. She sensed the strange phenomenon that was purposely leaked to her from the new Fox Nation that was placed at the border of Songlai country. She rode the wind and rose to the sky. She bowed to the people of Luapa Mountain and finally chose to stand beside Hongxia at the edge. Actually, this time to raise the rank of the blessed land, Old Master Zhong Qiu, nascent soul sword cultivator Cui Wei and the rest were all absent. Some were temporarily unsuitable to be involved, such as Zhang Jiazhen, Jiang Chu, and the substitute shopkeeper of the Dragon Riding Alley Sui Shop, Shi Rou. Julien smiled and handed a money bag to Chao Qinglang. Chao Qinglang was surprised. She shook her head and said, let little senior or Pei Qian do it. Pei Qian was silent. Cui Dongshan smiled and said, it's more auspicious if the lower state comes. Chao Qinglang was speechless. Julien did not withdraw his hand. Chao Qinglang could only take a deep breath and take the money bag. She took out a piece of grain rain money and looked around. Pei Qian said, it's a total of 81 pieces of grain rain money. Just spend it slowly. Cui Dongshan made a gesture and a strange phenomenon appeared between heaven and earth. The blessed land of Lotus Root and the grotto heaven of the well were connected. Then Cui Dongshan opened his palm and blew a pocket-sized pond that was suspended about an inch above his palm. It landed at the foot of the mountain in the center of the blessed land and took root. Suddenly, it became as big as a lake. A swaying purple gold lotus grew in the water. The lotus leaves were as big as several acres of land. The lotus was only a bud for the time being and had not fully bloomed yet. It swayed with the wind and a purple gold bud was about to bloom. However, among the native Qi cultivators in the blessed land of Lotus Root, only those who were Jindan cultivators could vaguely see the general situation. However, there were no earth immortal cultivators in the blessed land for the time being. Chao Qinglang held a piece of grain rain money tightly and refined it into spiritual energy. She gently released her palm. The spiritual energy scattered between heaven and earth. Wei Pai smiled and took out a small golden crab from his sleeve. Previously, the little guy had inexplicably received a decree to transform into a dragon in the river and let the small crab into the great blasphemy water. It was so anxious that it ran in circles. Li Shixing held back his laughter and took it as a harmless joke with the little guy. He then took it back to his palm from the great blasphemy water. Finally, he gave it to Wei Shanjun of the cloud-spreading mountain and gave it to him as a blessed land. He also said that it should be placed in the pond as the water protector of the purple gold lotus. The small crab fell into the pond. On its back, the golden light of the talisman's decree flashed and disappeared. The little guy suddenly shed its crab shell and turned into a huge mansion that looked like a dragon palace. It slowly sank to the bottom of the pond. Cui Dongshan shook his sleeve and performed the heaven and earth sleeve. Dragon pearls fell like rain into the mortal world and went to the rivers and streams of the blessed land. This was a gift from that Madame Qing Zhong, who was also Li Lu's maidservant. In fact, it was a collection of several thousand years of treasures from the resting dragon stone in the Lushui pit. Everything was sent to Cui Dongshan at once. In any case, this object was not a rare object in the Lushui pit, but for any blessed land in the world, it was a first-class tonic. At first, the plump woman was a little embarrassed. She felt that some of the pearls that showed signs of pearl yellow could not be taken out. She wanted to filter and only give the pearls that were of good quality. In the end, she was spat on by Cui Dongshan. Not only did she give all the pearls, but Cui Dongshan also asked for a water magic treasure. Other than that, Skeleton Beach, Linen Sect, Spring Dew Garden, Sparrow Mansion, City Above Clouds, Old Immortal Huan Yun, Fuping Sword Lake, Lu Jinglong of Taihui Sword Sect, Shen Lin of Jesha Spiritual Origin, Marquis Longting Li Yuan, Immortal Huolong of Crouching Ground Peak, Sect of White Cloud, Sect of Peach Mountain, Sect of Finger Shen Peak, and Sect of Taixia all gave Luopa Mountain ceremonial items. For example, Fuping Sword Lake had a total of 18 lakes. Li Kai took out one of them named Cloud Mist Sword. The water was not big, but it was full of sword chi. It was one of the two places where the Earth Immortal sword cultivators of Fuping Sword Lake tempered their swords. Another example was Taihui Sword Sect. They entrusted Linen Sect with a mountain and refined it into a pocket-sized mountain. Its real size was not smaller than Mount Grey Mist. Shen Lin gave him a large stretch of pavilions in the southern incense water hall. Li Yuan took out a green river that was rich in water luck. Yuan Lai was not stingy at all. This young martial artist who liked to read more had obtained an immortal opportunity in the Middle Mountain Crown Prince's Mountain. It was an entire fragmented secret realm. There were 2 golden and jade archives hidden in it. The fragmented secret realm could not be moved, so Yuan Lai sent the most precious golden and jade archives to Luopa Mountain. Wei Pai, the mountain lord of Mount Cloak Cloud, would of course give something. As for Luopa Mountain's consecrator Zhou Fei, who used his status as the Jiang family head to bet on the Blessed Land, he had already prepared a generous gift when he helped the Blessed Land recruit refugees. Other than that, Fan Air, the young family head of Old Dragon City's Fan family, and Sun Jiashu, the family head of Sun family, each sent gifts after receiving a secret letter from Luopa Mountain. Even the Dragon Spring Sword Sect and Lu Xianyang sent a generous gift to Luopa Mountain. When Chao Qinglang threw out the second last grain rain coin, heaven and earth roared. Chao Qinglang felt relieved. Then, the green-robed Confucian scholar bowed solemnly to the 4 directions of the world. The rest of the people also bowed to the heavens and earth. They either bowed, cupped their fists, or bowed. Heavenly materials and earthly treasures appeared all over the world. One after another, opportunities for cultivation appeared one after another. The heroic spirits, ghosts, and spirits of the mountains and lakes that were originally wandering aimlessly all condensed a true spirit or found the embryonic form of a true name. They began to develop intelligence and truly set foot on the path of cultivation. In the territory of the 4 countries, the spiritual energy of the mountains and rivers began to gather on its own, turning into brand new feng shui treasured lands. Not only that, Luopa Mountain's master Changming snapped his fingers. A golden torrential rain enveloped the earth as if it was obeying a decree, moistening the mountains and rivers of the human world for thousands of miles. Cui Dongshan jumped up, his sleeves fluttering as he repeated the word, Imperial, twice.